Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Broken Leveling System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Constitution, cardboard. Intelligence, surprisingly above average, but coupled with self-esteem and a nasty habit of second-guessing himself, this turns into a negative. Wisdom, has a quirk like this, still wants to be a hero. Charisma, cold wet noodle. Itsuka sighed at the info box his quirk greeted him with every morning. Officially his quirk was known as mundane status, which was both an apt description of it, but also understated just how terrible his quirk really was. Not only was the information it provided incredibly wrong at times, but it was equally pointless. Honestly, he'd rather not even have a quirk. Even the clock was wrong. And the only useful things it gave him were the quest log and the minimap. The only problem was that the quest log only showed stuff he remembered and the minimap didn't work when he was lost. And oftentimes the numbers didn't make sense. Shoes equipped, +5 movement. Pants equipped, +5 to decency. Shirt equipped, +5 to decency. Buff fully dressed. You are fully dressed. His quirk ignored things like underwear and socks. Though just wearing underwear and socks didn't give him anything. When he had nothing at all on, or rather equipped, he got a warning that said Unga Bunga mode. He didn't even know what that means. Google just told him that it was something cavemen said. Daily quest complete. Get ready for school. Reward. You are now ready for another disappointing day at school. +5 EXP. Thank you. Itsuka half growled and slung his backpack on. He didn't even know what EXP was, or how he could use it. He was fairly certain that as with everything his quirk was just FING with him. It had to be sentient. Why else would it insult him constantly? Talking to your quirk again, honey? His mother gave him the same worried smile she gave him every morning ever since they realized that his quirk was, for lack of a better term, terrible. So terrible that there was simply no way he could become a hero with it. And now he was afflicted with guilt. His quirk really was just so amazing. He ate breakfast, gaining a well-fed buff that once again didn't do anything, and then began his long and ever so slightly boring walk to school. A small glowing trail of dots showed him the usual path he took each day. Did everybody else have a quirk that wormed its way into every part of their lives? Mutation quirks perhaps. But most emitter or transformation type quirk users could live their lives pretty normally. Maybe his quirk wasn't quite that bad. At least physically. But waking up every morning and seeing that he was still a level 2 weakling and having no idea what the hell that meant, was starting to get a little bit frustrating. Maybe I should go to therapy after all? He muttered, turning down the street. But then he'd be placed on a list and he wouldn't be able to become a hero even if he found out a way to use his quirk effectively. If only it was like ragdolls and gave useful information. Nope. He looked up and saw that his day was about to get ever so slightly worse. A red nameplate appeared with an orange LVL5 that followed Katsuki Bakugo around with an arrow pointing to his exact location. It only worked when Itsuka was paying attention to him, so he couldn't even get a warning or anything. He couldn't even access Katsuki's stats or anything relevant. It was just Katsuki Bakugo. LVL, why was he level 5? Was it because his quirk was strong? Was it because Katsuki was strong? What was he level 5 in? What were his stats? If he could get that information, his quirk might be at least kind of useful. He could assist in rescues, help with training, assist with security. But nope, his quirk was as selfish as it was useless. At this rate, there was no way that he was going to get into UA. Out of the way, Deku. Katsuki growled and shoved him in the shoulder just because they were on the same side of the street. It was almost like Katsuki saw him coming and then waited just so he could be a prick about it. You have taken 1 point of damage. You have survived an encounter with Katsuki Bakugo. +5 EXP. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now a LVL 2 weakling. He had leveled up at least 4 times, but every time he was still a level 2 weakling. Though he wasn't certain being a level 6 weakling would be any better. Katsuki's nameplate. It now read that he was level 6. Okay, what the F dash? Why did Katsuki actually level up from that? Why the hell did his quirk hate him? That was it. Today after school he was going to talk to a therapist. Or something. Probably not. There really wasn't much of a point. If he did go to a therapist it wouldn't change that his quirk was an a-hole. Still, why was Katsuki a higher level now? What did a level even mean? Was he just that much stronger? Katsuki? Izuku mumbled, trying to catch up to his former friend. Did you get stronger just now or anything? Katsuki snorted into a smirk that oozed confidence. I'm always getting stronger. Unlike you, Deku. That's why you'll always be a weakling with a do-nothing quirk. Thank you for your input. He made certain to stand more than a bit out of arm's reach from the violent blonde. At least none of Katsuki's friends were around. That was when he went from a-hole to bully. It was kind of sad how he allowed himself to be influenced by those kids. Though if Izuku had friends he'd probably be influenced by them too. Alright, so Katsuki didn't get a burst of power, which meant that much like everything else with his quirk, the levels meant nothing. Hooray! School was the same as it always was. The teacher taught their class. Izuku ate alone for lunch. Nobody talked to him unless they had to. Katsuki bullied him. Seriously, all this because he didn't have a good quirk, or a spine, but it was easier to blame the quirk really. If he had a strong quirk, maybe he'd be able to something. Or at the very least people maybe wouldn't bully him. Instead they all knew that his quirk was basically worse than being quirkless, thanks to Katsuki. So even the two quirkless kids in school didn't want anything to do with him. On his way back home from school, he followed the dots leading back home, all of his homework for the day listed on his quest log, and he was still a level 2 weakling. It was the same as it always was. He went to school, was disappointed, then went home, and was disappointed there too. Probably said a lot that his mother was his only real friend. Something odd was up ahead. The normal path he took home was blocked. Not by anything physical, but it looked like there was a giant floating red circle with a cross in it. The trail of dots of his quirk were steering him down an alternative route away from the bridge. There were no other warnings, just that red circle. Why was his path leading away from it? His path always had him go the same direction. So what changed now? Was the red circle a part of his quirk? Did it not want him to go down this path today? When he stuck his arm through the circle, nothing happened. Like hell he was going to listen to his quirk. The path didn't reform in front of him as he walked forward. No warning, no officer or anything real coming to stop him. It looked normal. Like a perfectly average disappointing day. Great, now his quirk was making him see things. He continued to walk down the same path he always did. Everything was fine. Everything was 100% fine. That is until he saw a rampaging shark-headed monster charging towards him. Hopefully he wasn't a villain or anything like that. That would just be bad karma. He was carrying a cash register. A whole cash register under his arm and a screaming girl in the other. Crap, was it a robbery and kidnapping? What the hell was he going to do? Was there a hero chasing the shark? Wait, maybe. They might not be able to do anything with the girl in the man's arm. Out of the way, punk. The shark bellowed. Unless you want to get crushed. The nameplate appeared. Shark Villain LVL 15. The letters were bright red and it ended in a skull. Hopefully that didn't mean instant death. He was about to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He was terrified. He saw the look on the woman's face, the tears in her eyes. She wanted to be saved. Oh, dying trying to save someone sounded a lot better than jumping. He grabbed his backpack and flung it forward, aiming for the monster's head. Critical hit. Weak point struck. 3 damage. The damage number was big and red as his backpack slammed into the shark's snout, causing the creature to fall backwards, tossing both the girl and the cash register out of harm's way. Holy crap. Did he really just do that? Did he really just beat that big villain? You little punk. That would be a no. The shark stood back up, tears in its eyes and blood dripping from his nostrils. My nose is sensitive, UF dash. How was he supposed to know that? Wait, Sharkweek. I'm going to kill you. With his feet frozen onto the ground, Izuku could do nothing but stare at the rows of teeth and the giant meaty hands that could easily rip him in half descend down upon him. Those arms had ripped a cash register with the counter still attached from the ground. He was fairly certain that his spine was not as firmly attached to his legs. This was it. This was how he was going to die. But that death never came. Instead, the world was frozen. He couldn't move, he couldn't breath. But he could think. A new notification hovered in the air. Achievement unlocked. One big but mistake. Congratulations, you have made such a stupid and idiotic mistake that it will cost you your life. You clearly can't survive on your own. Reward, party system unlocked. Another screen appeared. Would you like to recruit a party member to aid you in combat? 1 free recruits left. The option for no was blurred out, leaving him only with a highlighted yes. It was easily the fastest choice he made in his life. Finding potential party members. Refining list. Choice made by system because user has one big but mistake and thus can't be trusted with important choices like this. Tank found. Itsuka Kendo has joined the party. A green box appeared in the corner of his vision, right below his own name. Itsuka Kendo LVL 6 Monk. Big butt fist style. Summoning Itsuka Kendo. Itsuka Kendo has been summoned. Resuming combat. Try not to die. What was she going to do? Save him from being eaten? What was he going to do to stop himself from being eaten? This didn't make any sense. He had a party system? What did that mean? Like Pokemon? Why did he know Itsuka's class? A monk didn't sound useful. All of that was answered when time started to flow once again and those teeth closed in around him. Only for an orange-haired girl wearing a martial artist uniform appear out of nowhere. One of her hands was easily several times the size of her own body slammed into the shark man's nose. The other fist was drawn back in some kind of martial arts stance. Weak point struck. 45 points of damage. Congratulations, your party member has defeated a rampaging villain. She has gained plus 5,000 EXP. Despite doing nothing at all, you have leached 100 EXP. Level up. Itsuka Kendo is now a LVL 7 monk. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now a LVL 2 weakling. What? Itsuka squeaked in confusion. She was starting to fall. He had to act quick. He moved forward and brought out his arms and attempted to catch the orange-haired girl before she hit the ground. By some miracle he did. Achievement unlocked. Pervert. You touched a girl's but by accident or on purpose. Reward. You can now view your party member's stats. Itsuka's status screen appeared before him. Status. Itsuka Kendo. LVL 7 monk. Big butt fist style. Strength. Menhance. Dexterity. Can't dodge a brick, but can punch one. Constitution, you'll tire out first. Intelligence, smart enough to know what you really should be doing. Wisdom, wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Charisma, C but currently in denial and thinks that she's still a B. Unspent attribute points, 8. Unspent skill points, 4. Level 2. Level 2. Chapter 2, Level 2. So, Itsuka walked over to him. She was taller than him, most girls were, and crossed her arms, looking at him with an annoyed look on her face. Oh great, a cute girl was talking to him, and she was probably going to be asking him all sorts of questions he didn't know or what to even do. Did he mention she was really pretty? Just the orange hair, green eyes, and just her whole presence was really charming. Achievement unlocked, baby's first crush. You really got a crush on the first girl to ever say a single word to you, huh? Reward, affection meter. An empty bar appeared below Itsuka's name that had a smaller line directly in the middle of it. He had a feeling that he wouldn't have any idea which side is good and which side is bad. Or if it even represented something at all. Itsuka poked him in the chest with a finger that was easily bigger than his own fist. Care to explain what just happened? Like, why am I here? Why was that guy attacking you? And why is it that I know your name? Izuku. Pretty girl knew his name. That felt like more of an achievement than anything else that happened today. Still, this was his first time getting achievements. And they seemed to unlock new stuff. The only problem was that he didn't know how to unlock them, though all of them had been more insulting than normal. Oi! Itsuka snapped her enlarged fingers right in front of him. Her other hand was on her hip. Izuku, that is your name, right? She sighed and shrunk her hand. Look, I'm not mad or anything. I just want to know what happened. Oh right, a cute girl was talking to him. Oh, well dash. Achievement unlocked. You spoke to a girl. Well, kind of. Reward, party chat. That seemed like it might be useful. But how did he use it? And Itsuka was still staring at him. Oh, well, I'm not exactly sure. My quirk is a little bit weird. And I'm not really in control of it or anything. Sorry for the inconvenience. His answers only appeared to make her even more annoyed. So why did you pick me? And why am I only level 7? And a monk? And why are you a level 2 weakling? Oh, so she could see that stuff too now? I don't know. I was just walking home and then that guy came charging around the corner, and the girl looked like she needed help, so I threw my bag at him, and then my quirk said I made a big mistake and that I unlocked the party system and it forced me to summon someone, but it didn't let me pick it because it was my fault that I was going to die, and then you appeared and punched the shark in the face. He said without breathing, then exhaled and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life and sorry for the inconvenience. Whoa, Izuku, chill. Itsuka gave a weak laugh. I just wanted to know what was happening. But it doesn't sound like you can really control your quirk all too much. More like not at all. So, do you know how to drop the party thing? It's weird. She swiped her hand at the air trying to grab something. I can see the party frame thing, but I can't really interact with it. And it's not like it's in the way. It's just there. Yeah, you get used to it. Or maybe not. Sorry for using my quirk on you. I didn't really have a choice in the matter. Don't worry about it. But, do you think you can undo it? Like try kicking me out of the party or something? No offense, but your quirk's kind of weird. She scratched the back of her head and then looked down at her bare feet. Oh. And do you think you can send me back first? I don't have my wallet. Or my phone. Or shoes. He had a strange feeling that he wouldn't be able to do any of that even if he tried really, really hard. Chances are, as far as his quirk was concerned, he was basically married to Itsuka now. Marriage failed. She's way out of your league. And you're underaged. Thanks, quirk. So glad he had such an amazing quirk. He winced and reached for his wallet. Are you going to be mad if I say I don't know how or even if I can do either of those things? Itsuka let out a sigh and scratched her fiery hair. She pulled at her ponytail and let her hair down. She ran her finger through it and lifted her foot off the ground to see how dirty it was. I'm not mad at you. Not really, just annoyed that I was in the middle of training and now wait, where exactly am I? Muzudefu. She let out a groan, her shoulders going slack as she looked up at the sky. Her green eyes met his. I mean, it's not that far. At least I'm still in Tokyo. I'm really sorry about this. He didn't have enough in his wallet to pay for a train ticket. If you want, I can walk you to the train station and we can use my train pass. And I can buy you a pair of sandals at the convenience store. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, already working on putting her hair back into a ponytail. It was always impressive watching girls do all that with their hair. He couldn't even get his own hair to be combed. They sell sandals? It'd be convenient if they did. Terrible dad joke. -10 affection with Itsuka Kendo. Hee. Itsuka let out a smile that made it easy to ignore his quirk's notification. That was pretty clever, Izuku. And that sounds great. Thanks. It's the least I can do, it's my fault you're here, and you did save my life. Despite what his quirk said, it looked like Itsuka did like his bad joke. Don't mention it. Itsuka looked back over her shoulder where the police were still loading up the shark she had punched. I'm honestly surprised they didn't question us more. Maybe your quirk did something about that? Or not? If it was really like a video game, we would have gotten loot or something. Chances are if I ever get knocked out, my quirk will drop loot. That would explain why when he got beat during P, his shoe would randomly come off. Your quirk is weird. Itsuka gave him a light shove and urged him to start walking. But it's kind of neat. Like a video game or something. But like one with no manual or tutorial, like those old games. I wish there was a manual for my quirk. Or that it was simple like yours. Making your fists big seems like it'd be a real great quirk for a hero. Itsuka punched her palm and nodded. That's why I'm going to apply to you. I'm hoping to become a strong hero like my father. I wish I could. You wish a lot, you know that, right? Itsuka placed a hand on her hip as they walked. She looked up to him for a moment before looking back at the ground to try and place her steps right. Like, if you want to be a hero you have to try. And your quirk? It's strong. It literally brought me halfway across Tokyo in an instant. Who knows what else it can do? I guess, it's never done any of the things it's done before today. There was so much, like achievements, which it was apparently now giving out like candy that unlock new stuff, and the ability to summon other people could be a big help in hero work. See? That's what I'm talking about. If you really want to be a hero, you can do it. And I'll be sure to help you if I can. She slapped him hard on the back, nearly sending him into the ground. You have taken 4 points of damage. Oops. Did that actually hurt? Itsuka winced as flailed about, hands almost touching him again. That was more damage than he did to the villain. But it didn't hurt. Not really, I'm starting to think the numbers are just made up. Just like everything else. Oh good. Itsuka looked at her hand and shrugged. Was kind of neat seeing how much damage I did though. Did you really mean that you'd help me though? He rolled his shoulder and saw a store just up ahead near the train station. He also had a mild panic attack that he was talking to a girl again. And that she was planning on talking to him more. What was he supposed to do? His heart was going to explode. Yeah, the way I see it, if I help you out, the sooner I can leave your party thing. Or the party thing gets awesome and I stay anyways. Besides, might be kind of fun finding out when I level up. Even if the numbers don't really mean anything. But his quirk was right. He really did have a crush on Itsuka. Itsuka sighed as she slowly entered the warm waters of her bath. After being grilled by her father for what felt like hours for randomly vanishing during practice and for not having her shoes or phone, he had finally accepted the very valid excuse that it was a quirk. He wasn't happy that it was a boy's quirk. She didn't tell him that she was now in a party with Izuku and that there were unit frames showing his name and level. Maybe if they worked on it, they'd be able to get HP or something on it. Maybe Izuku's already did but didn't trust the numbers. Still, she laughed, sinking into the warm bathtub, her feet screaming in pleasure. Level 7 is pretty good, I think. Don't get monk though, would have thought martial artist or something. But maybe it's like Dan D? The fact that she was secretly a huge nerd for RPGs was something she didn't intend on anybody ever knowing. She blamed her grandparents and those long summer vacations while her parents did their hero work. There was nothing to do out there but play those games. Sure, she probably could have gotten more sleep back then, but that wasn't the point. Maybe she could rank up or something once she got into the teens. Part of her didn't want Izuku to find a way to have her leave the party. She looked at the unit frames again, trying to find something that wasn't there before. Izuku said that it was like clicking, but like with his mind? Nothing happened when she tried it on her unit frame. She was hoping to see those weird stats Izuku was talking about. Then she clicked on Izuku's party chat. Itsuka Kendo. Wait, what? What did I do? It's literally putting my thoughts there? What the? She took a breath and tried to calm herself. The message had been sent, but it wasn't recording her thoughts anymore. Okay, so she had to click it to start typing? Huh. Well, this was the first time she was allowed to instant message a boy. And she was doing it in the bath. Her dad would freak. Could Izuku see her right now? She started typing again. Itsuka Kendo, so you can read this right? But you can't actually see me right? Maybe he couldn't see it? Or didn't know how it worked? Probably the latter. It kind of felt like he was a bit of a noob at his own quirk. Izuku Midoriya. How'd you do this? Wait, how am I doing this? This is new. Izuku Midoriya. Oh, and no, I can't see you right now. Just your text and a hoe. That didn't sound good. Itsuka Kendo. Oh? Izuku Midoriya. Nothing. I just slipped. Sorry. Actually, I also opened up your stat page, or character sheet. Oh, that was good news. Snuggling deeper into her bath, she felt herself smiling. She was texting a boy in the bath and neither her father or the boy knew about it. Izuku's quirk really was neat, if not useful. Itsuka Kendo. What's it say? Izuku Midoriya. It says your strength is man hands. She didn't like Izuku's quirk anymore. That was such a stupid nickname from school. Just because she could kick the boy's butts at basically everything did not mean she had man hands. She had giant hands. Itsuka Kendo, are they all like that? I was hoping for some numbers or something. Izuku Midoriya, pretty much. But there's some stuff that popped up earlier that I forgot about. They're yours, but I don't think you can actually use them? Itsuka Kendo? Izuku Midoriya, how'd you do that? Like, directly think just questions marks? Itsuka Kendo, doesn't matter, tell me about the things. Could Izuku's quirk boost people? That sounded amazing. What if she had like a talent point, or a feat she could spend? Was there a list? Okay, Itsuka, calm down, don't start geeking out. Izuka didn't even tell you what it was. Izuku Midoriya, well, it says that you have 8 unspent attribute points, 4 skill points, and a feat. G score. Itsuka Kendo, oh, do you know what they do? Izuku Midoriya, not at all. But I want to find out. Izuku Midoriya, since it's your body, do you think I can put in 1 point into each attribute and see what happens? Itsuka Kendo, sure, just let me respond before you go to the next one. Just in case, laughing face. Izuku Midoriya, how did you think that? Itsuka Kendo, I have no idea. It was probably because she was currently smiling like an idiot and having to cover her mouth so she didn't squeal. Attribute points. Those were super rare in most games. Skills could be useful too. And she had a feat. Those were amazing. What if Izuku's quirk had power attack? Wait, she should probably take something else. What could she take? Izuku Midoriya, okay, I put a point in your strength. The description changed. But it's still kind of rude. Do you feel anything? Itsuka pulled her arm out of the water and flexed the hard-earned muscle she had been earning for herself. It was still the same slender shape she had before. And she didn't really feel any different. But strength really wasn't anything that suddenly felt different. Itsuka Kendo, nothing out of the normal. But I'll see if I can lift more weights later. What does it say now though? Izuku Midoriya, man hands and proud. Itsuka Kendo, why is your quirk such an a-hole? Izuku Midoriya, I have no idea. Are you ready for dexterity? Itsuka Kendo, do I want to know what that one says? Izuku Midoriya, probably not. On the plus side, your intelligence and wisdom both say you're smarter than me. Charisma is weird though. Probably something about man hands again. Man, Izuku was right. His quirk was kind of rude. Izuku Midoriya, did you feel anything? Itsuka Kendo, nope. When I stop being lazy, I'll try to touch my toes though. Next is Constitution? I don't think I'll be able to tell for that one though. Izuku Midoriya, okay, well I put that point in. Nothing? Itsuka Kendo, nothing. Onto the mental stats? Izuku Midoriya, yeah, how did you know? Itsuka Kendo, lucky guess. Izuku Midoriya, okay, well I put 1 in intelligence. Itsuka Kendo, nothing. If I do better on my math test, I'll let you know. Izuku Midoriya, how do you even feel wisdom? Well, points in. Itsuka Kendo, nothing. Izuku Midoriya, and lastly charisma. Itsuka Kendo, awesome, I'll let you know if I get prettier. She laughed to herself as she sent that message. Then it hit her. A weird tingly feeling. In her chest. There was no FING way. But why would his quirk be able to do that? And why was it so effing perverted? Was that how charisma worked for girls? It was just her bra size. But there was no way she was that big. Izuku Midoriya? Itsuka? She jumped. Crap, did he know? Itsuka Kendo, I'm fine. But what did charisma say before? Izuku Midoriya, something about being a C but in denial and thinking you were still a B? I thought it was just being rude and saying you weren't as attractive as you thought you were. Izuku Midoriya, not that you're not attractive or anything, I mean. You are, but I just mean that I. Itsuka Kendo, Izuku, it's okay. I get it. But does it say anything about being a D now? Izuku Midoriya, yeah, why? Itsuka Kendo, just a hunch. Let's not put any more points into that. There goes any chance of her still being able to wear her old bras. Stupid perverted quirk. Izuku Midoriya, okay, well what should I do with the other 2 points? Itsuka Kendo, just put them in strength, that's the one that sounds most useful. She sighed and sunk into the bath. This time she stared long and hard at her arms waiting for anything to change. Maybe it was like a game where the attribute changes wouldn't actually change her character? The number of short girls with insane strength and wielding great axes she had played as were proof enough of that. Her BRSTS floated. But then why the charisma? That was it. She agreed with Izuku. His quirk was a jerk. Level 3. Level 3. Chapter 3, Level 3. See the end of the chapter for notes. Itsuka Kendo LVL 8 Monk. Big butt fist style. In just over a week, Itsuka had gained another level. For Izuku, it was impressive as it was frustrating. But she was absolutely beaming with pride and joy, so he couldn't help but feel happy for her. The fact that they were meeting up for the first time in public since that day and she was wearing casual clothes that made her look adorable and spunky had nothing to do with it. Okay, maybe it had a lot to do with it. Thanks for the coffee, Itsuka hummed, blowing onto the steaming cup with a soft smile on her face. It was amazing just how different she looked when she wasn't in her martial artist clothes. A simple blue jean jacket, burnt orange dress that traveled all the way down to her knees, and black leggings just made her look like they were on a date. They were sitting at a park on their day off drinking coffee and tea. This had to be a date, right? 404 Quest. Date with Itsuka. Not found. Try growing a pair. His face felt warm again. Great. Just great. He was probably blushing now. It didn't help that he knew that she had a habit of using their party chat feature whenever she was in the bath. That or she just spent a lot of time in Ungabunga mode. She probably couldn't see debuffs or things like that yet. Or if she did, she just accepted the fact that when she got naked, she entered Ungabunga mode. Still, the fact that he was talking to someone that he had talked to while they were naked and it was a girl did not make this much easier. Don't mention it, Izuka mumbled, staring down at the table that was between them. His own cup of tea was still steaming, but he really didn't need that to feel warm right now. What if someone saw them? Would they think they were on a date? Did Itsuka think this was a date? Consider it a congratulations for leveling up. Again. Hee, thanks, I worked my butt off. She reached into her bag and pulled out a notebook, flipping it open to the first page. A big red question mark was at the top of the page, followed by A plus dozens of other numbers ran along one side with small notes for what each of them was for, alongside a running total spilled over from one page to the next. I've been keeping track of my experience and trying to find out how I can gain more. So far, beating that big bad guy gave me the most. By like a lot. Same for him, but he only got 100. Wow, this is impressive, Itsuka. He tried to do something similar in 5th grade. But then when he kept staying at level 2, he just kind of gave up on tracking it. It didn't matter how much EXP he gained when he was stuck at level 2. He needed to not be so jealous. So what if his quirk liked Itsuka more than him? He liked Itsuka more than his quirk. She smiled and flipped to the last page. I don't know how close I was to level 7, but I added everything up and came up that I gained a total of 7,455 EXP before I got to level 8. I think that you need 1,000 EXP per level in order to level up, but I won't know for certain until I get to level 9. That's great news, but how are you gaining so much EXP? The most he ever gotten at one time was 100, and that was when Itsuka beat that villain. Normally it was little bits like 5, sometimes 10. Really, it depended on what was giving the experience. Oh. Itsuka pointed towards a plus 10 on her book. It was for a math test. So, when I do a test it gives me 5 for completing it. But for doing it perfectly I got an extra 5. He knew that. But the big points come from extra credit. She pointed towards a few larger numbers, many of them were closer to 50. Extra credit gets converted directly to EXP, and one of my teachers loves to give out extra credit for random things so long as you've done all the work. So I've been milking her. He didn't know that. So all this is extra credit? Not all of it. She pointed towards a set of 25s. I got these for tutoring some of the other students in math, and then I also got a bit more for being the class president. I think helping others gives a bigger boost than normal, but I'm not sure. But the biggest EXP source is my dad. Your dad? Wait, didn't she say her dad was a pro hero? Itsuka gave him a great big grin and nodded. Yeah, even when I lose against him, I still get a good chunk of EXP. He's been happy that I've been wanting to spar so much with him lately. He just thinks it's because I'm getting ready for UA, which is true. Huh, so sparring was like fighting and Itsuka was gaining upwards of 100 EXP whenever she sparred with her father. Oh, I also recorded dash. She turned the page to one that was filled with some letters and numbers. There was A, B, W, H, and not that page. Sorry. Next one. She flipped to a page that had more simple math on it and a picture of big hands. And little hands. I figured out my strength bonus to damage. You did? Why did it feel like she put more effort into understanding his quirk than he was? He'd been spending most of the last week trying to unlock the skill section of Itsuka's page and then hopefully the feat as well. So far he hadn't managed anything. Can you explain? Yeah, it's really awesome. She pointed to a bunch of numbers below the small fist. Basically, when I'm actually trying to strike someone, I do anywhere between 5 to 10 damage. But really I think it's 1 to 6 plus, but then, when I use my quirk that damage goes up to 11 to 16, I'm hoping that my quirk gives me 1.5x my strength bonus as opposed to just a flat plus 6. She was able to gather all that information with 2 sets of numbers. What the F had he been doing with his quirk? Oh, right, not actually using it and giving up because he was upset that it was mean to him. You've put a lot of effort into this. Yeah, Itsuka took another long drink of her coffee and just seemed to get even happier. It's nice, you know, seeing numbers, knowing that you're making progress. I feel like I'm trying even harder now that I get a reward like experience when I do stuff like my homework. She placed her cup down and frowned. But I can see why you kind of gave up on it. Seeing those rewards pop up constantly and never actually improving must have SCG. Did she just sum up at least half his childhood trauma with a single sentence? Yeah. She gave him a pathetic smile and shrugged, pushing her hair back behind her ear. He really needed to stop having a giant freak crush on his first female friend. Well, technically, she was his first friend since he entered high school. He really needed to thank Kaken for that one. So, did you make any progress with unlocking skills? Why did it look like she was about to rip the band-aid off with that question? Not really. I tried to get new achievements, little things like going a whole day without eating, making his bed every day in a row, holding his breath, talking to another girl, that one didn't actually pan out, and even trying to sit through a scary movie. Alone. At night. Still had nightmares about that one. But they're kind of random. Oh well, I think I might know why you can't see the skills or feats yet. Itsuka itched on her bottom lip and hunched her shoulders. You see, I think it might be because you don't actually have any skills. You have taken 10 points of psychological damage from Itsuka Kendo. You are now feeling inadequate. Your self-worth has been lowered. That and your quirks kind of AD dash dot. Itsuka mumbled, slinking further down in her seat. The cold air of winter's end blowing between them. Sorry. It's alright, I think that you might be right. He half expected an achievement to appear right then telling him that he had just made some kind of a revelation. I mean, I don't think I'm really skilled at anything. And I really haven't done anything that could be considered a feat or anything either. That was what I thought. You have taken 8 points of psychological damage from Itsuka Kendo. You are now feeling inadequate. Your self-worth has been lowered. Your self-worth cannot go any lower. Itsuka sighed. Sorry. Does that actually hurt? Not really, I'm kind of used to it. He sighed with her and let out a groan. Though who knew what kind of psychological damage he was actually taking? Being told by the girl he liked that he had no skills, feats, or any other redeeming features probably didn't do a whole lot of good for him. Even if it was true. Good. She leaned forward, her coffee-filled breath made him aware of how close they were sitting. Because I have an idea. Is it getting a skill? Yep. How? By trying to learn something until you think you're skillful at it. Itsuka smiled, placing both elbows on the table. Or, if we find something you're already skillful at. Can you think of anything? Like me, I think I'm pretty skilled at martial arts. So, maybe it's something you're already doing? Unless self-doubt and sarcasm are a skill, I don't think so. Honestly, with your quirk, I'd be surprised if they weren't. Itsuka closed her notebook and sat up straight. But I also think that's why you're still a level 2 weakling. I mean that in the nicest way possible. But well, you also kind of are. I'm starting to think that you're trying to deal psychological damage to me. He sighed, resting his head on the table. But I guess you're not really wrong either. Hey, Izuku, look at me. Itsuka tapped him on the head, drawing his eyes up to her verdant teal eyes. Why was she so nice to him again? She was so pretty. If it wasn't for his quirk, they probably wouldn't have ever talked. Maybe he should start looking at that as the positive it actually was. Your quirk is an a-hole. I know that I wouldn't want it to be my quirk. But don't you think it's time you stop letting it kick your butt? She held out a hand to him, now standing at the bench. I want to help you, Izuku. But you need to start by helping yourself first. What do you say? Do you want to actually start trying to level up? How? Shut up and trust me. You have chosen to blindly trust Itsuka Kendo. Plus 10 relationship points. Chance of bodily harm increased by 50%. Izuku Midoriya, so what exactly are we doing here? Izuku looked around the kitchen Itsuka had dragged him to. He had a feeling this had been her idea the whole time. Actually, he was beyond certain that it was exactly what she had wanted. Maybe manipulation was one of her skills. Other people talked around large workstations that had more appliances than his mother owned. Itsuka Kendo, learning to cook. Itsuka bounced over to him and placed a large white chef's hat on top of his head. Her jacket was gone. In its place was a brown apron, and she had her hair pulled back into a ponytail that flowed flat against her back. She looked so domestic and she still smelled like coffee. Did she always smells like coffee? Izuku Midoriya, why? How's that supposed to help? He fastened the strap of his own apron and adjusted the chef's hat that only about half the class was wearing. What on earth was going on? How were they already enrolled here? Why didn't it cost him any money? Did Itsuka pay for this? Why was she making him cook? Was this a date? 404 quest. Date with Itsuka. Not found. Take a hint. Oh, shut up. Itsuka Kendo, because cooking is a skill that everybody can learn. And in video games, food is OP. Izuku Midoriya, really? Itsuka Kendo, yeah, did you not play any video games or something? Izuku Midoriya, not really, they reminded me of my quirk. Did you? Itsuka nodded her head while sking on her lip. Itsuka Kendo, more than I'm comfortable with admitting. Plus 10 trust with Itsuka. Ask her what her main is. Itsuka Kendo, but anyways. Food is so important in RPGs and other video games. Most of the time they heal you, like a lot. And if there's a chance that eating a burger can heal a broken arm, then I think it's worth the chance. They can also give buffs, sometimes it's even an EXP buff or other stats. Itsuka's face went red when that message sent and she tried to look away from him, pulling up her dress just enough to hide her face. Sorry, I got kind of excited about it. Don't worry about it. It's a kind of cute knowing you're kind of a nerd. You have just shamelessly flirted with Itsuka Kendo. Itsuka Kendo is now confused. Hopefully she didn't see that message. Thanks, but please don't tell anyone. Not that I have many friends to tell or anything. But yeah. She laughed easily, scratching the back of her head. I think we should start setting up. Right. Gamer FIC? Nah brah. We're a cooking FIC. Level 4. Level 4. Chapter 4, Level 4. Congratulations. You have crafted something edible. Probably. Rank up. You are now a beginner mediocre chef. Achievement unlocked. With your own 2 hands. You actually made something worthwhile. Reward, crafting, item appraisal. Achievement unlocked, skilled. In the loosest meaning of the word. Reward, skills. Item, beginner's basic mediocre French toast of basic mediocrity. Category, food, questionable, consumable. Effects, plus 5 HP. Plus 3 stickiness. High chance of a stomach ache. Creator's skill level low, effects may be randomized. Created by Izuku Midoriya. Itsuka let out a gasp and looked at him with wide eyes. She had him by his shoulders, somehow shaking while also rapidly slapping him. Her excitement was written all over her face as she did a few jumps, looking between him and the French toast he had just made. He couldn't help but share in her excitement, as after 4 classes, they had finally reached their goal. Being skilled at something. Anybody could make a sandwich, pour hot water in a ramen cup, cut some fruit. The first few attempts at cooking hadn't really failed. It was edible, sure, but for whatever reason his quirk didn't count it. But it counted the French toast. There wasn't anything really special about it. It was just French toast. Battered bread, fried in a pan until it was golden, a bit of butter spread on top, a flurry of white powdered sugar, a couple of berries, and a cup of warm syrup. It looked like something a restaurant would sell. So maybe that was what did it? Itsuka Kendo, grats? That worked right? I can see it has stats and stuff. And it was made by you. That has to mean it worked, right? He looked at Itsuka, then back at his modest creation. She was way too close. How was it that every time he saw her she just got more adorable? Her long orange hair was pulled into the ponytail she often wore in the cooking class. It wasn't on the side of her head, rather it started and appeared just above her neck and cascaded straight down. The adorable apron she was wearing over her brown sweater, she just made her so beautiful. Her wide brilliant smile only made her just that much more so. Izuku Midoriya? Yeah, I think I unlocked skills now. And crafting, and item inspection. Itsuka Kendo, well, that's a lot. I guess you just need to make food actually look like food. And I knew it would heal. Grats Izuku. Do you mind if I try it? Itsuka half mumbled as she moved her hand forward, slowly pinching towards one of the thin-cut pieces of toast. Just to see what the taste is like? And other effects. Sure. Did she have to eat the whole thing to get the effect? Could they share? Thanks. She wasted no time in dipping a piece into the syrup and then right into her mouth. Itsuka looked confused for half a moment, one eyebrow nearly going up to her hair, before she swallowed. She gave a frown of approval and nodded, going for another piece. Not bad, Izuku. I think you might actually have a talent for this. That was good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. She gave him another wide smile as she took another bite. Itsuka Kendo, by the way, the healing is per piece of toast. But I still don't know how much health I actually have. Izuku Midoriya, arbitrary numbers are arbitrary. What about the other effects? Itsuka Kendo, fingers are sticky, but I don't think I've felt any. Itsuka stood straight, looked at him with wide dilated eyes, and then sprinted towards the door. The rest of the classroom all looked at her, then to him. More than a few remarks were made about how it didn't look that bad. This had his quirk written all over it. Izuku Midoriya? Itsuka? Are you okay? No response. But her status appeared to be fine. Maybe she was too busy puking to respond? Great. He made Itsuka puke with his cooking. That was just great. It looked like good French toast too. Hey, a woman in the class came over to him. I'll clean up for you. Why don't you go check on your girlfriend? She's not dash. He swallowed and stood straight. Thank you. Sorry. Another person pointed him towards the bathroom. Great. He was about to enter the girls' bathroom in a public place. Technically, he hadn't lived down the shame of walking in there in middle school. But this time, he was checking on Itsuka. And not lost. Itsuka? He asked, poking his head into the room and knocking on the door. Why couldn't the woman be the one checking on her? Everything all right? Her voice sounded from one of the stalls. Itsuka Kendo, I'm all right. Just your quirk being weird. Izuku Midoriya? Oh, do you need anything then? Sorry. Itsuka Kendo, don't apologize. I was the one that ate it. But now we know that the random effects are super random. Izuku Midoriya, I guess I can't use my quirk for anything anyways. No. Itsuka shouted from her stall. It's not that bad. It's just, well, it's weird. But don't worry. Itsuka Kendo, I can see the debuff, I'm just going to wait it out. Izuku Midoriya, how long does it last? And what is it? Itsuka Kendo, 3 hours. And it's nothing, I'm fine. You don't even have to leave me alone. We can still chat. But you should probably head home, I'd hate for you to miss the train. Izuku Midoriya, are you sure you're okay? Itsuka Kendo, absolutely. Just chalk this up to girls being weird. Izuku Midoriya, okay, well, guess we can see exactly what skills are now. Itsuka Kendo, I completely forgot about that. He laughed and headed out. Itsuka said there was a debuff or something like that, right? Looking at her status menu, he saw what she was talking about. Minor embarrassing transformation. You have been transformed in an embarrassing way. 2 hours 56 minutes and 25 seconds. Hopefully Itsuka would be okay in the bathroom. Izuku Moroidia. Wait, are you seriously going to wait 3 hours in a public bathroom stall? Itsuka Kendo. No, I was going to sneak out once you were gone. Itsuka Kendo. Damn it. Stupid train of thought. Izuku Midoriya. Is it really that bad? Itsuka Kendo. Doesn't matter, you're not seeing me for at least 3 hours. I will punch you. Izuku Midoriya. Fine, but do you want me to bring you anything? A hat or something? Itsuka Kendo. Don't worry about it. I have most of my stuff, just go. Izuku Midoriya. You're aware if I don't at least bring you your stuff they're going to think I'm a bad friend, right? Itsuka Kendo. Fine, just toss them on the counter in the bathroom. After doing just that, Izuku began to head home. But more importantly, he began to play with his new menus. The crafting menu was bland at the moment. It showed the recipes that he learned from the class, plus a few basic ones. Some of them were grayed out, and a few were green or yellow. According to Itsuka, the colors probably represented challenge level, and that if he wanted to get better at cooking, he needed to work on the yellow stuff, and that there might be orange stuff later. Hopefully the difficulty wouldn't end up changing around, but either way, he probably wasn't going to get any skill ranks from making a sandwich or instant ramen. Maybe it was something that could be useful later? And then he opened up the skills. User has achievement 1 big but mistake. Personal skills have been auto-filled by system. Why was he not surprised? So he messed up once by trying to attack a level 15 shark man. That ended up in him becoming friends with Itsuka. He would never admit that was a bad idea or a mistake. His own list of skills was short. At the top was cooking, he now had 4 ranks in it. Which sounded like a lot. Then there were a few other skills that he had less than a rank in, and a few that he had no ranks in. Things like perception, knowledge, handwriting, speech, were there, and other things. Like MSTRBTN. MSTRBTN was a skill. It had the highest bonus out of all his skills. Even higher than cooking. Izuku Midoriya. So apparently common sense is a skill. Itsuka Kendo. Don't tell my dad. I'll never hear the end of it. Izuku Midoriya. My bonus is negative. Itsuka Kendo. Smiley face. Izuku Midoriya. How did you think that? Itsuka Kendo. No idea. What did you put your ranks into? Did you have any? Izuku Midoriya. I did, but my quirk doesn't trust me and put all my ranks into cooking. Itsuka Kendo. That's not too terrible. I was half expecting you to have max ranks in procrastination or something. Now, my turn? Laughing face. Izuku Midoriya. Sure, hopefully it doesn't auto-assign them. His quirk did not. Instead, when he saw Itsuka's skill sheet, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. She had a lot of skills. A lot of them were actually useful. From working out, to studying, to martial arts, to math, reading, and using her head, it really felt like Itsuka was the kind of girl that just succeeded. So why was she wasting so much time with a loser like him? Really, the only odd thing Itsuka's list was a few video game-related skills. And much like him, she had a bonus to MSTRBTN. Best not to think about that. She just had to put as many ranks as she could into fighting. Naturally, neither one of them knew if the extra skill ranks did anything, but Itsuka was hopeful. She was beautiful. Like really beautiful. It was the kind of effortless beauty that just kind of grabbed the attention of everyone around. Long silky black hair, soft angular face, and a tender smile that could stop a heart. It felt like she could easily be an idol or someone famous. She was wearing winter clothing, a furry brown coat, red scarf, pleated skirt, and black leggings. In her hand, she was reading a prep class book. One for the hero courses. And he was staring at her. What was he doing? Why was he being a creep in public? Sure, she was beautiful, but that didn't mean he had the right to stare at her. Besides, she was at the train station for a reason. And he had a crush on Itsuka, so he probably didn't need to be staring at her. At least he knew Itsuka's name. It wasn't that the girl was prettier than Itsuka, she was just a different kind of pretty. And it wasn't like he and Itsuka were anything more than friends. He just had a crush on her. And apparently, one on the girl he hadn't even met yet. Was he allowed to have more than one crush? Was that allowed? It was a good thing his quirk didn't come with relationship advice. Izuku let out a sigh and stared out at the train tracks. A reminder of all the times he thought about stepping onto those tracks and just letting nature take its course. It wasn't that he wanted to kill himself. It was just that the thoughts were there. But now, they just weren't tempting. For once, it felt like his life was actually moving forward. All because he let some crazy redhead talk him into making some fancy toast. Well, not really. Still needed to figure out how to get rid of the actually random effects. Maybe there was a feat for that? If he could figure out how to get a feat really, feats were basically the same thing as achievements in the dictionary. But Itsuka shared with him one of her D&D books, and apparently, feats were special abilities that players could choose, and a lot of them were pretty powerful. It made sense that Itsuka would be eager to unlock those. Crafting feats were pretty common in the books, so maybe if he kept getting better with cooking, then he'd get a feat for it? Looks like he was still going to be taking those classes. At least Itsuka was more than happy to join him. And they needed to test just how much they healed, if at all. Maybe getting a paper cut or something, then eating? Why did he have to jump through so many loops for his quirk to be useful? That pretty girl probably had a quirk that was useful. Out of the way! A voice screamed. Izuku looked through the crowd, towards the pedestrian walkway down below. There was a crazed-looking man armed with a gun and carrying a duffel bag. Alarms sounded, people shrieked. Stop! You'll only make things worse! A hero shouted as he tried to confront the man. Worse? What's worse than this? I can't be like you. I can't be a hero. Not when my quirk does this. The man gave a crazed laugh and touched his hand against the skyscraper. I can't save anyone. He couldn't help but feel for the man. Then he saw what exactly his quirk was. It didn't so much crawl up the building as much as it grew and grew around the base, where the man had touched, and then slowly the whole thing crumbled to dust. The glass and other bits were fine. The structure began to groan. And then tilt. Panic spread through the area. Or this. The man moved and touched the metal support beam of the train station. This time, the rust did spread like wildfire. He needed to move before they fell down. It was nearly 50 feet down from here. Never fear. His eyes whirled to the sky, then towards the crowd, just in time for All Might to appear. He moved with speed and caught the falling tower at the base. For I am here to give a hand. That didn't solve the problem of the train tracks though. Already, the ground was caving in as people hurried down the collapsing stairs. The tracks themselves sputtered and snapped as the beams rusted away, leaving the ground beneath the platform a dangerous pit of spikes and rust. Falling from their height would already be bad. But with a trap like that down below, it would be deadly. He needed to get down. Press X to jump. A blue glowing X appeared in his vision, a smaller outward circle drained away from it. How the F was he supposed to press X? Why couldn't his quirk just be straightforward? Why couldn't he move his legs now? Izuku Midoriya, Itsuka, help. My body won't move, I'm about to die, and my quirk is telling me to press X. Itsuka Kendo, what? I can't leave you alone, can I? Okay, that kind of sounds like a quick time event. You really need to start playing video games. Izuku Midoriya, you think? How do I press X? Itsuka Kendo, I don't know, think it? Press X. His legs moved on his own and he jumped over a hole that formed in front of him. Now this was pretty useful. Another prompt appeared. Press A to escape. A scream tore him from the prompt, and the world seemed to slow. Out of all the screams, why was it that he heard this one? Because it came from that girl. The beautiful one with the black hair. She was falling backwards, the ground beneath he crumbling down into the rust-filled spike pit below. She looked so afraid. He had to help her. Why wasn't his legs moving? He needed to save her. Please. Just let him save her. He could do it. Please. Quirk. Just this once. Press Y to save. He pressed it and his body moved again, dodging another hole as the world crumbled beneath him, the screams of the civilians falling deaf as he jumped towards her. Hands outstretched, she was falling so slowly. How was he moving so fast? The last bit of solid ground slammed into him as he barely managed to reach her. But he was too late. She slipped from his hands, her eyes going wide. Damn it. He was too slow. Achievement unlocked, risking it all. It didn't matter if she was pretty. You were going to save her. Reward, extra party slot. The world stopped just like before. Itsuka Kendo, what's happening? This again? Would you like to recruit a new party member to aid you in combat? 1/2 free recruits left. Again the option for no was grayed out. He clicked yes with all his might. Please let him pick this girl. Finding potential party members. Refining list. Please choose from the available candidates. Momo Yaoyorozu level 6 Cleric of Creation. She was the only one on the list. Was his quirk listening to him? Was this the girl? He selected her. It wasn't like he had a choice in the matter. Warning: adding more than one female party member to your party could result in an awkward social life and potential friendzoning. In order to avoid this and any future bouts of jealousy, please enable harem mode. Would you like to enable harem mode now? Female party members will not lose reputation with each other and will become faster friends. Yes, no. He had a choice this time. Still, why was it called harem mode? And why did that matter? It wasn't like girls couldn't be friends? Whatever. If it meant saving her, then yes. Achievement unlocked. Degeneracy. You enabled harem mode. Even if it was for a good reason. Reward, class, harem protagonist. Momo Yaoyorozu has joined the party. Level 5. Level 5. Chapter 5. Level 5. Her fingers slipped past his. The lightest touch not allowing either of them to form that secure grip. His eyes were locked onto hers. They were wide, filled with fear and regret. Her mouth was open in a gasp of terror, body stuck mid-fall like a scene from a comic page. Gnarled rusted metal and growing flames awaited her down below. But the world was frozen by his quirk. Summoning Itsuka Kendo. Summoning Momo Yaoyorozu. Resuming crisis. Hold on tight. The world snapped into motion once more. Momo jutted a foot upwards, her hand firmly outstretched, and grabbed onto his forearm while he did the same to her. Her weight hit him like a truck, threatening to pull him down with her or tear his arm off. Still, Izuku gritted his teeth and pressed a hand against one of the few remaining parts of the rusting ground beneath him. Hang on. Izuku muttered, trying to pull Momo up. Strength check failed. Try actually working out. Not helping. Don't, Momo said. If you keep this up, you'll fall too. I don't care. Izuku grunted and tried again. His free hand slipped, slicing his hand along the sharp rusted metal. You have taken 7 damage. You are bleeding. He still didn't care. Strength check failed. Receiving assist from Itsuka. Strength check succeeded. Itsuka. I got you. Itsuka's voice called from behind him. One of her giant hands wrapped around his waist and pulled him upwards with a surprising amount of ease. It was all he could do to keep a hold of Momo. The other girl's gray eyes went wide as she was sent flying up into the air and then caught by Itsuka's other hand. Momo Yaoyorozu, ginger-haired cat lady with giant fists? Itsuka Kendo, please don't mention the cat ears. Izuku Midoriya? Cat ears? Momo Yaoyorozu, what thief is this? What's happening? Why are my thoughts being shown here? Oh God, please don't let it show that I think she's cute. Itsuka Kendo, ignore the cat ears. Also don't flirt while I'm trying to save you. Momo Yaoyorozu, sorry. You can just let me die now. Izuku adjusted himself in Itsuka's fist so that he could get a better look at her. Ginger hair, same cute nose, she still had her normal ears that stuck out just a bit, but on top of her head was a set of orange cat ears. Where did those come from? Did she always have them? Also, her face was really red. And he should be freaking out that their life was still in danger. But apparently Itsuka had that covered. With a grace that he forgot she had, it was easy to forget that she'd been training in martial arts since she could walk. Itsuka stepped around the growing holes in the floor and made her way to the stairs. They were greeted with flames. Itsuka Kendo, it's too high to jump. Izuku Midoriya, it might be the only way. Could you land if you had a free hand? Itsuka Kendo, probably, but you're an idiot if you think I'm leaving either of you. Momo Yaoyorozu, if you could let my arm out, I might be able to help. Itsuka Kendo, awesome. Itsuka unfurled her fingers so that Momo could let arms out while still keeping a firm grip on the other girl's waist. Momo let out a breath and held out her hands. A moment later, a couple of balls appeared in her hands. She tossed them into the fires where they exploded into a white foam that destroyed the flames in a matter of moments. Great going, Momo. Now hold on. Itsuka jumped onto the railing and slid down it with both himself and Momo acting as counterweights. Congratulations! Your party has survived a disaster. Itsuka Kendo has gained plus 1000 EXP. Momo Yaoyorozu has gained plus 500 EXP. For trying, you have gained plus 250 EXP. Level up. Itsuka Kendo is now a LVL 9 monk. Congratulations! You have leveled up. You are now a LVL 2 weakling. But he still needed to change that. Ding! Itsuka shouted proudly once they reached the ground. She kept running and bounced over to the other side of the street in an area that looked safe enough. The villain was apprehended, the building wasn't going to fall down, which meant they could get to the important parts. You have cat ears, Izuku said the moment his feet touched the ground. And a tail. Itsuka hummed, biting her lip. Her face was a bright red. The ears on top of her head twitched. So they weren't just fake. But why did she still have human ears? He looked behind her and saw that there was indeed a tail popping out the back of her skirt. Please don't stare at them. It's really embarrassing. Why? Izuku asked, smiling at her. He wanted to rub her ears. You looked good. Because your quirk is weird. Normally I wouldn't mind, but I think it's making me feel embarrassed about it. Itsuka crossed her arms and pouted, her face bright red. But thanks. Think. It's almost over anyways. Excuse me. The soft voice of Momo spoke up. The girl somehow managed to look just as immaculate as she had moments ago. She placed one hand on top of her chest and looked so close to a princess that he felt like he should be bowing or something. Before we get started, I just wanted to thank you both for saving my life. I don't think I would have survived if you hadn't leapt for me. Momo gave a deep bow at the waist, her long black hair falling past her shoulders. Then she stood upright and took a deep breath. That being said, would you two please explain what's happening right now? What's EXP? Why can I see your names? Why are you a weakling? Why can we talk without speaking? How did the world freeze like that? And dash. Look, I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but all of that can be summed up as. Itsuka pointed a giant finger directly at him. It's all this guy's fault and his weird quirk. I assumed as much. Momo let out a breath and gathered herself. Could you please undo your quirk on me? I don't want to sound ungrateful, but this feels invasive. And weird. Why am I a cleric? I'm agnostic. Why are you a weakling? How am I level 6? Is this like a video game? Itsuka stood proud and walked over to Momo and grabbed the taller girl's hand. Her ears and tail twitched. Maybe she was just happy that there was another girl in the party. To answer your question, we actually don't know how to remove someone from the party. It might be permanent. Why do you look so happy when you say that? Momo's face was twisted into the most judgmental look she could possibly manage. What were the chances are that she thought Itsuka was crazy? What were the chances that Itsuka was crazy? Well, she was friends with him. Sorry, Itsuka pouted, those cat ears of hers going flat. I just think his quirk is neat, and I was excited that there was someone else to help us figure it out. Besides, you think I'm cute. Momo went red. Please don't talk about that, those were my private thoughts. What even was that? Okay, so, because you're probably stuck with us for a while, let me explain what Izuku's quirk can do so far. Itsuka bounced hers and Momo's hands up and down, a wide smile on her face. Izuku smiled and then pulled up his menu screens while Itsuka explained things. First, he was going to be a bit selfish and check out his new class. More specifically, figure out how to not be a weakling. After looking at his status screen, he found that there was a new drop-down menu next to his class. Weakling, you are weak. Limited to level, no benefits. You're weak. Class Mastery 1010. You were overqualified as a weakling. Class Mastery bonus, plus 10 luck. That explained a lot. As far as he could tell, a class mastery bonus was something that would carry over, right? That was good. He had no idea what luck would actually do. But it might help with something down the line, right? Now to look at. It does what? Momo exclaimed, hands flying to her chest as she looked at Itsuka with wide eyes and a red face. They blushed a lot. Was that normal? Momo shot him a dirty look, then looked back to Itsuka and began whispering. What was that about? Did Itsuka find out about Unga Bunga mode? Harem protagonist, you're a lucky son of a beach. Females in your party will receive plus 50% EXP per each female in your party. Current bonus plus 100%. You cannot lose reputation with females in your party unless you really F up. Which you probably will. Share skills and abilities among max reputation females. Likelihood of perverted accidents that come straight out of an eki anime, you know the ones, increased by plus 200%. That sounded a lot better than being a level 2 weakling. He didn't even think twice and swapped the class with surprising ease. He waited to feel something. But he really didn't. He still felt the same. But at least he wasn't a level 2 weakling now. You are now a harem protagonist. Because of your past actions and complete lack of game, you are LVL-1. Yeah. That about figured. Still, now he could gain EXP and eventually level up to something higher. Like level Itsuka Kendo. Izuku, why are you now a harem protagonist? You're really not helping your case here. He looked over and saw Itsuka glaring at him. Momo looked confused. Hopefully she wasn't mad at him. Izuku Midoriya. When Momo joined the party, I unlocked a new class for having 2 girls in my party. And, it sounded better than being a level 2 weakling. Momo Yaoyorozu, barely. Itsuka Kendo. Straight face. Momo Yaoyorozu, how did you think that? Izuku Midoriya, what? You should be happy about it. It makes it so you gain more experience the more girls in the party. It's 50% per. So I just doubled your EXP growth by being this class. Itsuka Kendo, Oda. Momo Yaoyorozu, I think you broke her. This is strange. But I rather like the party chat. Itsuka Kendo, that sounds amazing. Izuku, does it do anything else? Izuku Midoriya, I can't lose reputation with you too, but it also says I can, and, if I max out reputation we get to share skills and abilities? I have no idea how to do that though. Itsuka Kendo, guess we'll have to find out later. In the meantime, what about Momo? Momo Yaoyorozu, excuse me? Itsuka Kendo, what about Momo? Her stats. And her skills. Oh, by the way, her quirk is amazing. It lets her create stuff with her body fat. I think that's why her class is Cleric of Creation. Momo Yaoyorozu, yes, I had similar thoughts as well. Izuku nodded and pulled up Momo's stat sheet and shared it with both of them. Status, Momo Yaoyorozu. LVL 6 Cleric of Creation. Strength, can carry more books than you. Dexterity, once caught a pen she dropped before it hit the ground and felt proud of it for a week. Constitution, can actually run a mile. Not run part way, walk then run again. Intelligence, knows the chemical bonds of over 300 items by heart. Can't even cook. Wisdom, knows gullible is in the dictionary but would probably double check just to be safe. Charisma, DD. And she's FING loaded. Unspent attribute points, 7. Unspent skill points, 4. She didn't have a feat yet. Did those unlock at level 7? Momo Yaoyorozu, wow. Itsuka was right, your quirk is rather rude. Itsuka and Momo walked closer to him, both of them had a bit of a blush still on their face. Probably because of the cold winter air and the fire and the, okay, he was not that dense. They were talking about something that made them both blush. But what could it be? Alright, well if I'm not a member of your party, I would like to do this officially. Momo stepped forward and extended her hand towards him. I am Momo Yaoyorozu, it's a pleasure to meet you Izuku. Her hand was soft. Nice to meet you too Momo. Thank you for joining my party. And putting up with my weird quirk. It's because of your quirk that I'm alive, so I can't be too upset with it. Momo gave a charming smile that made his heart melt. She was just way too pretty. So thank you for saving me. But, Itsuka told me that there are stats and skills for me to put points in and that they have some marginal effect on ability. Do you mind if we take care of that now? Oh, not at all. Do you know where you want them? For the attribute points, I believe that my quirk would benefit most from Constitution and your bleeding. Momo looked to his hand and frowned. She held out her hand and a roll of gauze appeared a moment later. Here, let me take care of that for you. I didn't even notice. Thank you. You have received field treatment from Momo. You are no longer bleeding. You now have a crush on Momo Yaoyorozu. She is so far out of your league. Now then, I believe that the best stats for me are Constitution and Intelligence. If what Itsuka told me about the two is correct, I can assume that both would help with my quirk. So can you please put 3 in each? Momo brushed a bit of her hair back behind her head and examined his now treated injury. As for the last one, could we wait on it? Sure, let me know if you feel anything. And did you know what skills you want? Momo turned her head quickly to the side and gasped. He did the same and felt his heart get ready to explode. All Might in all his glory was standing right in front of him. He didn't even look like he had just been holding up a building for the past hour. All Might. All 3 of them shouted, stars in their eyes. Hello. I am here. All Might struck his signature pose. His smile was wide before he took a step forward. His giant hand fell on Izuku's shoulder. All Might was touching him. Was he legally allowed to bathe now? Young man, I saw you selflessly try to save this young woman over here. And I just want to know, why would you risk your own life to save her? All Might was asking him a question. What was he supposed to do? He felt Momo squeezed his hand and Itsuka patted his shoulder. Right? She just looked like she wanted to be saved. So I wanted to save her. Excellent, my boy, you may indeed have what it takes to be a hero. And you, young miss, what made you decide to try and save both of them? All Might turned his gaze to Itsuka. Itsuka just shrugged. Izuku's my friend, and for Momo the answer is simple. I want to be the kind of hero that saves a lot of people. I see. Well then. For your heroics today, and looking a crisis head on, I believe an award is in order. All Might beamed from ear to ear and pulled out a small notebook. Might I have your name and address? I wish to give you both a recommendation to you. Itsuka gasped, and rattled off her name and address at breakneck pace. She was bouncing up and down with pure excitement. Wait, where did her ears go? The effect must have worn off. He probably shouldn't tell her that he thought she looked cute with them. And you, young man? All Might asked with a gleam in his brilliant blue eyes. Izuku told him his name and address. All Might, sir. My quirk isn't the most useful. Do you really think I can be a hero even if it doesn't help me at times? That's a hard question. But I believe that if you take your quirk to UA, they will be able to help you forge it into a mighty tool for you as they have done for so many others. Now then, I must be off. Itsuka couldn't believe her luck. She squealed and kicked the water in her bath before relaxing. Her cheeks hurt from how much she was smiling. Not only did Izuku unlock skills, and they got a new party member in the form of Momo, she liked the girl a lot. Already she could tell that they were going to be fantastic friends. It had only been a few hours and they were already texting, but All Might had shown up and even gave her and Izuku a recommendation to you. She didn't know they could do that. Oh, and Izuku wasn't a level 2 weakling anymore and was now a class that doubled her experience. Which was just awesome, even if it was harem protagonist. It probably didn't mean anything because of how sarcastic his quirk tended to be towards him. Also, she was level 9. She should have asked Izuku if she got any more stat points. Or skill points. There were so many awesome things. And Momo was going to UA as well next year. All things considered, her life had been so much better since she met Izuku. Was that why his quirk chose her? Izuku Midoriya, OMG. All Might just showed up and said that he wanted to train me and that if I did the right thing, he'll give me his quirk. Izuku Midoriya, F-. Pretend you didn't just read that. But still, I can become a hero now. Momo Yaoyorozu, what? Itsuka blinked and stared at the chat. She felt happy for Izuku. She really did, but at the same time. What about your own quirk? She sunk into the bath and stared at her hands. You have gained plus 50 reputation points with redacted. She blinked and the notification was gone. Like it wasn't even there. Level 6. Level 6. Chapter 6, Level 6. See the end of the chapter for notes. Well, it was official. She was a D-cup. Yes, Izuku's quirk was right that she had been in denial about being AB before. Itsuka ran a hand over the plain black bra that she was trying on, feeling the smooth curve of her bursts into the bra. It wasn't really a push-up bra that was still sitting on the hanger. It was red, had a cute design, and just felt way too mature for her to even dare putting on. Rather, it was just an everyday bra, which was still a bit much considering she all but lived in a sports bra. She missed not having to wear a bra. It wasn't that she was a tomboy. Okay, so she was, but she also liked girly things like long baths, having long hair, and stuffed animals. It was just, bras really se. And she had been a B-cup for years. And there was no way her parents were going to find out that she grew again. Her father cried when she bought her first bra, and her mother was excessively nosy about things like that. Still, this casual black bra was actually pretty comfortable. Probably because for once it was the right size. How long had she been ever so slightly too large for her bras? It should have been okay. Sports bras were stretchy for a reason. And probably not meant to be what she always wore. Itsuka bounced. Just once. Everything stayed in place. It didn't hurt a lot. But they did look bigger. And nicer than she remembered. She blamed Izuku's quirk both for the size and general improvements to them. How's it feel? Momo's soft, reserved voice came from the other side of the curtain. After revealing the details of what the charisma score did, Momo had been filled with questions, and when the topic of needing to go bra and cloth shopping had come up, Momo had gotten really excited. Like really excited. Which was why they were here now. Momo asked, and she had looked so happy, it was impossible to say no. That and Momo did offer to pay for a lot of it. It was just a shame that Izuku couldn't come. Not for the bra shopping. She didn't need his opinion on the bras or anything. She looked at the red one. Nope, not at all. It feels pretty good actually. I feel like I can actually breath. She smiled and rolled her shoulders. No pinching, that was good. The cups were soft enough. But if she wore something like this to school, especially during the summer, someone might notice. That's good. I found a few more in your size. Would you like me to come see? She could practically hear the blush in Momo's voice. Itsuka still hadn't let her live down that cute catgirl comment. It wasn't the first time someone had called her cute, but the pure surprise of it had her walking slightly prouder ever since. It was almost as good as when Izuku called her cute. Not that she was keeping track or anything. Are you sure you just don't want to call me cute again? Itsuka smiled and opened the curtain just enough to pull the blushing Momo into the changing room with her. Momo was dressed in a cute early spring outfit that had a long-sleeved black shirt, red skirt, black leggings, and brown boots that just looked like a really cute and comfortable outfit. Her hair was tied into a ponytail that spiraled out at the back. Momo stumbled in and huffed, her cheeks pink. Those were private thoughts. I wish you'd forget about them. Itsuka stuck tongue out and looked at the two new bras Momo had brought her. One was just a plain brown version of what she was wearing, and the other was, what is that? Oh, well, when I was, browsing I found these. Momo sat the brown one on the hook and held out the small black top. It covered more area than a normal bra did and looked a bit like a sports bra but with smaller straps. However, there was a cat head-shaped hole in the middle. I believe it's called Nijire? It's also called, I'm not wearing it. Itsuka smiled and looked at the outfit. What would Izuku think if, no. Bad thoughts. But you might look good in it. Momo went red. I think they'd look better on you. Especially since you actually had cat ears. Momo pushed the garment into Itsuka's hands. Besides, look, it's for you. Huh. Itsuka looked at the bra and panties. Nijire. Equipable by Itsuka Kendo. Don't recall ever seeing anything A-keepable before, so I thought you'd like to, experiment with it? I tried to look for others but it was the only one. Well, besides a different bra that gave +2 to charisma. Which, Momo let her shoulders slump. How would that work? I have no idea. And I really don't want to find out. Itsuka looked down at her chest trying to imagine what 2 extra points of charisma would do. If it only worked on her cup size, a +2 would be huge. What if it was permanent? Momo shuddered and nodded. But about the cat hole? Itsuka thumbed the material. It did feel soft. Really soft. And it did look cute. But why was it A-keepable when nothing else was? Did Izuku unlock something new? Or was this something else? Alright, fine, I'll put it on. Achievement unlocked. The perfect me outfit. Putting that on will make some nerd really happy. Reward, CC Catgirl skin. Itsuka blinked. She didn't. Even put it on and she got an achievement for it? And a skin? Not a new system or something cool, but a skin? She blinked and looked up at Momo. I unlocked a CC Catgirl skin. Skin changed. Under skin CC Catgirl enabled. The bra she was wearing changed suddenly into the cat bra she had been holding, her beers jiggling far more than they should have at suddenly changing homes. Likewise, her underwear changed into the panties that came with the bra. At least she thought so, as her skirt was still covering them. But that wasn't all. She dropped the clothing and her hands flew to the top of her head where she felt something furry pop up. They were back. Why do I have cat ears again? So cute, Momo muttered, stars in her eyes for a moment. Not helping. Momo shook her head and looked at her, then looked at the floor where the original Nijire set rested. So what happened? I don't know, I got an achievement. It said I unlocked a skin, and now I have cat ears and dash. Yep, the tail was back too. She let out a whine. It wasn't as embarrassing as before, but she would like to have some control over when she turned into a cat girl. Like for Halloween. Why does this happen to me? It's a good look on you. Momo laughed, smiling slightly. Do you think I could touch your cat ears? Itsuka let out a sigh. Fine, but you're helping me hide this afterwards. Momo bit her lip, hand extending towards Itsuka's head. She touched one ear. That felt really good. Like a good back massage, only twice as good, and it just made her want to. 9. Itsuka let out a mewl. She took a step back from Momo and slapped both hands over her mouth. Her face felt hot, really hot. She stared at Momo, who had a stunned look on her quickly reddening face. How much could they possibly blush? Slowly she lowered her hands and glared at Momo. Never say a word of that to anyone. Even to Izuku? Especially to Izuku. Fine, but I think I know how to change you out of that mode. Momo picked up the lingerie that started this all. You do? Itsuka asked, her cat ears were still tingling. She couldn't hear out of them, so why were they so sensitive? It was almost like she was touching herself. How would that feel if she played with her cat ears while masturbating? That was so not a good thought to have. Momo nodded. Yes, I believe that it activated when you said the skin name. So many try saying the skin name again. CC Catgirl skin. CC Catgirl skin already enabled. Disable CC Catgirl skin? She tried again. CC Catgirl skin disabled. The bra returned to normal, as did her panties, and the cat features went away. The realization that as comfortable as her new bra was, the Catgirl skin had been even more so was a mixed blessing. Oh, thank F that worked. Thanks, Momo. Think nothing of it. It's partially my fault for bringing them to you. Guess I still need to learn what not to trust about this quirk. Momo smiled, though I would like to experiment with it just a bit. Oh God, what's your idea? She had a bad feeling about this. Well, it'd be useful to know if you can enable it while NDE. Just in case you ever lose your clothes. Momo rattled off, turning to look away from Itsuka. Which, given the nature of Izuku's quirk, I fear might be more than likely. She hated that Momo was right. With a sigh, Itsuka took off the new bra and stuck it back onto the hanger. CC Catgirl skin. She jumped again at the sudden change, but she was no longer topless. Well, she was in that she didn't have a shirt on, but she was no longer free melancing it. Well, your idea worked. Looks like I'll always have a clean change of underwear. At the cost of cat ears. Oh, excellent. Momo turned and smiled at her. Now then, just one last test. I'm starting to understand why you're so interested in Izuku's quirk. Especially since it works when he's not around. Momo coughed into her hand and stood straight. CC Catgirl skin. Nothing happened. It appears as though the skins are per person. I'll have to keep my eye out for other such items. Momo let out a breath and grabbed all the bras save for the red one. I'll go purchase these and you should try that one on. Wait, why are you buying the cat one? For the economy. Just because Izuku's quirk allows you to wear it without buying it does not mean we shouldn't purchase it. I'm not taking that home with me. My parents would tease me to death if they found something like that in my room. Momo looked at it and then smiled. Fair enough, I suppose. But don't worry, I'll purchase it for myself then. We're pretty close in size, so it should fit. Itsuka watched as Momo exited the changing room. She wasn't certain if the girl just wanted a pair for herself or if she was actually worried about the economy. Though with a quirk that allowed her to make anything, it did make sense. Itsuka deactivated her new skin and looked at the red push-up bra. Time to become a grown-up. The bra went on easy enough, and once clasping it did feel a bit uncomfortable. Not as uncomfortable as a bra that was 2 sizes too small, but rather, just how it made her melons press together. When she looked at herself in the mirror, she felt her mouth drop. Whoa, my melons look awesome. Itsuka, I found another one. Momo all but skipped over to her as they were looking for new clothes for the spring and summer. She was holding a frilly apron? What exactly did you do to get the unlock? Itsuka put the cute blouse she had been eyeballing down and smiled at Momo. Well, I just said that I would wear it and then dash. I will wear it, Momo said firmly, looking at the apron. She gasped a moment later, eyes going wide. Itsuka could swear her new best friend, besides Izuku, was sparkling. I got an unlock. Well, are you going to try it? Itsuka asked. It was just an apron, so there was a good chance that was all that Momo was going to be wearing in just a second. Which, while embarrassing, would be absolutely hilarious because it wasn't going to happen to her. Was it mean she was going to let it happen? Was she a mean person? Not really. Damn it. Momo, I think dash. Commando made skin. Too late. In a blink of an eye, Momo's entire outfit changed, going from a pleasant spring getup to, well, something that looked more in line with the maid cafe they passed by a few stores back. A short black dress with white trim ended just above her knees, thin black stockings, white half apron with ruffled lace, and some black heels that looked sharp. Enough to stab someone with. A ruffled white headpiece was now in Momo's hair, and her hair had changed from her spiral ponytail to a long straight ponytail that was held in place by a white scrunchie. Honestly, Itsuka felt cheated that there wasn't a giant melon's hole in the outfit. Huh, that actually looks normal. Itsuka scratched her head. It wasn't that Momo didn't look good in it, she did, it was just that she didn't know how an outfit like that could possibly be used outside of an emergency. Why was it called commando though? Momo squirmed and held the front of her skirt down. I think I know why. Huh. Itsuka blinked. Why was she— Oh. Disable commando made skin. Momo mumbled. Her regular outfit and hairstyle returned. Please don't tell anyone about that. Does Izuku count as anyone? Especially Izuku. Fine, fine. They were the same size, technically speaking, but Itsuka's were nicer. Not only were they more symmetrical, and just nicer looking in general, but Itsuka's were also perkier. It was strange. Was it a side effect of Izuku's quirk increasing her charisma? Was that worth going up a cup size if her BRSTS just got that extra little boost in terms of everything? Hey, Itsuka, Momo asked, scooting closer to the girl that was quickly becoming her BRU best friend. A trip to the baths was exactly what they both needed after a long day of shopping. And the artificial hot spring they had chosen was simply amazing, even better than the one her family owned. But that might just be because of her company. Itsuka hummed. Her long orange hair was tied up with a small towel to prevent it from getting wet, while the soaked Momo's hair was likewise done up. The girl turned to her, her green eyes sparkling, and her smile was filled with relaxation. She turned to look at Momo, eyes flashing downward for just a moment. Sup? Momo glanced around the hot spring and scooted closer again. Was it too close? Their hands were almost touching. It was just that this was a bit of a sensitive subject. I was hoping to ask you about something. Itsuka tilted her head slightly to the side, one eyebrow raised. When you, Put that air, well before you put that point in charisma, did your BRCS always look so nice? And you mentioned that it also doesn't really hurt your back. Do you think that maybe the increase helped with that? Oh God, she managed to say it. She buried her face in her hands to try and hide her growing blush. She knew this would happen if they went into the bath together. Really, was this by panic? It felt like by panic. Itsuka grabbed her own bias and jiggled them in the water a bit. I never really had back problems, but I haven't really been this big for this long. But no, my shoulders don't really hurt. And they used to be, a bit droopier. I just thought this was how big melons looked. I see. Momo sat back and leaned against the wall. Thank you for sharing. I think I might ask Izuku to put my last point in charisma. What? Do you really want to dash? Itsuka looked around the bath and leaned in close to whisper. Do you really want to be bigger? Kinda. Not directly, but if it makes them look better and helps with back problems, it'd be worth it. Besides, it could just be that it increases your bust size once. Charisma can mean many things. Yes, but none of those things have been directly related to bigger melons. I looked it up right after. Itsuka huffed, her face red. But fine, I won't stop you. And I'm pretty curious too. It's the only stat we can actually see change right now anyways. Momo nodded and steeled herself. Here goes nothing. There goes every bra you own. Momo Yayorozu, Izuku, hello? Izuku Midoriya, I can't feel my legs. Everything hurts. Itsuka Kendo, welcome to physical activity. How's the training going? Izuku Midoriya, I dragged an entire kitchen through the sandy beach today. I'm starting to hate sand. Itsuka Kendo, that's great. You're making progress. Keep up the good work. I know you can do it. Any XP? Izuku Midoriya, yep, still not even level 1 yet though. I'm still not going to give up though. You and all might believe in me. Momo Yayorozu, that's the spirit Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, thanks Momo, but what's up, did you need something? Momo Yayorozu, yes. I was hoping you could put 1 point into my charisma? Izuku Midoriya, okay. A moment passed. Both herself and Itsuka had her eyes glued to her chest. There was a slight tingle, kind of like when her arm or leg fell asleep directed around her biarcus. They surged outward, just a bit, moved on her chest, became that smallest bit fuller and perkier. But most importantly, Momo rolled her shoulders and smiled. That's amazing, it even gets rid of the soreness. I haven't felt that good in a while. Wow. Itsuka mumbled, eyes now locked onto Momo's biarcus. Seeing that on someone else was something else. They look so soft now. Can I touch them? To compare. The girl? Touching her BRSTS? Okay, Momo, calm down. This was probably normal. Only if I can do the same. Itsuka nodded. They faced each other. One had extended towards Itsuka's BT while Itsuka grabbed her own BRST. They really were soft. Achievement unlocked, Boobiful Skinship. What you did could kill a man due to blood loss. Reward, Private Hot Spring Skin. Did you get that too? Itsuka asked, redrawing her hand. The skinship achievement? Momo asked, her face now red. She couldn't look Itsuka in the eyes right now. Yep, why do I have the feeling that skin will just make us naked? I had the same thought. Shopping date with Itsuka Kendo has been complete. Plus 50 reputation with Itsuka Kendo. For this chapter brought to you by wanting to write cute girls doing cute thing and melons. Level 7. Level 7. Chapter 7. Level 7. You put in an effort for once. Plus 2 strength, plus 250 EXP. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now a LVL 0 harem protagonist. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now a LVL 1 harem protagonist. Due to user being unable to make correct choices in their life, ability points and skills have been auto-assigned. Plus 1 strength. Plus 1 constitution. You're going to need it. Plus 2 skills to cooking. Rank up. You are now an average mediocre chef. Subclass unlocked. You are now a harem protagonist, chef. Izuku groaned, staring up at the sky as he tried to process what just happened. That was the first time his quirk had rewarded him for doing All Might's training. He really didn't know why it chose now of all times. All he did was move something heavy into the back of All Might's truck, the same thing he had done almost every day for the past month. So why now? Man, his quirk was weird. You did an excellent job today, young Midoriya. All Might returned into his large muscular form and gave him a thumbs up, before deflating into his lanky, skinnier form. It took some getting used to seeing him like that. All Might coughed and thumped on his chest for a moment. Seriously, kid, great job. I'm actually impressed you're sticking with it. Well, being a hero is my dream. Izuku sat up despite his muscles screaming at him. And I have a real chance at it now, so I'm not going to give up. You are suffering from muscle fatigue. If you actually worked out before, you could have avoided this. And now his quirk was telling him that his muscles were sore. He already knew that. Still, he finally gained a real level. 2 actually. Itsuka was right, it did feel kind of good to level up. And he was a better cook now? Maybe? Yes, you mentioned before that your quirk was a bit strange. All Might muttered, scratching his chin. I hadn't thought much of it. But what exactly does your quirk do? I have no idea. That was the honest answer. Mostly, I get rewards when I do stuff, the rewards kind of don't mean anything, and it tells me when I get hurt. I can also cook food that has healing properties. He pointed to his bag. That's why I've been eating those sandwiches. My quirk says that they heal me, and that there's a small chance of a random effect, but I think they really do help. I see. Do you think they work on other people? All Might asked, moving over to his bag. May I? Sure, he muttered, and All Might pulled out one of the sandwiches. It wasn't a basic one, rather it was a fully stacked sandwich with vegetables, a bit of sauce, and a bit of meat. We're actually not sure if the healing actually works, but I do feel better after eating one. I see. All Might took a bite of the sandwich and nodded. Either way, you do make an excellent sandwich, my boy, and it falls within your diet restrictions. Plenty of protein, so it should help with muscle growth. A fine choice. Stacked sandwich. Plus 25% stamina recovery. Plus 2 rep when given to Itsuka Kendo. Random effect revealed. Increase strength growth. So why the F? Did French toast turn Itsuka into a cat? Still, that was good. Was that why he got a point of strength randomly? Any XP? He should ask Itsuka, she might have an idea. But I think the most important thing is that I get to team up with people. He crossed his legs and looked up at All Might. He scratched the back of his head and sighed. I don't really have much say on who gets invited though. So I guess it's just good luck that I ended up with people that also wanted to be a hero. They also kinda gain the other benefits of my quirk. But when I'm in danger or trying to save someone, they were teleported to me. I think your quirk might be more useful than you give it credit for. All Might sat in front of him. The ability to always have your allies with you is not one that should be underestimated. But that's just it, I'm not in control of it. It just happens. Izuku sighed and grabbed his head. It's like I'm not the one controlling my quirk. Fear not, my boy, once we whip that body of yours into shape, we'll be focusing on mastering not only one for all but your own quirk as well. Though perhaps we should get a new name for it besides mundane status. I highly recommend getting your quirk re-evaluated before you apply to UA. I will, sir. Izuku nodded, smiling at All Might. And thank you for this chance. All Might chuckled. Think nothing of it. Now then, I was speaking with my sidekick, Sir Night Eye. He suggested that I make sure to give you this weekend off. If I'm not mistaken, midterms are next week, are they not? It wouldn't do for a future UA student to fail, now would it? No, sir. Wait, All Might's sidekick was talking about him? Wasn't Sir Night Eye's ability to see into the future? Was he going to fail his exams and then not be able to go to U.A? Wait, exams were next week? New quest, pass your midterms. Now his quirk reminded him. He'd been so zoned out at classes that he completely forgot. I completely forgot that midterms were next week. He grabbed his head. What was he going to do? He wasn't the best student to begin with and he had no idea how to study. You could try asking your friends for help. All Might offered. Unfortunately, I wasn't the most studious of students either. Now then, I wish you luck, my boy, I must be off. Thanks, All Might. Izuku smiled up at the man. My pleasure. Oh, and do bring extras of your sandwiches next time. All Might flexed in his smaller form and smiled. I think they might actually have an effect on me. Sure thing. Izuku watched as All Might headed up the beach and got into the rental truck. Now to panic. Izuku Midoriya, help. Midterms are next week and I haven't studied. Itsuka Kendo. Izuku Midoriya, this is serious. Can either of you help me study? Momo Yaoyorozu, laughing face. Itsuka Kendo, I think I just heard Momo squeal from all the way over here. Momo Yaoyorozu, how did I think that? Regardless, I would be more than happy to assist you in studying Izuku. Perhaps we could even have a study session over the weekend at my place? Izuku Midoriya, that would be great. Thanks Momo, you're a lifesaver. Momo Yaoyorozu, my pleasure, Izuku. Itsuka Kendo, we should make Izuku cook too. I'm thinking something chocolatey. Oh hey, you're level 1 now. Grats. Izuku Midoriya, thanks, it just happened today after training. But I don't think I have time to be cooking, besides do you really want to end up with cat ears again? Itsuka Kendo, we can cook and study. Besides the French toast was good, and you've been cooking your own meals based off of All Might's diet, right? So you must have improved a bit. Izuku Midoriya, I did rank up, so maybe stuff like that will happen less often. But fine, I can bring something. Momo Yaoyorozu, how about you make it here? I can inform the staff that I'll be using the kitchen with my friends. It should be fun. Itsuka Kendo, is it wrong I can hear you sparkling as you say that? Anyways, we'll meet up at your place bright and early, Momo. So be ready to beat some learn-en into Izuku. Momo Yaoyorozu, do you have to make it sound so violent? Itsuka Kendo, it's a way of life. Spring was a wonderful time of year. For so many reasons. The air was warm enough to enjoy being outside, but still cold enough to enjoy sitting under the kotatsu and having a lazy day when it rained. The flowers were blooming, and it just felt like life was returning to the city for the first time all year. People smiled more in the spring. Not that he had the chance to experience any of those joys even before All Might's training, but it was still a nice time of year, especially in the area of town that Momo lived in. Izuku looked over to Itsuka. Her hair was tied up into her usual ponytail that stuck out at an odd angle from the side of her head. The t-shirt she was wearing was dark blue and tight, especially around her chest. Sure, he had known that Itsuka wasn't flat, but had she always been so busty? He would have remembered if she was. Not that he was looking, but this was his first time seeing her without a jacket or sweater in 2 months. Itsuka's teal eyes looked over to him and she scratched her cheek before looking back at the large gate that barred their way into Momo's house. She gave a slight laugh. So do you think they're aware that their gate looks like it's made of gold? I'm still trying to figure out how my quirk knew she was rich. He pursed his lips and scratched his head. Like, just dash. Izuku, your quirk is weird, wonderful, amazing, really confusing and quite frankly downright frustrating at times. But when it comes to looking into how much money someone has, I don't think that's all too important. We really should be trying to figure out that whole pausing thing, that instant teleport thing, and the stat increases. When you put it that way, I guess it is kind of silly. Oh. Itsuka bounced over to him, the foot or so between them vanishing to nothing as she hugged him. Grats on leveling up, by the way. And for sticking with the training. It wasn't a tight hug, but it was a hug from a girl. A girl that he had a massive crush on. Achievement unlocked. Holy sheet. You hugged a girl. Reward, that was the reward. But Itsuka was the one that hugged him? Thanks, I don't remember my body ever hurting so much before, even the food only kinda helps. Speaking of which, Itsuka Kendo, Momo, we're here. Open the gate. Momo Yaoyorozu, one moment. I'll be right there. A moment later the gate began to roll open. Momo Yaoyorozu, all right, come on in. Right? Itsuka pumped her fist. Are you ready to study Izuku? Yeah. That's the spirit. He walked with Itsuka up to Momo's front door. And he was greeted by one of the more splendid reasons why all men enjoyed the spring. Cute, beautiful girls wearing a sundress. Momo looked stunning, Her hair was pulled into a ponytail much like Itsuka's, save for it rested on the back of her head and exploded backwards into a half spiral. She was wearing a soft green sundress that was tight around her waist and extended to her knees. It left her arms and shoulders exposed. Also, he did not know that Momo was so busty. She was even bigger than Itsuka. Spring really was awesome. "Hey there, Momo," Itsuka said loudly, her hand jabbing him in the side of his rib. "You have taken 7 damage from Itsuka Kendo. Try not to stare." Reputation with Momo Yayorozu did not decrease thanks to harem protagonist class. She is still miffed though. "Hello, Itsuka. Izuku, please come in. I have everything set up in the dining room." Momo gave a slight bow. Her usual pep was gone and she was rubbing her elbow awkwardly. Crap, he made her feel awkward by staring. Should he say something? Apologize? What was it that made Momo happy? Itsuka would know the two of them became fast friends, but despite being in the party and talking nearly daily, he still didn't know Momo that well. Not that he knew Itsuka that well, but she was just easier. "Thanks again, Momo. I'm going to need a lot of help with my math. And you're pretty smart, right?" he asked as she led her through a long hallway that was easily twice the length of his mother's apartment. Was this what a real house looked like? It was even bigger than Kaken's. By a lot. Momo's face lit up and Itsuka was right. Momo really did sparkle when she was happy. Level 8. Level 8. Chapter 8. Level 8. Quest complete, second base. Reward, 500 EXP. +1 to charisma for some reason. Achievement unlocked, straight to second. Shame she's asleep, otherwise this might actually mean something. Reward, new skill unlocked, SXL Prowess. SXL Prowess, the ability to excite women with your SXL skills. Current bonus, -9.99 times 10 to the power of 13. Congratulations! You have leveled up. You are now a LVL2 harem protagonist. You really leveled up by Jerpinji the melons of a sleeping girl. Izuku blinked. He was aware of the notifications in much the same way that he was aware that he was just now waking up. And that he was very much not alone in bed. He knew this because of where one of his hands were, which were currently on the black-haired beauty that was sleeping soundly in front of him. She looked so peaceful in her button-up pajamas, shirt hair free about her head. And his hand on her right BRT. It was soft, smooth, full, large, wonderful, SSL, CC, fun, splendid. And very bouncy. Partially out of shock, partially out of curiosity, but mostly out of pure teenage hormones, he squeezed just once and moved her BRE just once. Playing with Momo's BRST, or rather just touching a girl in that way, was more than just fun. It felt like he had done something amazing. Momo let out a cute and he found her hardened NPL between his pinky and ring finger. Izuku. Itsuka's voice was quick, nearly a whisper, and behind him. He felt her move on the bed that apparently all three of them were in, her hand sliding free from his waist, to be planted firmly between him and Momo. She got up, pinning him to the bed, green eyes sparked with malice in the early morning light. She was mad. "Why are you jerping Momo's melons?" Izuku looked at her. The pajama shirt Itsuka had on was loose on her and went all the way down her thighs, making her look pantless. She had nice legs. Then he looked over to his hand where he accidentally squeezed Momo again. "Good question." He looked up at the cat ears on top of her head. "Why are you a cat girl?" "Midday yesterday." Momo leaned over his shoulder, a soft smile on her face as she gingerly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her eyes were locked onto what he should be looking at, his study material. But he was rather preoccupied by the fact that he was having a rapidly growing crush on Momo that was only being made worse by how bad he was crushing on Itsuka. He did not have enough game to like two girls at the same time. He barely had enough to like one, let alone two, that were so far out of his league. "You are now self-aware." Izuku looked over to Itsuka, who was diligently scribbling in her notebook with a granola bar in one hand as she occasionally spun her pencil around or even used it as a drumstick at times. It looked like she was lost in her own world. So far her and Momo had been taking turns helping each other and helping him. It really felt like he was nothing but a burden to the group. "You are now enlightened, If you continue this trend, you may reach nirvana in record time. Momo's chest brushed against his shoulder for just a moment he wouldn't forget anytime soon, and she pulled away. Her cheeks turning a soft pink as she did her gray eyes meeting his for a moment. Sorry. Huh? He asked for no real reason. Mostly because the sensation of her touch on his shoulder was still drowning out at least 5 of his 6 senses. That and his brain was at least partially fried because of the math problem he was doing. Wait, did he get it so wrong that she was apologizing? Did I do that badly? Huh. Momo looked back down to his paper and gave a small jump. Oh, no, that's not it at all, Izuku. Let's see here, you did all the steps right, but you got the order of magnitude wrong. Let me just, I see, you got the conversion between GV and MEV wrong. It's 10 to the negative 3. Oh. He looked down at his homework and let out a happy sigh. At least that was easy to fix. So if I just dash. He made a small correction to the problem, then looked at Momo again. She was smiling now, all sparkles and joy written on her face. Yes, that's the stuff. Great job, Izuku. You've made excellent strides today. Quest, 3-way study session complete. You have earned 250 EXP. Momo Yaoyorozu has earned 750 EXP. Itsuka Kendo has earned 750 EXP. You have gained +1 intelligence. Level up. Momo Yaoyorozu is now a LVL 7 cleric. Woo! Itsuka flung her arms back and rolled out of her chair and onto the ground. A moment later she was on her feet and bouncing. Alright, that's a good time for a break. Wait, why did we get so much more experience than Izuku? Momo tilted her head to the side. He did just as much work as we did. It's my class, harem protagonist, remember? You guys get a bunch of extra experience when I have it. Still better than being a weakling. Izuku stood as well. He was not going to let that drag him down though. They just spent like 6 hours studying, so now it was time to enjoy himself and spend time with his friends. And according to Itsuka, you also get a bonus when you're training someone, so that's probably why. Itsuka looked at her hand for a moment, counting on her fingers before she let out an annoyed grunt. Ah man, the bonuses don't compound. Would have been amazing if they did. But speaking of bonuses, let's see if we can get you a rank or 2 in cooking. Wait, really? What if my food does something weird again? Itsuka jumped over to him and grabbed onto his arm. You're not getting out of this, Izuku. The only way for you to get better is by doing. And this time, we're going to game the system and you're going to be teaching us how to cook. I am. He is. Itsuka nodded and grabbed onto Momo's arm as well. And I know the perfect thing for us to try and cook. Pasta with sauce. Should be fun and easy. Now lead us to the kitchen, Momo. Momo's kitchen wasn't as large as he would have thought, while it was certainly a lot bigger most kitchens he'd seen, besides the cooking class they still went to, but rather it just felt large enough. There were multiple ovens, sinks, stove tops, and a fridge that was bigger than some closest. Various utensils were in drawers, hanging on hooks, and more than a few giant pots were visible. Whoa, do you guys have your own chef? Itsuka asked, looking around the kitchen with an open mouth. Momo gave a slight cough and straightened her skirt a bit. Yes, actually, he was rather grateful when I told him that he'd be having the night off. I think cooking just for me frustrates him because he can't get the portions right. Because of your quirk, right? Izuku asked, grabbing one of the smaller pans. He didn't know if it was used for anything specifically, but it looked like it could cook noodles. Which was probably true for basically all pots and maybe some bowls. Momo nodded and adjusted her red-framed glasses. That's right, I use the lipids in my body to create items, so when I end up trying to train my quirk, I need to eat more. Your quirk is really amazing, Momo. You can make just about anything you'd need for a situation. Izuku looked in the lower drawers and found a smaller pan. Could this be used for sauce? And this one for the whatever meat they were going to use? Thank you, I dash. Wait. Itsuka stepped in between them, touching her chin and nodding to herself. I think I have a great idea. She spun and grabbed onto Momo's hands and held them together. Momo, I want you to try and make a spatula for Izuku. Oh, why? Let me finish. I want you to make him a special spatula, one that's magical and like gives him plus 10,000 to cooking skills. Momo sighed and shook her head. I don't think it works that way. I can only make items that I know how to make and I dash. Just try, okay? I have a good feeling about this. Itsuka looked over to him and winked an ear-to-ear grin on her face. Fine, but I dash. Momo closed her eyes and let out a breath but then shook her head back in surprise. Itsuka jumped and shook Momo's arms in excitement. Well, did it work? No, well, yes, it's saying my level isn't high enough and that the requirements aren't met. Momo blinked and then looked at Izuku, her mouth falling open slightly. I think our quirks are compatible. That's good. Izuku nodded, not entirely certain if he was holding a lid or a saucepan. Does that mean you can make magic items? Yes. I think so. Give me a moment, I'm going to try something simpler. Momo let out a breath and grabbed onto her upper arm. A few moments later, a spatula handle appeared out of her arm and slowly grew outwards. When it was complete, Momo took a step and nearly fell over, only for Itsuka to hold onto her tighter. Whoa, that takes a lot out of me. Maybe you ran out of mana or something? Itsuka laughed and helped Momo stay on her feet. She grabbed the plain metal spatula and looked at it, her smile growing wider by the second. It worked here. Minor magic spatula of cooking. +1 bonus for each rank in cooking you have. Maximum +10. Hidden effect unlocked by harem protagonist class. Bonus doubled when cooking for a girl. Created by Momo Yaoyorozu. Would you like to equip minor magic spatula of cooking? Doing so will bind it to you. Yes, no. Hey, he had both options. That was surprisingly rare. He hit yes and suddenly realized he had the wrong pots out. Like all of them, what was the thinking getting out a stock pan for pasta? Let alone thinking about doing the meat in a wok. And was he really going to use a French oven on the stove? Oh wow, the bonus really did work. Achievement unlocked. Magic item equipped. And it's a spatula. Reward, quick swap weapon. He held onto the spatula and tried to picture what quick swapping would be. Was it just changing out what he had with something else? The spatula vanished instantly. And he forgot all of the names of the pans. Wait, so if he could swap them, the spatula appeared again. Izuka Midoriya, I just unlocked quick swap weapon, so I think that means you might be able to swap between items. It makes one vanish, so do you think you can figure it out, Itsuka? Itsuka Kendo. Ooh, that sounds neat. I wonder. Itsuka. Momo screeched from the dining room. What are you doing? Sorry, I wanted to see if a person is counted as a weapon. Itsuka laughed. Momo Yaoyorozu, please don't do that, I'm still a bit lightheaded from making the spatula. Itsuka Kendo, fine, but I figured if it might only work on magic items. Momo Yaoyorozu, then why grab me first? Itsuka Kendo, because you and Izuku are the most magical things I can grab. And you're both technically handheld for me. Momo Yaoyorozu, squinting eyes face. Itsuka Kendo, hey, I got rep for that. Momo Yaoyorozu, you most certainly did not. Itsuka Kendo, bleh, none of these items are letting me swap them. Maybe it's because I'm a monk and I need like nunchucks or something. Momo Yaoyorozu, no. No matter how cute you look while begging, I'm not going to make you a set of nunchucks. Magical or not. Momo Yaoyorozu, no. Momo Yaoyorozu, no. You'll break something. Besides, I'm tired. Izuka Midoriya, it did say that it was bound to me, so maybe it only works with bound items? Momo Yaoyorozu, no. Momo Yaoyorozu, sorry Izuku, Itsuka is being extra Itsuka right now. Izuka Midoriya, what's she doing? Itsuka Kendo, you can be my best man, Izuka. Izuka looked down at the mostly prepared meal before him. The sauce was simmering, the noodles boiling, and the meatballs were frying. Maybe he should have made more for Momo, but maybe there was a chance that this pasta would fully restore her stamina. He could just make her dessert if she was still hungry. But first to see what those two were up to. Taking a step to the side, Izuka looked out the open door frame that separated the kitchen. Momo was sitting down at the table, head in her hands and rolling her eyes at Itsuka, who was down on one knee pinching some of her hair so it looked like a ring. You two are dorks. Momo Yaoyorozu, she's the one being a dork. Yep. Itsuka stood and let go of her hair. But still, I think it either needs to be a real weapon, something magical, or soul-bound. Soul-bound? I meant bound. And now she was red in the face. Momo Yaoyorozu, you know we both know you're a giant video game nerd, right? You can stop being embarrassed about it. Izuku Midoriya, why are you using this to talk? Momo lifted her head up from the table, blinked once and shrugged. Too hungry. Alright, I'll go finish up the food then. Item, pasta of plenty. Category, food, actually edible, consumable. +5 sauciness. +2 tomato. +1 mess. 50% chance to change hair color to a random color for 8 hours. +25% HP recovery. +50% stamina recovery. +5 fiber. +4 sleepy. +well-fed bonus. Created by Izuku Midoriya. The moment the plate was in front of Momo, she dove in without the slightest regard for manners, eagerly taking saucy forkfuls of pasta and meatballs. Every bite she took made her look happier with each moment, and after the first 2 bites she paused just long enough to savor it, hand on her cheek and eyes fluttering. This is really good, Izuku. Thank you. +50 reputation with Momo Yaoyorozu. The path to a girl's heart is right through her stomach. Especially Momo's. +50 reputation with Momo Yaoyorozu. She really likes this. It does smell good, Itsuka hummed, prodding her plate with her fork for a moment. And I'm not seeing any random effect that'll turn me into something embarrassing. But the hair color thing is weird. Still, at least we know what might happen. Welp, here's to having seaweed green hair like you, Izu. Itsuka winked and took a large bite of her pasta. Her eyes went wide and she stomped her feet. Oh wow, I thought Momo was just talking through her stomach. This is great. Really? He felt his cheeks burning at the praise. Normally his food just tastes alright, even the sandwiches were just plain old sandwiches. Could the pasta be that amazing? Maybe that spatula really did improve his cooking skill. Well, it did help him know what pans to use. He took a single bite and smiled. Sauce, noodles, cheese, meat, all blended together to make something good. Better than good. There was little talk around the dining table as all 3 of them were too busy stuffing their faces. Izuku, I must insist that you cook for us more. That was simply amazing. Momo sighed, slinking back into her chair. I honestly feel like that was the most fulfilling meal I've ever had. I feel so much better after that. Hey, Momo, you look good as a redhead, you know. Itsuka pointed her fork towards Momo. A few more bites of her own pasta sat on her plate. Red. Momo pulled on one of her bangs and blinked at the now vibrant red hair that replaced her usual rich black hair. Despite the color change, her hair was still looked as smooth and silky as ever. Momo sighed and smiled. I've always wanted to try dyeing my hair, so now I get to see what red hair is like for a day. Thank you, Izuku. How does it look? Beautiful, amazing, stunning, basically every word that he could normally use to describe Momo. It looks good on you. And her soft smile just made her look all the more stunning. Momo gasped and giggled, pointing towards Itsuka. Huh. Itsuka looked and grabbed her ponytail. It was white. White as snow that just made her green eyes pop like a stubborn flower blooming out from the snow. It looked exotic on her. What? Ah man, Momo gets an awesome red and I turn into a grandma? Hey, don't be like that. It looks good on you. Like you went into a super combat mode. +50 reputation with Itsuka Kendo. She is that easy. +50 reputation with Itsuka Kendo. She liked to food too. You're right, I should go home and tell my dad I've become enlightened. Itsuka stood, hands on her hips. She then glared at him. And no fair, your hair didn't change color. Harem protagonist special ability activated. That didn't sound good. Not at all. Thunder rang out from the outside and a heavy downpour began to bang against the windows that once let in the sunshine. His quirk could create thunderstorms. And what did that after do with being a harem protagonist? The door to the dining hall slammed open and a stern-looking man with a bald head and gray hair on the fringes walked in, his thin black mustache twitching in annoyance and his brow was furrowed. All in all, he looked to be the most butlery butler to ever butler in the history of blutery. His head and overcoat was wet from the recent rain. "Miss Momo, whatever happened to your hair?" "Oh, don't worry about that, it's temporary." Momo blushed, sinking into her chair. "Right, well, I've come to inform you." Thunder rang out once more. "It appears as though a sudden rainstorm has struck us. Additionally, it appears the nearest train station has been shut down due to unexpected flooding. I have come to inform you that I'm willing to transport your guests directly to their homes." "I have a better idea." Itsuka stood up and smiled. "Since we're stuck here anyways, well kinda, why don't we have a sleepover? That way we can get some extra studying in, Izuku can make breakfast in the morning, and we can study a bit more tomorrow. It'll save time overall." "A sleepover?" The butler grunted and glared at Izuku. "With a boy?" Momo, however, stood, eyes sparkling and an excited aura surrounding her. "A sleepover? Like a slumber party? I've always wanted to have one." The butler let out a sigh. "Very well then, I shall prepare the guest chambers." "Guest chambers?" Itsuka spun and walked over to the butler. "Just one for Izuku, if that's all right, I'll sleep in Momo's room." "Certainly, Miss Itsuka." The butler bowed. "Hey, is your name Alfred Pennyworth?" Itsuka asked, her long white hair bouncing with her. "No," the butler said curtly before leaning down and smiling at Itsuka. "However, I would be flattered if you were to call me as such, Master Bruce." For a moment, it appeared as though Itsuka quirk had extended into her smile with how large it was. "Very well, Alfred, we're going to need some popcorn and several of your best action movies." Alfred bowed. "Very well, Master Bruce, I shall see that everything is set up for you." Momo leaned in close to him, eyes locked onto Itsuka and Alfred. With her normal black hair, Momo was a beauty without a doubt, but it was the classical kind of beauty, the kind that would be seen at a party wearing a stunning dress. But the red hair on her was downright stuck. Is it just me, or is it really easy to make Itsuka happy? Weren't you the one that was practically jumping at the idea of a sleepover 2 seconds ago? Momo gave a pout that lasted only a few moments before she smiled, twirling some of her hair. "Well, I've just never had a sleepover before, it sounded fun." Izuku nodded. He only had a few sleepovers when he was a kid. "I think Itsuka is going to do her best to make sure it's as fun as can be." Izuku laid in the impossibly comfortable bed of Momo's guest room, the now soft rain lulling him into a cozy sleep. His body was dead tired from hanging out with the girls so much. His eyes focused in on the soft green light of the digital clock. It was way past midnight. He really should at least try to go to sleep. But it was hard. He couldn't remember the last time he had this much fun in a single night. So this was what it was like having friends, huh? Maybe they'd be able to have more study sessions like this in the future. After his training with All Might was less time-consuming, that is. He held up his hand and swapped to his spatula. Where did it go when he swapped it out? Still, this was easily one of the more useful aspects of his quirks. And Momo opened up a whole new field of possibility. Oh right, Momo leveled up, right? Maybe he should check on their status? Status, Itsuka Kendo. Real Tenmonk. Big butt fist style. Strength, could break you with a pinky. Dexterity, doesn't need to dodge because the bricks would run away. Constitution, probably powered by pure dorkiness and happiness. Intelligence, literally the only thing stopping her from being a big dumb fighter is the fact that she's smart and has a smoking hot body. Wisdom, she knows when you are peeking, she knows when you are perving, so you better watch out. Itsuka is beating and she's kicking your butt twice. Charisma, D can pull off white hair. Status, Momo Yayorozu. LVL 7 Cleric of Creation. Strength, has Alfred. Dexterity, she can probably put a foot behind her head. With help. Constitution, has an iron stomach so can eat whatever monstrosity you put in front of her. Intelligence, smartest person in every room she enters. Still can't FNG cook. Wisdom, will eat whatever you put in front of her. Charisma, she's FNG loaded and has Alfred. Unspent attribute points, 3. Unspent skill points, 6. Feats 1. So it really was getting a feat every 7 levels. That made sense. He just needed to get a feat and he'd be able to find out what exactly they were. Hopefully they were powerful or more interesting than skills. And hopefully his wasn't just limited to cooking. He had a feeling they were. Was his quirk obsessed with food or something? Izuku let out a yawn and rolled over in the bed. Too bad he couldn't make his quirk a burger or something. Maybe it was just grumpy because it was hungry? Could quirks get hungry? If they couldn't, his probably could. It was just so weird. And a bit of a JRK. And sometimes useless, so why wouldn't it be able to be hungry? As he was finally falling asleep, Izuku thought he saw another message appear. Harem protagonist special ability activated. Summoning Izuku Midoriya. That morning, Itsuka's orange cat tail flipped in annoyance and her green eyes narrowed at him. She grabbed his hand, the one that was practically glued to Momo's BD, and pulled it over to his side. I'm going to assume this has something to do with your quirk. Her ears twitched. So, answer me honestly, Izuku, do you know what caused this? Her voice was just louder than a whisper and she had a vice grip on his wrist. Same with the rain. Class, I didn't want to tell you because it sounds really bad, but it increases the chance for accidentally perverted things to happen. So I didn't want to worry you. Sorry. Her eyes narrowed, tongue grazing her lips for a second. Next time tell me. I know how weird your quirk is. We could have done something to mitigate this. My quirk changed the weather and flooded a station. Fair. Her tail flicked again. She rolled over to the side of him, facing him. Her green eyes sparkling. She moved his hand and placed it on top of his head. Now pet my ears. They were really, really soft. He could practically see her blush despite the dim light. My ears, dummy, it's your quirk, it's making me want them rubbed, so just do it. She pressed her face into his chest and wrapped her arms around him. And I'll make sure you don't do anything else perverted. I'm still in bed with you and Momo though. We'll deal with it later. But later. He sighed and continued to rub Itsuka's ears. It was strangely therapeutic. Though, really the best part of it was her holding onto him like this. Was this cuddling? It felt like cuddling. Itsuka nuzzled into him and one of her legs moved to be wrapped around his. He could feel her chest pressed into his stomach. This was nice, really nice. Plus 50 relationship with Itsuka Kendo. Maybe he and Itsuka could do this some other time? As friends. You have inflicted friend zone onto yourself. She's literally purring and holding onto you while you sleep. 1+1 UFING knob. If his quirk could do things like control the weather, and all the other impossible things, what if it was making Itsuka and Momo be friendly towards him? A pit formed in his stomach. Level 9. Level 9. Chapter 9. Level 9. Itsuka? The light knock on the door followed by her mother's voice made Itsuka instantly aware that something was mildly off. Are you still in bed? If you don't hurry you're going to be late. Naya. I'm up. She shot up out of bed, crawling forward and scrambling for her dresser, namely the pile of clean clothes on top of it, and began to find her school uniform. Why didn't her phone wake her up? She had her alarm set, and she didn't even stay up that late. Don't worry, Mom, I'm almost done. Assuming wearing just a t-shirt was done, then she really was done. Besides, if she walked out now they'd have an awkward talk about why she currently had cat ears. Every time she used the skin, she felt just ever so slightly like a perverted degenerate. But the upsides kind of crushed her reservations. Namely that the underwear that came with it was always clean, and really super comfortable, and then there was just something so pleasing about sleeping with cat ears and a tail, it just made her want to curl up and snooze the night away. She wasn't entirely certain if her cuddling Izuku and forcing him to rub her ears after he was teleported into Momo's bed was a good thing or a bad thing. On the one hand, ear rubbing felt absolutely amazing, and the fact that Izuku was doing it was not something she should be thinking about right now. Disable CC Catgirl's skin, she muttered just above a whisper, and the ears and tail vanished, as did the underwear that came with the skin. In their place were the clean set she had put on last night, still clean, still fresh, and still holding her all there. With a small stretch she got dressed in her high school outfit and made for the door. That night at Momo's had only been about a week ago. And ever since she was aware that it was not a dream that Izuku had petted her ears until they both fell asleep, the fact that he had also got a good amount of Momo Melon's action was not lost on her. She had a really hard time looking Izuku in the eye, let alone not feeling awkward as hell around him. And he had apparently felt the same. Momo had been mortified at the start but was quick to accept the situation as not really Izuku's fault, though Izuku did apologize profusely for the whole deal. The pancakes that changed their eye colors were a pretty good apology in of themselves. Maybe they'd be able to do something this weekend. So she could properly talk to Izuku and Momo and try to sort out this whole thing between them. Momo had likewise been uneasy afterward. And it wasn't just all the testing they had to do. That, and maybe she could sort out her feelings. The emotional ones that were supposed to be bottled up. Like the fact that she might have a bit of a thing for Izuku. She really didn't know why. Maybe it was because he was her first real friend since her family moved. Momo was the same way. Not the crush on Izuku part. Well, maybe. But they both just ended up not having a lot of friends despite being popular at school. In Momo's case, people were afraid of her because she was a super rich girl and didn't know how to deal with that. For Itsuka, well, apparently being able to kick someone's butt 3 ways to Sunday didn't really help make her friendly. It wasn't her fault they all sucked at fighting. Itsuka, if you keep standing there lost in thought about cute boys or girls, I don't judge, you're going to be late. Her mother's voice was sing-song and fairy-like as she hummed from the kitchen. I'm done, I'm done. She fastened her skirt and double-checked herself in the mirror. No makeup, but that was normal, and she didn't have any zits. Wow, it had been a while since she had one. Maybe that was another thing that charisma did? Or was it tied with her con score? She ran her hand through her hair and found it largely not free. All in all, she looked like she always did. She grabbed her bag and began to pull her hair into her ponytail. "Okay, Mom, bye Mom, love you Mom." "Wait, honey, here, take this." Her mother tossed her a piece of toast with jelly on it. "Sorry, it's all I had in the kitchen today." "Oh, well don't worry about it, Mom. I'll see you later." Itsuka bounced out of her home and took nearly 3 steps onto the main road before she came to a dead stop. Late for school? Jelly on toast in her mouth? This had anime opening written all over it. She had no doubt that Izuku's quirk could arrange something like that. "You're not going to get me." She looked around the corner, making certain it was clear before she dared to step into it. The last thing she needed was for Izuku or Momo to randomly crash into her. They fall down, and then either she's kissing one of them, or there's some hand-to-melons action. She really needed to think of a better name for Izuku's quirk too. She was going to call it what it was. "What do you think, Quirky? The game? If you like it, I'll take a +1 to a stat." She looked around. Nope, no notification. She went from thinking that Izuku's quirk might be ever so slightly alive to thinking it was just messing with her. Itsuka bit her lip, scanning the board for her name on the rankings. She felt good about her exams, and there was just no way that she wouldn't be in the top 20 of her grade. Achievement unlocked. Number 1. Beauty and brains? Why are you falling for a loser like Izuku again? Reward, your crush. You have one. On Izuku. Actually, that might be more of a punishment. Okay, seriously, it was a good thing that no one else could see each other achievements. And why did Izuku's quirk know about her crush? She didn't even know her crush. Mostly because she totally wasn't crushing on Izuku. Like really, that just so wasn't happening. Maybe a little. Stupid quirk. Plus 3000 EXP. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now a LVL 14 monk. Neat. Never mind, awesome quirk was awesome. Itsuka Kendo. Guess who just got rank 1 in their whole class and leveled up as well? Momo Yaoyorozu, you as well? That really was a lot of EXP. Oh, and I'm rank 1 as well. Congratulations, Itsuka. Itsuka Kendo. Thank you as well, Momo. How'd you do, Izuku? Itsuka Kendo. Izuku? Izuku Midoriya? I passed. Momo Yaoyorozu, that sounds like you barely passed. Izuku, are you alright? Itsuka Kendo, I knew we should have cheated by using the group chat. Momo Yaoyorozu, oh, that's actually a good idea. Why didn't you suggest it sooner? Itsuka Kendo, It felt like using his quirk would be cheating. Momo Yaoyorozu, a girl in my class, gets hyper-intelligence whenever she consumes tea. She was allowed to have a thermos of tea during the whole testing process. Additionally, I don't believe that there are any XPLCT rules against quirks for the purpose of taking tests. I actually believe that UA may encourage it. Actually, I'm surprised I hadn't thought of it. Itsuka Kendo, I'm surprised you're okay with it. I mean, we can't use our phones during tests. Izuku Midoriya, I'm fine. I'm in the top 20 of my grade. Itsuka Kendo, I don't trust that I'm fine. Izuku, is something bothering you? Izuku Midoriya, yes. Izuku Midoriya, no. No. Ignore that. Stupid quirk. Itsuka Kendo, alright, so something is bothering you. Is it about that whole your quirk teleporting you into Momo's bed? 'Cause please stop worrying about that. Both me and Momo don't blame you. Besides, I like the EXP boost. Momo Yaoyorozu, what Itsuka said. Izuku, if something is bothering you, please talk to us. You're a friend. Izuku Midoriya, why? Why you my friend? Itsuka Kendo, because we are. Izuku Midoriya, no. It's not. It's because of my quirk. My quirk is making you be my friends. You wouldn't like me if it didn't make you. Itsuka Kendo, what are you talking about? Yeah, we met because of your quirk, but it's not making us be friends. Izuku Midoriya, yes it is. It's why you don't hate me right now. It's making you like me, it's making you not hate me. Oh God, what if it made All Might choose me? I don't feel so good. Momo Yaoyorozu, Izuku, calm down, I can assure you that mine and Itsuka's friendship is genuine. Itsuka Kendo, dude, calm down. Your quirk isn't why we like you. You're my friend. My first real friend in years. Izuku Midoriya, how do you know that? Izuku Midoriya, you don't. You don't know that. Izuku Midoriya, my quirk could have made you think you didn't have any friends. It could just make you think that you like me. Why can't you understand this? What if it wasn't for my quirk, then you'd end up hating me? What if my quirk is the only thing stopping you from hating me? Itsuka Kendo, dude. So, Izuku Midoriya has left the chat. Itsuka Kendo, you're just making things worse. Stop trying to cheapen mine and Momo's feelings. Itsuka Kendo, wait, he can do that? Momo Yaoyorozu, apparently. Momo Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry. I should have paid more attention to him. Itsuka Kendo, no, it's fine. I thought we were all just being awkward because of what happened. I didn't think it would be eating Izuku that much. Momo Yaoyorozu, I can understand his concern though. Itsuka Kendo, what do you mean? Momo Yaoyorozu, the reputation gain. I could see how he could assume that was his quirk influencing us. Like when we went clothing shopping, it said that I completed a quest, that I was on a date with you. Itsuka Kendo, what? That wasn't a date. Well, not really. Momo Yaoyorozu, I get that. But, just imagine what Izuku is going through. His quirk is rather cruel to him at times. It could be telling him that we're only hanging out with him because of it. I don't think that's the case. But it could be. Momo Yaoyorozu, honestly, maybe we should have gotten mad at him when he got teleported into my bed. Itsuka Kendo, yeah, but it wasn't really his fault. I don't think either of us would get mad over nothing. Momo Yaoyorozu, I know. But still, it probably didn't help his new mindset. That could be why he hasn't been talking to us. Itsuka Kendo, well, I'm pretty set at him right now. It's like the more I think about it, the more I want to run over and smack him for thinking that my feelings for him were because of his quirk. Momo Yaoyorozu, I agree. Perhaps we've been a bit too gentle with him? Itsuka Kendo, so I can smack him? Momo Yaoyorozu, if the situation calls for it. But I think we should make it explicitly clear how we feel about him. Itsuka Kendo, but I don't even know how I feel about him. Itsuka Kendo, crap. Guess that's out of the bag. Momo Yaoyorozu, huh? What do you mean? Itsuka Kendo, oh nothing at all. Anyways, class is about to start. I'm going to find him after school. Momo Yaoyorozu, I agree. Do you know where he'll be? Itsuka Kendo, training with All Might, most likely, I'm going to. Actually wait. I'm just going to use his quirk. Momo Yaoyorozu, Itsuka Kendo, you'll see. Actually hopefully you won't. Momo Yayarozu, why do I feel like I should be concerned? Itsuka my boy. All Might's cheerful voice tore him from his thoughts. Is something wrong? Did your tests not go that well? Itsuka looked up, the vague soreness of his body rushing over him with enough force to knock him on his back. That, or it was the sudden shift in weight from All Might grabbing the appliance he had been moving through the sand. There was still so much junk left to grab, but there was a clear channel to the ocean now. Through the haze that had been following him. He had managed to ignore most of it by focusing on his tests. But that distraction bit him in the butt. Then his quirk all but made him spill the beans. Thought to text was way too dangerous when he couldn't stop himself from thinking stupid shit all the time. You seem out of it. Are you okay? All Might moved the appliance with ease and sat down on the ground next to him. Itsuka shook his head and sighed. It's nothing. It's not nothing. You're normally a bit down in the dumps, but this is more severe than normal. Now please, tell me what's bothering you. What was he so worried about? His quirk? That he fought with Itsuka and Momo today? That All Might wouldn't have chosen him if it wasn't for his quirk making it happen? I'm worried about my quirk? Why did that sound more like a question than an answer? The cooking one? All Might asked, leaning back. No, it's more than that. But I don't know if it's manipulating people. All Might raised an eyebrow and let out a cough, now in his skinnier form. What do you mean? Well, one of the things it does, it show me how much reputation I have with someone. And recently I got an ability that makes it so if I were to lose rep with someone, I won't, not unless I really PSS them off. It only affects on Itsuka and Momo, but you're worried that they're not really your friends? All Might asked, leaning back. Itsuka nodded, now staring at the sand. Everything felt like it was in a haze to him. Even this conversation with All Might felt like a distant echo. How was he supposed to tell All Might that it might not have been All Might's choice that he choose him? I went through the same thing when I became All Might. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was only my friend because I was All Might and not because they were friends. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and hummed. I think it's a difficult thing that everyone goes through. The idea that nobody is truly your friend. Part of growing up is learning to find those true friends and keeping everyone else as an ally. All Might gave a small laugh. Though I suppose I'm still trying to figure that out. I get that, sir, I really do. But this is different. I think my quirk might be making them like me. It's why we even met. And then there's you. What if it made you chose me? The panic was setting in. The world was spinning, his breath was short. I mean, there's nothing special about me. I'm not strong, I'm not fast, I'm not smart, I'm just some kid that complains a lot about everything. So why me? Surprised we didn't have this conversation sooner. All Might resumed his muscle form and stood. You see, my boy, I saw you. I saw everything you were doing that night. It was taking all of my might to keep that building from collapsing. I saw your friend Momo start to fall. A few years ago, I could have saved both her and stopped the building with ease. But I didn't think that I could move that fast. All Might struck a heroic pose and pointed a finger at Izuku. But then, I saw you. Some young boy. You were running away and saw her. That look in your eyes. I knew it then. That you wanted to save that girl more than anything in that moment. And so you did. All Might patted him on the shoulder and deflated once more. My boy, I choose you the moment I saw your conviction. So please, do not doubt me. And stop doubting yourself. Thanks. But that didn't change anything. That didn't help him figure out why Itsuka and Momo were friends with him. What his quirk was doing to them. It didn't change that. The world stopped. Harem protagonist skill activated. Summoning Itsuka Kendo, Tsundra mode. Itsuka Kendo, and finally, his eyes were torn upward and he saw Itsuka burst through that gray sky, bringing back the color he hadn't realized was gone with her bright green eyes and lush orange hair. And those eyes were furious at him. But more importantly, what the hell was she wearing? It looked like a pair of pink leggings, leather shorts that were smaller than his own boxers, white boots with flames on the tips, a pair of orange sunglasses, a pink scarf, and then to top it off she was wearing a skimpy black bikini that had flames on it. She had a really defined stomach. The world resumed and Itsuka landed on top of him with enough force to send sand flying everywhere. You have taken 5 damage from that, but you're a idiot, Izuku. Itsuka grabbed onto his shirt and shook him before pushing him down into the sand. You didn't even think to talk about this bullshit with us? Do you have any idea how worried Momo and I were? Huh. She flicked him in the head. You have taken 1 damage from Itsuka Kendo. All things considered, you're getting off lucky. She flicked him again and again and again, a barrage of flicks pelting him in the head. What kind of stupid dumb but thinks that his friends aren't really his friends because his perverted, JRK, of a quirk said so, huh? Itsuka stopped her barrage and glared at him. Sundara mode was scary. She grabbed him by his shirt and glared at him closer. I'm going to make this very, very clear, Izuku. Your quirk has no control over how I feel about you. You got that? But I dash. She shook him. Itsuka Kendo is hangry. Try feeding your girlfriend before she finds out if she can actually beat some sense into you. For months I listened to you complain about how your quirk was useless, how it never did anything for you. So why are you thinking that it's giving you friends now, huh? Itsuka pressed her finger against his forehead and rubbed it hard. Momo Yayorozu, Izuku, listen to Itsuka. I'll give you a piece of my mind afterwards. Oh, that hurts. Good. It hurts how stupid you are sometimes, so this makes us even. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? For being stupid. Close enough. Itsuka stood, now smiling down at him as she extended that same hand that had just been abusing him moments ago down in peace. The moment he took her hand, she pulled him up into a tight hug. Don't you think for a second that I'm not your friend, Izuku. Same goes for Momo. Alright, Itsuka. I'll try. He muttered, face feeling just as red as could be. Having a girl pop out of nowhere, shout at him and then hug him like that, what was All Might thinking? Oh, he was smiling behind Itsuka, giving a thumbs up. But guess he didn't have to worry about that. Sorry for being an idiot. It's alright, Itsuka stepped back and... But wait, why did she have a giant sniper rifle on her back? I'm used to you being a bit on the stupid side. Can I just ask you what you're wearing? He looked down at her bikini top for just a moment. She had really nice melons. But he knew that. They weren't as big as Momo's, but they were still a lot bigger than most girls in his class. And probably nicer too. And he was thinking about melons again. Couldn't blame that on his class. Huh. Itsuka looked down and her eyes went wide. Oh. Disable Yoko Littner's skin. In an instant she changed back into her school clothes and let out a breath of air. Sorry about that, I needed to find something embarrassing to wear so that your quirk would summon me. Itsuka laughed, her face growing red. I didn't know if it would work, but I'm glad it did. Now then, where exactly are we? I kind of need to hurry to practice. Dagoba Beach. All Might said softly. Northern side. Dagoba? Oh man, I'm going to have to hurry. Alright. See you later, Izuku. And if you ever think something stupid again, let me know so I can smack it out of you. Itsuka hugged him again and ran off. Oh, and Momo wants a piece of you too. Expect a very firm discussion over tea. Quest failed. You failed to confess to Itsuka Kendo, who you have a major crush on. You're really bad at being a harem protagonist. But actually, this might be par for the course. You know, All Might chuckled and slapped him on the back. A strong-willed girl like that won't let your quirk control her. That and she might be more terrifying than your quirk. Izuku just nodded in agreement. Girls were wonderful, terrifying magical creatures. And Itsuka was no exception. Level 10. Level 10. Chapter 10, Level 10. It was no secret that girls made him jumpy. Itsuka was his first real friend in years and he was still nervous around her half the time, mostly when he was aware of her feminine charms. Which was happening a lot. But Momo, he didn't have much exposure to just Momo. If anything, this was the first time he and Momo had been alone together since he stared at her awkwardly on the train platform. And he didn't expect her to be able to drink tea so menacingly. It was like that cup was filled with an ocean of disappointment that she was just casually sipping while looking at him with her dark chocolate eyes. Izuku, do you know why I've asked you to join me here today? she asked, placing the teacup down and shifting slightly. They were at a fancy cafe located near Momo's house. It had an upstairs garden area, which was where they were currently drinking their tea. Well, Momo was drinking, he was just sitting there all but fused to the chair waiting for her to finally berate him. Itsuka was better, he could handle the flicks, not this mental torture. You have taken 5 mental damage from Momo's intimidation tactics. Tea drinking is sure scary, huh? Kind dash. Momo Yayorozu tea time date. Objective Wu Momo. That red top you're wearing really makes your melons look great. B. Yo, you got dat but to go with dem titties? C. Every time I look into your eyes I see my future in them, our smiles, our laughter, our children, will you please join my harem? I have a feeling that Itsuka is fond of the Amazon press and I'm too weak to handle that. What the F dash? What was going on? Why was his quirk like this? He couldn't speak, he could barely move his head as he stared at Momo, whose soft frown bordered on a smile. This wasn't good. Was his quirk really going to make him say one of those options? What would Momo think? Well, he wasn't going to say anything like that. This was his quirk. Honestly, I do understand what you're going through. Or at least part of it. Wondering if my friends are really my friends was something I went through in middle school. Why did they like me? Did they like me because of my family, because I was wealthy? Momo sighed and stared into her cup for a few moments. Her smile was more of a frown at that moment. She shrugged. Turns out they weren't really my friends. Momo righted herself and met his gaze, one hand right above her heart in that so very Momo-like pose she struck whenever she was being heartfelt. She was such an earnest person, both her and Itsuka were. He really shouldn't have doubted her. That's great, so can we be real friends with benefits? B. They sound like shitty people, we should have SEC in their beds for revenge. C. While they might have been after you for your money, you can rest assured I'm after you for your body. Why was his quirk like this? Momo. He couldn't even use the party chat. I would like to assure you that while Itsuka is certainly enthusiastic about your quirk, that both of us are indeed your friends. While it is true that none of us would have met if it wasn't for your quirk, that's not why we are friends. Momo sighed and pushed back a strand of her dark hair. She pinched her nose and then narrowed her eyes at him. Certainly you have your faults. You're rather moody, quick to blame your quirk, and you're reluctant to share information with both myself and Itsuka, but you are improving. I've noticed it and we barely get to hang out. Itsuka says you smile a lot more. So please don't doubt that our friendship is genuine. He wanted to cry. Partially because he couldn't move, but mostly because of Momo being just so sweet. He promised he was going to be more open with them. Just as soon as he could speak. Momo coughed and continued. As for whether or not your quirk is controlling our feelings, well, that actually goes into the argument of free will. The only argument I have is to why you will free those ties. B. If my quirk could control your feelings, why am I still a virgin? That one was actually a good question. C. Will you do me the honor of marrying me and becoming my wife along with Itsuka Kendo and Nijire Hado? Who the hell was Nijire Hado? This is a bit tricky and I can understand why you're having a problem with this. It is true that your quirk is powerful in several unique ways. Honestly, it's a bit mind-boggling all it can do. But I'd like to start by dispelling your belief that your quirk can change the weather. Momo pulled out a newspaper and pointed towards the front page. It was about All Might fighting a villain and punching so hard that he changed the weather. Honestly, the exact physics of how All Might can punch in a storm like that one are simply beyond me, but it appears that he is also the cause for the flooding at the train station as well. Not so much his fault as much as he was trying to save someone that got stuck and had to punch the wall so the train wouldn't crash. So your quirk didn't actually cause all that. All Might did. That actually explained a lot. Now then, as for the free will part of your quirk, I admit this is a bit of a gray area and has been since the dawn of time. Even now, people don't think free will is true. But I think it's real. I know what it feels like to not be in control. And when I'm with you, when I'm thinking about you, I know that I am in control of my thoughts. She blushed and a strand of her hair fell in front of her face. Well, mostly I think being a teenager might limit that a bit. But anyways, I am your friend because I choose to be. But have you ever experienced being not in control, Izuku? I'm not in control of my desire for you. B. Want to lose control for a few hours at your place? 1F dash? Would his quirk please let him tell Momo how he felt? Like, how hard was it to just let him talk with Momo? He wanted to tell her that she was right. That he wanted her to be right. You're right, I'm sure you must have. Your quirk is rather cruel to you if I'm dash. Momo looked at him and tilted her head to the side. Is your quirk stopping you from talking right now? He wanted to nod but couldn't. Oh, you can't. Izuku. Just calm down, alright. Take a deep breath. Momo moved over to his side and grabbed his hand, kneeling down beside him. Just breathe. Think about something important to you. Remember when you said that you told your quirk you wanted to save me, and you did. Despite it trying to not let you. Please. I need you to call upon that strength again. Just breath. It wasn't that. He just didn't want to say something stupid or perverted. He wanted to let Momo know that he was happy they were friends. That she was beautiful, that her shirt was really cute, and that she should let her hair down more. I'm happy we're friends. He shouted. I'm really happy. I think you're really beautiful and I like your red shirt, it's really cute on you, and you should let your hair down more, you look good like that. Also, I want to make you smile by making you food again. You're welcome. Momo blinked at him. Her lips were drawn in and her face was a bright, brilliant red that was slowly matching the color of her top. I see you snapped out of it. Sorry, Momo. No, it's quite all right, but what was happening? Momo stood and practically skipped over to her seat. Her smile was growing and she touched her hair softly before taking a sip of her tea. Izuku sighed and took a sip of his tea, already ready for bed. It was giving me dialogue choices. Ones I wasn't willing to say. He bit his lip. He did say he was going to be more honest with them, right? They were really perverted and I didn't want you to think I actually thought that way. I see, well thank you. I'm glad you managed to break out of it. Momo pulled at her ponytail and hummed softly. And thank you for your kind words earlier. I do hope those were your own words. They were. His cheeks burned when he said that. But, Momo, can I tell you something? That's why we're here today, is it not? Momo smiled and took another sip of her tea. If I'm honest, I'm hoping that we leave today understanding each other better. Well, this is a bit hard to mention. But, Izuku sunk into his seat and looked at the muffins that were sitting on the table. This place looked expensive. Do you remember the night that we saved you? Of course. How could I forget? That night was when I met my two best friends. Holy crap, Momo was so pure it almost hurt to see her smile like that. It was like that smile was purifying his body of all impure thoughts. Well, in order to get you to join the party there was something I had to accept. He took a breath. This was no big deal. They both knew about the harem protagonist class and its weird skill now, so perhaps this wouldn't be too big of a deal. Basically, it was called harem mode. It didn't sound too bad at the time, and I didn't really read it because I was too focused on a dash. Trying to save me? Momo offered letting her hair down and fluffing it slightly. It really did make her look more mature and just that much prettier. Now he just needed to get her to wear some glasses and dress like a librarian, and why was he a pervert? Yeah. But from what I remember it had a few effects. The first is that my reputation wouldn't go down unless I made a big F up. The second is that you and Itsuka would become friends faster. Momo held up her hand to stop him. Izuku, me and Itsuka are friends because we get along well, not because of your quirk. I know, I just want to get this off my chest. Besides, it also said that you two wouldn't become jealous of each other. He sighed, feeling a weight come off of his chest. So, have you been jealous of any dash? You. Momo sighed. I find myself frustrated whenever it's just you and Itsuka. I would say that it's pretty close to jealousy. Like I'm being left out. Momo stared at her cup of tea and let out a long, even breath. Her cheeks were slightly flushed and her hands were shaking ever so slightly. But it's more than that. I'm jealous of both of you. Itsuka for getting the chance to hang out with you, and you for getting the chance to hang out with Itsuka. I know it's difficult for me to join you guys because of how far away our schools are, but it's still so frustrating. Momo let out a sharp sigh and all but glared at him. So yes, I do still get jealous over Itsuka. Though I do wish I didn't. He stood, placing one hand down onto the table and walked over to her. He grabbed her hand in both of his, earning a gasp from her. Momo. Crap, what was he doing? Yes. She had one hand over her heart, eyes locked onto his. We're going to get into UA. All three of us. Then we'll be able to see each other every day. So just wait a bit, alright? Momo stood, tears in her eyes and a smile on her face. She leaned forward and he felt her red lips press against his cheek. Thank you, Izuku, that actually means a lot to me. Achievement unlocked. Actually made a move. Holy shit. You're both so adorable. Or you would be if it didn't take for ever. You're welcome. Ward. Dungeons. For a moment, Izuku just stared at Momo with wide eyes, still holding her hand. That was technically his first kiss with a girl. That was huge, right? Itsuka Kendo, guys. I think I found something. Something. Big. Level 11. Level 11. Chapter 11, Level 11. Cove of Temptation. The text of the dungeon was the same yellow color that his cooking skill used to show that a recipe was just challenging enough to make him grow, but not be so difficult to overwhelm him. Ideally, he would have preferred to find a green or gray dungeon to see exactly what they were like, but the Cove of Temptation was the only one they'd found. The dungeon entrance was a large semi-transparent veil of mist that swirled around the dungeon name and ranking. By some miracle, it was located on Dagoba Beach, right on the pier and gazebo that he had managed to clear something of a direct path to. Izuka looked over to Itsuka and Momo. They were both wearing hiking gear, boots, pants, long-sleeved shirts, vests, and even camping gear. They both pulled that look off, especially with the more relaxed ponytail each one wore. Honestly, it looked like they were about to go out for a summer camp trip, with Itsuka being a ball of energy and Momo being the one to plan everything while being completely confused about something basic. Like where they were going to be going to the bathroom. Izuku himself was dressed in similar clothes. All Might was out of town for a few days, so he had given Izuku the weekend off. Which was oddly convenient. You have no idea how conflicted I am about this. Itsuka pressed her palms against her forehead while glaring daggers at the dungeon entrance. The entrance just hovered there menacingly in response. On the one hand, it's a dungeon. That means loot, monsters, EXP, and basically all the other awesome stuff in games. But on the other hand, it's literally called Cove of Temptation. Momo looked up from her bag and looked up at Itsuka, pursing her lips with a single eyebrow raised. Why is that bad? Think about it. Itsuka's arms went flying about as she gestured wildly around at the ocean. Cove means water. Temptation means like CC stuff. When you combine those two things, what do you get? An infection? Itsuka stared at Momo hard for a few moments. Is that what really happens? Momo just shrugged. Well, anyways. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Basically what I'm trying to say is that there's a very high chance of there being tentacles, the gropey kind, and a really good chance of there being some kind of clothes-dissolving acid, and I do not want this to turn into hentai. Itsuka huffed, crossed her arms and glared at the dungeon. Her face was very, very red. That explained why she had a good bonus to MSTRBTN. Or was it the other way around? Look at it this way, Itsuka, Izuku said, smiling at her. You're the highest level one here, so you'll be able to cream dash. She held up a hand and gave him a sharp sigh. Please don't use the word cream right now, Izuku. She then smiled at him and flexed her arm. But thanks, I get what you're trying to say. No problem, I'm sure that we'll do great here. Even if he wasn't exactly sure what he could do or what they needed to do in the dungeon. Momo still couldn't make magic weapons. Even something basic like a +1 dagger was too high level for her. So essentially they only had his spatula for magic items. Or at least you will. Momo stood and shouldered her backpack. If there is combat, I'll try to make certain that Izuku and I are properly equipped. So far their basic combat plan was Itsuka up front and hoping she can punch stuff good. Also to run away if there was anything higher level than Itsuka. They were all vaguely aware that what they were doing was probably dangerous, but curiosity and a bit of greed were driving them to give it a shot. Right. Itsuka punched her open palm and looked towards the dungeon entrance. After you, party leader. Right. Hopefully this was worth it. He touched the swirling green mist and felt a pull. You are entering the dungeon, Cove of Temptation. Good luck. Tip, don't let them grab you. Itsuka Kendo, F-. I knew it. Effing grabby fuckers. Momo Yayarozu. I feel like I should inform you. I got a notification to join you in the dungeon. I have accepted. Perhaps we don't need to all be at the entrance for it to work. The pull grew stronger, spreading from his hand to every part of his body. When it reached his head, he felt like he had come to a sudden stop. And then started falling towards the spot where a wooden pier crashed against the crystal-clear waves of the beach. Just as he was about to crash into the ground, a tightness grabbed his stomach and pulled him back into the air. It was wrapped around his leg. Oh no, they had him. Itsuka. Momo. Help, they have me. He knew what Itsuka was talking about when she said tentacles. And he did not want to lose any form of virginity to them. Help. Should we get him down? Momo asked from nearby. He caught a flash of her black hair in his struggles right next to Itsuka's orange. Why did she sound so calm? I'm just waiting for him to figure out it's just a rope. Rope? Itsuka stopped struggling and saw that what he thought was a slimy, sticky, grabby tentacle was really just an old, crusty, slimy rope. It was hanging from a tall post along the dock and he had gotten stuck in it. Because why not? Here, Itsuka said, her large hands moving to grab onto him. I got you. When he was finally on the ground, Izuku had his breath stolen. The shabby pier they were on extended out into the ocean a few hundred feet beyond the lush tropical cliff wall that it hugged. The ocean was a clear crystalline blue with gentle waves lapping up a long shallow coast that was pincered by another cliff wall that crumbled into the sea. Between both of these cliffs was what could only be described as a paradise. White sandy beaches, lush tropical plants, and an idyllic-looking beach house. A bunch of canoes, surfboards, and even a hammock waited for them. But that wasn't what stole his breath. Rather, it was what Itsuka and Momo were wearing. Swimsuits that showed off their curves and made them both look absolutely adorable. Itsuka's was a light blue highlighted with a darker blue and had yellow ribbons on it. The strings were tight and thin but somehow still supported her chest with ease. Momo's was a solid eye-popping red that was holding on for dear life to contain her breasts and showed off her hips and slender stomach well. Both of them had a matching cloth wrapped around their hips that was just opaque enough to see their legs. Honestly, they looked like models from a magazine. And here he was just some skinny-looking nerd. Maybe Itsuka was right and this was going to turn into an tie. So why are you both wearing dash? Because your quirk is a JRK sometimes. Itsuka crossed her arms and pouted, her eyes darting up and down his body. I was half expecting it to put you in a Speedo or something, but the board short look works too. Still, looks like that all-might training has been working. She slapped his stomach. That or gaining strength actually makes you look different. Itsuka narrowed her eyes at him. Your quirk is sexist. Huh. Oh, like them. He was now in a swimsuit. He had on green board shorts that went down to just above his knees. And he was shirtless, showing off what little muscle he had gained these past few months. Oh, sorry? Don't worry about it. Itsuka huffed, crossing her arms. She then blinked and let out a sigh. Her tsundere was showing. This isn't what I was expecting. Momo responded, pulling on her bikini top. But it is rather nice and the clothing is comfortable. Do you think we'll unlock this as a skin? Itsuka shrugged. Maybe after we clear this place. But don't let your guard down. Seeing how we're in swimsuits now, I have a real bad feeling about the whole tentacle thing. And that house makes me think that it's going to be haunted or something. Where's the exit? Good question. There wasn't any place that looked like an exit, or even that swirling mist that brought them there. GPS doesn't know where we are. Momo sighed, holding a small device in her hand. Did she just make that? Man, her quirk was awesome. So either we're in some place that the GPS can't detect us, we're being blocked, or we're nowhere on Earth. Honestly, all three are rather terrifying. Why are we doing this again? Because it feels good to level up. Itsuka sounded so defeated as she glared forward along the dock. You're right. Momo sighed and looked just as defeated as Itsuka was. I really want to see if I can make more magical items. They're quite useful. Izuku straightened his shoulders and pointed towards the house. I think that might be the best place to start, right? Objective: head to the beach house. I think that's what your quirk wants. Objective: and not die. Well, that's certainly ominous. As Momo said that, the dock behind them exploded, water and wood splinters going flying like it had been hit by a cannonball. A boom echoed through the cove, drawing their eyes out towards the sea where a massive pirate ship was firing its cannons at them. Fing pirates? Seriously? Itsuka shouted as another cannonball slammed into the wood. Run! Izuku and Momo were way ahead of her. Itsuka was a strong girl. She could probably punch the cannonball and win. Bit by bit, the pier began to crumble as they ran, splinters, gushes of water and falling rocks barring the way. Press X to... He was busy right now. He ignored the prompt and jumped over a nearly round hole in the pier that showed the sandy bottom of the shore. And the shark that was down beneath it. The very, very big shark. It darted out into the shallows where its large body maneuvered easily, its large fins slicing through the water. The shark was big. Very big. Even as they continued to run down the pier to avoid the barrage of cannons, the beast charged at them undeterred from its course. A maw of teeth that were the size of Izuku's arms opened up, promising a swift and bloody death. It leapt out of the water intent on swallowing him or Momo in one bite. He wasn't sure which one of them was screaming like a girl. Probably him. It wasn't that they stopped running. But when a bikini-wearing redhead with fists the size of her body comes flying through the air and kicks a bus-sized shark with enough force for it to crumple like an accordion, it is very appropriate to take a moment and appreciate things. Especially when that same redhead grabbed onto the shark's tail and flung it over her head where it was struck by one of the cannonballs. He had a very good feeling that Itsuka could be screaming and covered in the blood of her enemies and he'd still think she was one of the most beautiful women in the world. Actually, that might just make her more attractive. Momo Yayarozu? Holy shit, I think she's trying to make me a lesbian. Izuku Midoriya? Same. Izuku Midoriya? Wait, what? Itsuka turned to them with a bright red face, either from anger, exhaustion or embarrassment they didn't know. Stop flirting with me and run. When the explosion a few feet behind them punctuated Itsuka's sentence, they started running faster than before. The wood began to creak, wobble and shake, making each step more perilous than the last. He tripped, falling down onto the warm sandy shore that stretched out before him. Itsuka grabbed him in her hand and kept running to the beach house. A few sandy explosions rocked the world as he tried really hard not to puke. Objective complete. X head to the beach house. X didn't die a horrible sharky death. I think the pirate ship is leaving. Momo let out a hard, heavy breath while holding onto one of the support columns of the beach house. Itsuka planted him in the ground feet first like he was some flag of triumph, then turned to look out at the sea. The pirate ship was sailing away and down. Into the ocean. It vanished beneath the waves before it reached the horizon. So it randomly showed up and shot at us and then just leaves? Your quirk needs a better story writer. Did you really want to sit around waiting for some guy with a horrible accent to start shouting at us for his boat? Izuku asked. No, Itsuka sighed and let her shoulders drop. I wanted to be a pirate. There's always the next dungeon. Momo gave a tired laugh. That's the fastest I've run in a while. It was kind of fun. Holy crap, what were they turning Momo into? Time until next objective, 4:59. So, it looks like we have a bit of time to wait until your quirk starts blasting us with cannonballs again. Itsuka scratched the back of her head, hips popping off to the side and showing off the definition on her stomach. And he really shouldn't be staring at her like this. Itsuka looked over to him and smiled. We should probably check this place out and find out if there's any loot. Right? Yep. The house was clean, but far from modern. Lanterns were used in place of light bulbs, and many of the rooms were just set up for maximum relaxation. Even the beds were large, soft, and could lull anyone into a deep sleep. Aside from the 2 bedrooms, there was the kitchen. The kitchen was large, with a wood stove the size of a car and a giant wok resting on top just waiting to be used. Chairs were set up opposite of the cooking area, the stone countertop was polished and felt like the kind of place where the chef would entertain the customers. But aside from a few basic tools, like knives, spoons, forks, plates, and a multitude of blank books, there really wasn't anything special. This annoyed Itsuka. "Ah man." Itsuka grabbed her head and fell down onto the white sand of the beach. "No loot. Views. We haven't even gotten any experience yet. All that happened was we got teleported to this nice beach. If I wanted to go to a nice beach, I'd go to a nice beach." Itsuka leaned forward and raised an eyebrow at both of them. "Can either of you drive?" "Nope. I cannot." Itsuka gave an annoyed grunt and flopped back down onto the beach. "Quirky, if you're listening please, give me loot and EXP. Both are good. But I'll take either at this moment. Also I'm hungry and there's no food here. Please Z-. Objective, defend the beach. Objective, don't die. F-. Now what?" Itsuka whined, sitting up, hands flopping into the sand between her legs. They came from the shallows, large pulsing head, gigantic orb-like eyes with yellow cross-shaped pupils, squirming tentacles filled with suction cups, and a tube-like mouth that seeking in with their every move forward. They looked like cartoon octopus and squid, all evil and welding crude primitive weapons from spears to clubs. Itsuka stood, disgust written on her face. Momo joined her. Both of them looked like they had never smiled once in their lives. "I told you." "Well, at least we don't have much clothes to dissolve." Momo held out her hand and conjured a sharp metallic spear and handed it to Izuku. A large tentacled beast emerged from behind the much smaller by comparison octopuses and squids. "I'm going to make a cannon." That sounded like an excellent idea. Itsuka took the front and clapped one of the squids. It exploded into a thick yellow substance like a massive zit and completely covered her entire body. It smelled kind of familiar. For a few moments, Itsuka stood there, covered in the yellow goo. Only the orange of her hair and the green glint of her eyes could be seen. And she did not look happy. He knew this because she let out a primal scream of pure frustration. "You zits. I'll pop every last one of you." She grabbed onto one of the squid's heads and pulled it up off the ground, its stubby tentacles flailing around helplessly. Really, were these guys supposed to be a threat or something? She then tossed it towards the nearest cliff wall where it exploded in a different substance, this one white, green, and just ever so slightly yellow. Another one tried to swing its club at her, but she gave it a vicious backhand that made it explode. Really, it felt like Itsuka had this. Or at least the little ones. Momo fired her cannon, the ball flying off, just missing the big one in the back. Izuku looked at one of the slowly advanced octopi that was marching up towards him. It had a spiked club in 2 tentacles and was shaking them like rattles in his general direction. He stabbed it with the spear. "Your move has dealt 5 damage. Good thing it's not based off of your SXL performance skill." It didn't burst like the ones Itsuka was dealing with. Instead it just bounced back a bit of red blood coming out from the wound on its head. But it didn't show a single sign of pain, it just kept going forward again. So he poked it again. "Your move has dealt 7 damage. Unlike the girls, he actually felt that. Even in the middle of a dungeon, his quirk found enough time to berate him for nothing. He tore the spear out and instead of being pushed back or popping, the squid deflated like a balloon that had its air let out and sprayed its zesty-smelling blood all over him. He knew this smell. Well, at least part of it. It was sweet, slightly salty, and had a bit of lemon to it. Curiosity drove him to do something stupid. He tasted it. It was ketchup, or at least kind of ketchup-like. There was a bit of lemon in there, and something spicy. But the point being, it was sauce. Which meant the first one Itsuka had killed was filled with melted butter. And the one she tossed into the wall, tartar sauce? Why were they filled with food? A question he didn't have time to answer as Momo's cannon went off a second time. This time it scored a direct hit on the big one. And instantly set it off. It screamed like sizzling food on a grill, tentacles thrashing about like a child having a tantrum as it steamed forward. Its entire body turned red. "Oh, Aya just made it mad, huh?" Momo muttered. The creature got to the shore and its thick tentacles began to elongate, turning into dangerous whips as opposed to squishy clubs. They battered the ground, crushing the small squid with ease while Itsuka tried to dodge them. For a moment it felt like they were winning. Then Momo screamed. A tentacle had snuck through the sand and had wrapped around her, pulling her into the air and over towards the beast, where a few more tentacles began to play with her. Then Itsuka screamed, several tentacles grabbing onto her. This wasn't good. He needed to think. There was sauce inside of these things. Only the kitchen in the beach house was fully equipped and, I'm going to have to cook this guy, aren't I? Guess his quirk could be useful. Wait, this whole thing was his quirk's doing. GH whatever. Thanks. He chucked the spear at the giant octopus. Critical strike. You have dealt 15 damage. He then equipped his magical spatula. Golden shimmering lines appeared on the creature's body. Places to cut, a list of ingredients appeared in his vision, and several objects located around the beach began to glow as well. He'd gather those later. But first, he needed to save Itsuka and Momo. A tentacle came flying down towards him, a golden line right where it was about to strike him. He slashed that line with his spatula and it cut like nothing was there. Common ingredient, octopus leg. The creature roared and somehow grew angrier. Now more of its tentacles were being brought to bear down towards it. It felt like certain death. But fortunately he had a badass as a best friend. Itsuka grabbed onto a bunch of tentacles with ease, holding them to the ground through sheer strength, her body still covered in so many different sauces he could barely see her gritting her teeth. Itsuka kendo, go. Something. Izuku nodded and charged with his magic spatula. He had a clear goal now, a large glowing X right between the eyes. He jumped. Time seemed to slow, and he jabbed the spatula into the creature's flesh. For a moment nothing seemed to happen. Then the creature burst. Plus 12,000 EXP. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now a LVL4 harem protagonist. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now a LVL5 harem protagonist. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now a LVL6 harem protagonist. Legendary ingredient, King Calamari. Achievement unlocked, first boss down. With only mild hand-holding. And you got to see Itsuka covered in sticky white stuff, that won't ever happen again. Reward, Nijire Hado joins the party. Nijire Hado has joined the party. Level 12. Level 12. Chapter 12, Level 12. Summoning Nijire Hado. Izuku looked up. He had girls teleported on him enough times to know exactly where his quirk was going to put Nijire. Directly above him. He spread his legs, lowered his center of gravity and opened his arms. For once he was going to be cool and actually catch the person before they fell. He was aware of her character box appearing below Momo's in the party HUD. Nijire Hado. LVL 21 Nijire, Hadouken spam. Stats later, catch girl first. Nijire Hado has been summoned. Enjoy. She had long blue hair that reached her hips in a long loose spiral. A figure that was an impossible mix of cute and CC contained in a pure white bikini. And a face that was just absolutely adorable, and her eyes were a sky blue with a star-like white center. He really should be thanking his quirk. All three of the most beautiful women he'd ever met were in his party. I got you. Izuku shouted, spreading his arms before Nijire fell. But she didn't. Huh. Nijire flipped in the sky like she was swimming and fluttered down towards him. Oh, she could fly. She got up really close to him, one finger on her cheek, a question humming on her smile and eyes delving for answers. So that's what that button did. But what is this? Where am I? How did I get such a cute bikini? Why can I see your name? Why are you a harem protagonist? Am I a part of a harem? You have taken 5 points of mental fatigue damage from Nijire Hado. Izuku tried to open his mouth, but he didn't even know where to start. Well, this is my quirk? Being cute? You're kind of cute, you know? Oh hey, they're cute too. Wait. Nijire gasped and neumed over the water, dragging one hand along the surface as she made a beeline for Itsuka and Momo. Hee, a girl called him cute. You're not getting an achievement for that. Izuku waded towards the girls in the warm, waist-deep water of the dungeon. That was just the first boss, right? Were there more? Or what? Maybe they had a break? There wasn't an objective timer. Were they stuck here? Honestly, he wouldn't put it past his quirk. They did not think this through. Nijire? Momo asked, trying to get some kind of sauce off of her while Itsuka just stood there looking like an angry, wet, sauce-covered cat. It's been a while, good to see you. Nijire tilted her head looking up at Momo. Of the three girls, Nijire was the shortest, while Momo was quite tall. It looked like Itsuka had an inch on the new girl. But that was only exaggerated by Nijire leaning forward to look at things. Oh, Momo, right? You're a lot taller than you were when you were a first year. And bigger, Nijire said to Momo's melons. You're so big. Yes, well, hopefully I'm done growing. Momo sighed and gave a soft laugh. But what are you doing here? That's what I should be asking. I was in the dorms being bored out of my mind while studying, then all of a sudden I get this weird thingy in my face asking if I wanted to join Izuku's party. I thought it sounded like fun, so I said yes. Next thing I know I'm here and I'm wearing this super cute bikini. Yours is cute too and dash. Nijire turned towards Itsuka, looked the girl up and down and then stuck her finger on some of the sauce. With no hesitation, Nijire popped her finger into her mouth and hummed. Ooh, tartar sauce? Are we having a beach barbecue? Bonus objective, cook a meal. Cove of Temptation will end in 2 hours 30 minutes. Ooh, that's neat. I guess we are having a barbecue. Nijire hummed and looked at Itsuka again. And you're Itsuka? Is the name tag thingy right? Aren't monks supposed to be bald? Yeah, it's right. Itsuka finally smiled. I'm Itsuka. I'm also not normally covered in sauce. It's nice to meet you, Nijire, and welcome to the party, or more specifically Izuku's quirk. It's like a video game. Ooh, that makes sense. Nijire nodded. Then stopped and looked towards Izuku. Wait, no it doesn't. So are we in a video game? Am I a video game character? I'm confused. Nijire was close, so close. How was she flying like that? Why was she still getting closer? And why did she have such pretty eyes? Izuku swallowed and took a step back, almost tripping and falling back into the warm water that was lapping at his knees. Strange, shouldn't there be a lot more sauce stuff in the water? It looked like most of it was just sticking to Itsuka. Momo? Do you think you can take Itsuka to the bath? I think I need to catch Nijire up. Well, as best I can. I really don't know what's happening either. Momo nodded and grabbed onto Itsuka's arm. Sure thing. And here I was hoping to get some kind of a shrimp bonus. Itsuka mumbled as Momo dragged her away. Oh, a bath? That sounds like fun. Nijire shot up in the air and joined the two girls as they made their way into the house. He was fairly certain that she didn't stop asking questions even when they got inside. At least Momo was taking it in stride. Great, now he offloaded explaining things to Nijire and helping Itsuka get clean onto Momo. Well, the least I could do is start cooking. Armed with his magic spatula, Izuku scoured the beach for a few ingredients that stood out when he used the item. Was it an effect of the spatula itself, or would he gain this ability when he gained enough cooking ranks? It was surprisingly useful so far, especially since he actually beat the boss because of it. Most of the items he found were common quality or above, a few superior, but nothing near the rarity of the legendary ingredient that the boss dropped. The question was, did he save that or did he use it now? Could he use it now? Legendary probably needed higher ranks than he had. A lot more. But who knows, sometimes there was low-level legendary stuff. Besides, it was literally just cooking. Momo Yayarozu, here, let me open it for you. Alright Nijire, try thinking. Nijire Hado, thinking? Nijire Hado. Nijire Hado. Nijire Hado. This is amazing. Nijire Hado, how does it work? Can I send pictures? Itsuka Kendo. A what? Nijire Hado has sent a picture. It was a picture of Momo washing Itsuka's back. They were both wearing their swimsuits, but it was good to know that they could send pictures. And that he could just remember this if he ever wanted to see them in bikinis again. Nijire Hado, score. Itsuka Kendo. What the hell? Nijire, take that down. Momo Yayarozu, huh, I'm surprised that worked. But please don't do that without asking, Nijire. Nijire Hado, sorry. But you two just look so cute. Wait, is there a mirror? Nijire Hado has sent a picture. Nijire Hado, nice. This is a lot better than using my phone. The photo was of Nijire posing in the bathroom wearing her white bikini and striking a victory pose. And that was another thing he was going to be saving for later. Shaking his head, Itsuka decided that he had enough ingredients to cook something decent and headed towards the kitchen. It was strange how the sand didn't really get on anything besides his feet. He was worried that some of the stuff wouldn't be usable. Once inside, he started cooking and pulled up Nijire's stats. Status: Nijire Hado. LVL 21 Nijire, Hadouken Spam. Strength: Shake Weight Aficionado. Dexterity: Autocunnilingus. Constitution: Constantly in I just drank 3 espressos mode. Intelligence: If you hold her up to your ear, you can hear the ocean. Wisdom: Believes salsa is a fruit salad with tomato. Charisma: C or E, not sure, depends on the artist. Unspent attribute points, 17. Unspent skill points, 5. That was somehow less useful than it normally was. Shake weight was that TV weight training thing that Kaken's mom used, right? Why would Nijire's strength be related to that? Did she use a shake weight? Autocunnilingus. That just sounded perverted. Was it like the female equivalent of TFLTL? Was Nijire that flexible? She didn't look it, but then again, Itsuka didn't look like she could punch a bus-sized shark and win. Constitution, intelligence, and wisdom he could get, Nijire did seem to be ever so slight, sporadic. Charisma was once again confusing. What did the letters mean? And what was that about an artist? For skills, Nijire had a few that stood out. Lesbimancy, which he assumed was her ability to please other women in bed, which made sense because she kept calling Itsuka and Momo cute. But she also called him cute? Maybe it was just something else though? A part of him hoped it was the former. Most of him. Nijire was cute, bubbly, and just put a smile on his face. So why did his quirk recruit her? From what she said, it was voluntary. Nijire also had a high MSTRBTN skill. Come to think of it, did Momo even have that skill? A quick check resulted in a no. Did that mean Momo didn't touch herself? That was weird, right? And now he had an Erkton while cooking in a swimsuit. Those 3 things should not be combined together. The final skill that popped out to him was something he'd already seen her do. Fly. Was that her quirk? No, it had to be in the name. Itsuka was a martial artist that could make her hands really big, so she got to be a monk, big but fist style. And Momo was, well, she wasn't really religious but she was helpful, so that kind of counted, and she could make things with her quirk. So, what the hell was a Nijire Hadouken spam? Izuku Midoriya? Hey, Itsuka, what's a Hadouken? He heard splashing, followed by wet footsteps, a splash, and then a moment later Itsuka appeared in front of him, towel wrapped around her body. The straps of her bikini were visible and her hair was out of her usual ponytail. You don't know what Hadouken is? How could I dash? She stopped and sniffed the air. What smells good? Oh, he looked down at what he was making in the large wok, the oven blazing behind him. Well, the bonus objective was to cook something, so I started making some takoyaki. I'm too low level to use the legendary ingredient though. Are you sauce-free? Probably. Itsuka shook her head and glared at him. Next day off you get, I'm going to teach you Street Fighter. Is that a Hadouken? No. Hadouken is a move in the game that some of the characters do that shoots out a blast of energy. Itsuka cupped her hands and made a throwing motion. Like a Kamehameha? Yeah. Now to test the theory. Izuku Midoriya? Hey, Nijire, does your quirk let you shoot out energy blasts? Nijire Hado? How'd you know that? Did your quirk tell you that? What else does it tell you? And what about skills? Wait, I'm coming out. Something smells good. Nijire came half bouncing, half flying down the hallway and was quickly followed by Momo, who had her hair down as well. Momo looked worn out already. Yeah, he could see Nijire having an effect on people. Nijire chose to put her skill points into flying and marksmanship. Oh, but what about what are they called again? Nijire looked to Itsuka, then to Momo as all 3 of them sat at the bar, eyes constantly glancing towards the food he was cooking. Attribute points? Yep. Itsuka smiled and flexed her arm, showing off her well-developed muscles. Strength is what I've been maxing out, it's been working great. Think, I can hit a lot harder now and even lifting stuff is easier. I also have a few points in Constitution, which helps with running and just endurance in general. There's also Dexterity, which should help you be faster and more flexible. Oh, Nijire grabbed her foot and casually put it behind her head. Okay, so she was flexible. That sounds pretty useful, I could be a noodle. What else is there? Intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Momo stated, her properness and eagerness to tutor showing through. Intelligence is what I've been putting the most points into, while the effects are a bit hard to tell, especially since I haven't gained as many levels as Itsuka. I have noticed that I can memorize compounds faster than before. Wisdom, well, it's a bit more arbitrary than intelligence, but we think it's about self-awareness? Not entirely sure. I see, Nijire hummed, tapping on her cheek. And charisma? Oh, that one. Momo's face went bright red and she leaned over to whisper into Nijire's ear. But wasn't charisma just even more pointless than wisdom? None of them had managed to figure out what exactly it did. Really? Nijire asked loudly, eyes darting to Izuku for a second as a smile spread across her face. Now both Itsuka and Momo were blushing. Did charisma actually do something? By how much? Momo kept whispering, then pulled away and nodded. I would recommend 1 point through, it does improve your overall health a bit, and you likely won't get as many pimples. Ooh, fringe benefits. Nijire held up her hand and counted to 5 on it and nodded. I'm starting to like your quirk, Izuku. It's pretty fun so far. But how many of the attribute points do I have? 17? Oh, that's good. Alright, first, I want 6 in Dexterity and Constitution. Nijire nodded to herself proudly. My quirk uses my stamina, which is basically Constitution, so I'm going to be putting a lot of points into that, and Dexterity just seems useful. It might make me fly better. Oh, and aim better. Sometimes hitting small targets is tricky with my quirk. Alright, Izuku nodded and put the points in. Done, and the last 5? All of it into charisma, please. Nijire beamed. What? Itsuka shouted. Nijire. Momo also shouted. Huh? Izuku asked, looking at the 3 girls. What's wrong with charisma? Nothing. Just put the points in. Nijire stood, giving him a thumbs up, one hand on the counter. She looked so excited about this. Well, it was time to find out what exactly charisma did. Neither Itsuka nor Momo said anything. They both stared at the ground, blushes burning their cheeks. He put the 5 points into charisma. Nijire gave a small eep and stood straight, elbows tucked in while her palms were up near her shoulders, causing her to stick her chest out. And then her chest went out again. And again. And again. For several seconds, all eyes were locked onto Nijire's chest as her beards swelled slowly, but noticeably forward. The already tight white bikini top managed to grow with her new assets as they doubled in size. And then some, now sitting somewhat higher on her chest, and barely overflowing the now larger bikini top. DMN, Itsuka mumbled, her mouth hanging open. Momo nodded. Nijire just jumped and then grabbed her chest and bounced them a bit. Nice. Cups. Always wanted to be this big. Oh, and they're softer. That's really nice. Anyone wanna feel? Izuka finally closed his mouth when he realized that his food was burning. Still, he only had one thing to say. That's what charisma does? Itsuka poked at her takoyaki that Izuku had made. Already she felt twice as energetic as she had when they entered the dungeon. It was just some basic food, but it was food nonetheless. But it was hard to eat right next to Nijire's G4 giant cupped bivs. Mostly because she kept wanting to stare at them. Seriously, this girl was crazy? Did she really just show up and get a free melons job from Izuku? Not that she should judge. And she wasn't jealous that now she was the smallest of their group in the chess department. Not in the slightest. Oh crap, she needed to change the subject. Something not melons or Nijire related. So, hey, what did you even do to unlock dungeons to begin with? Was there an achievement? She asked Izuku. Momo choked drinking water for a moment. Huh? Izuku asked, tearing his eyes from Nijire's chest. She wasn't jealous. Oh, well, Momo kissed me on the cheek and I got an achievement. Why am I not surprised? Itsuka groaned. It was always something with Izuku's quirk. Hell, didn't he get an achievement from when they hugged? Maybe. Hey, so you unlocked stuff when Momo kissed you on the cheek? Nijire asked, floating off of her seat. Izuku took a step back, recoiling against the countertop. Yeah, that's about right, kind of pathetic, I know. Nijire, what are you doing? I want to know what you unlock from a real kiss. Now hold still. Nijire fluttered towards Izuku and grabbed his face. Itsuka felt her heart drop. Her food hit the floor and she realized that she had a giant monster of a crush on Izuku the moment Nijire kissed him. Level 13. Level 13. Chapter 13. Level 13. Holy shit. Achievement unlocked? First kiss, but like on the lips. With Nijire Hado being an entity of pure chaos, this shouldn't actually count, but holy shit. Reward. Feats. It was rather hard to pay attention to much besides the fact that this cute blue-haired girl that he met all of an hour ago was currently holding her face against his as they kissed. Nijire's lips were so very soft, her tongue very wet, and the sensation was both pleasant and strange. He could feel her large chest press against his own chest, as one of her knees brushed against his thighs. She pulled back slowly, humming and smiling as she wiped a bit of spit off of her lips. You're a good kisser, Izuku. Did that unlock anything? If he said no, would she do it again? Izuku blinked, his brain finally scavenging up enough blood to form thoughts. He wiped the drool from his mouth and looked at Nijire. He could still feel the ghost of her lips against his and the softness of her birs against his chest. Behind the smiling Nijire was a blushing Momo, covering her mouth in shock, and a very annoyed-looking Itsuka. Wow, it did. He muttered. Itsuka perked up slightly, but she still looked like she had just been woken up early from a nap. And we unlocked feats, so I guess it's time to figure out what those are? Now he had Itsuka's full attention. She jumped over the counter with all her martial prowess and stood next to Nijire, hands folded in front of her and partially skiing on her lip. She eyeballed Nijire for a moment and shook her head. She looked right at him with a spark in her eyes that had been lacking ever since she got covered in squid sauce. Let me go first, I've been looking forward to this for months. Izuku nodded and smiled at her. She was starting to be more Itsuka-like again. That was good. Alright, I'll skip all the perverted ones. Ooh. Nijire bounced. Don't skip those for me, please. Also see if there's one that makes me taller. There were a lot of feats. A whole lot of feats. So many feats that if he scrolled too fast, he got a headache as his brain tried to load them all at once. It was almost like there was an infinite number of them. And most of them were incredibly lame. One was literally the ability to go cross-eyed. Another was to whistle, to wiggle her ears, to put her pants on 2 legs at a time, to increase the number of orgasms she could get, to increase BRC sensitivity, to make her ambidextrous, to... I get it already. Itsuka slumped onto the ground in a heap, head resting on her knees. Why is your quirk like this? I was so looking forward to something awesome after how hard they were to get. Kissing is hard? Nijire asked, still tapping on her chin, tilting her head to the side. Oh, is there a feat that makes you a better kisser? The ambidextrous one sounds kind of useful. Momo offered, walking around the counter to provide much-needed comfort to Itsuka. I guess. Itsuka whined and pushed a few tears out of her eyes before they even had a chance to start falling. I know it's stupid, but I was just holding out hope for something cool. Like power attack or I don't know. Not going cross-eyed. She wiped her eyes again and looked up at him. Why does your quirk love to crush people's hopes? Izuku sighed and scratched the back of his head. He'd been asking that for years. But for once, he was angry at his quirk, not because his quirk was being idiotic to him, but because somehow it made Itsuka cry. And that was somehow worse than bullying him for his whole life. Don't worry, Itsuka, I'll keep looking. There has to be something here useful. Something that used her strength. Where could that be? Why wasn't there a search bar? There needed to be a search bar. Searching for feats containing bar. The list changed, his place in them lost, and a splitting pain shot through his head as the new list reappeared and loaded again. A search feature. Where was it? Top right corner. Was that there the whole time? Whatever, that was exactly what he needed. Alright, it was probably just like the party chat, so strength? Searching for feats containing strength. The list shuffled again and his headache doubled in intensity. His nose felt wet, but he found feats that Itsuka might actually like. Double strength bonus to opening jars? Nope. Ignore strength bonus when stubbing her toe? Maybe. There had to be something useful, anything. Hey! Nijire's voice snapped him back to reality. She jumped over and grabbed a rag and handed it to him. Are you alright? Your nose is bleeding. He touched his nose and looked at his hand. Yep, that was blood. Alright, so looking through feats actually really hurt him. That was strange. He took the rag and pressed it to his nose. He wasn't going to end this empty-handed. Thanks, Nijire, the sheer number of feats is a bit much. Really? A list of stuff gives you a nosebleed, but instant teleportation doesn't even make you blink. Your quirk is inconsistent. That's fun. Nijire hummed, bouncing back a step to stand with the other girls. Not the bloody nose part, but just all the neat things it can do. Oh, wait, how are we supposed to get home? Feat. Flex it off. Reduce physical and elemental damage you take based off of your strength score. Legend has it there was a dude that flexed off a glacier. Now that one sounded useful. Very, very useful. Without a second thought, he selected it. The room spun, for a moment like he was lightheaded and he had to brace against the wall for just a moment to regain his senses. They weren't coming back. He was falling. Izuku? Itsuka asked when she caught him, his shoulder falling against her shoulder. Are you okay? You're looking a little pale. I'm fine. I think. He groaned, placing one hand against his forehead where the headache burned the most. But I managed to find a feat I think you'll like. And that gave you a headache? Itsuka asked, scoffing. Really, you didn't have to go so far for me. You're worth it. Izuku mumbled. He managed to look up at Itsuka and flashed her a smile. He really didn't feel like he could stand straight right now. But, it makes it so you take reduced damage based off of your strength. It seems really useful. Thank you, Izuku. Itsuka squeezed him slightly and wiped away a tear that formed with her smile. But if it's that hard to look for feats, don't push yourself so hard, alright? Yes, ma'am, I'll take it easy. Now, how exactly do we exit? Exiting dungeon. Bonus objective complete. Plus 4,000 EXP. Swimsuit skins unlocked. Level up. Momo Yaoyorozu is now a LVL 9 cleric. Naturally, they returned to Dagoba Beach just a few feet off the ground. Momo fell down and landed on her back, once again dressed in her hiking outfit. Itsuka, similarly dressed, grabbed onto Izuku and held him like a princess when she landed on her feet. Nijire floated. She was wearing a very tight-looking UA uniform complete with the vest that... Eep! Nijire squeaked as 2 buttons came flying off of her shirt, revealing a bit of her milky cleavage. She didn't so much cover her chest as much as she did just stare at it and pout. I thought my clothes would change with me. Going back to the dorm is going to be awkward though. Izuku tried not to stare at Nijire's wardrobe malfunction. Instead, he just stared at the dungeon entrance. It was still there, but the name was gray. Guess that meant they got everything from there. You unlocked the skin, right? Itsuka asked, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. It felt nice having her so close to him. Just say swimsuit skin and dash. Itsuka's clothes turned into the swimsuit she had just been wearing, causing her to look down and sigh. You'll change into them, they'll be in your size, and you just need to say disable swimsuit skin to change back. Itsuka was once again wearing her hiking gear. Swimsuit skin. Nijire cheered, and just like that she was back in that white bikini top. Oh my god, this is amazing. How do I get more skins? Nijire gasped. Can I get one that's just me being naked? I know birthday suit skin. Darn, oh well, still this is awesome, much better than the broken bra. But it might be a bit weird to travel home wearing just a bikini. You can find new ones by just kind of going shopping. Momo stood and dusted herself off. Let me make you some sweats real quick and then we can go get you some clothes that won't explode on you. Ooh, that sounds like a fun night. Nijire cheered, she was so bouncy. And well, bouncy. He could still feel the ghost of her lips on his, tingling with every breath he took. You two go on ahead, Itsuka shrugged, causing Izuku to flop a bit. Izuku seems more than a bit out of it, so I'm going to take him home. Let me know if you find any cute skins though. Okay, have fun. Nijire hummed quickly, putting on the sweater Momo made for her. It was cute and ruffly. I really like your quirk, by the way, Izuku. So keep on training it, I guess. He gave Nijire a thumbs up and the four of them went their separate ways. Thanks for taking me home, Itsuka. He groaned, placing one hand on his head. And sorry you missed out shopping with Momo and Nijire. Don't worry about it. Itsuka laughed, still holding him up. She had a radiant smile and her hair matched the orange sky from the setting sun. You can barely stand, and you went this far just to make me happy, so it's the least I could do. Besides, I wanted to spend a bit more time with you. What would it be like to kiss Itsuka? He imagined it would be like everything else with her, a bit rough, but excitable and just pleasant. And really not a thought he should be having right now. The fact that he had a crush on Itsuka? Well, all three girls had been largely ignored for now, but how long could he keep up that act? Especially when they were just all so sweet. Oh yeah, I guess we haven't really had the chance lately, huh? Nope. Oh hey, you don't have training with All Might tomorrow, do you? Itsuka asked, her eyes gleaming at him. How was it that Itsuka managed to strike the perfect balance between Momo's beauty and Nijire's cuteness without even trying? No, he's still out for a bit. I still need to keep up my workout though. Well, how about we spend the day together? Just the two of us? We can go to the arcade and you can learn what a Hadouken is. Then afterwards, I can be your workout buddy for a bit. There was no part of him that didn't want to say yes to Itsuka. Sure, that sounds like a lot of fun. Awesome. I'll message you the address. It took him until that night after eating dinner and trying to get to sleep for his brain to ask a very important question. Was it a date? Level 14. Level 14. Chapter 14, Level 14. See the end of the chapter for notes. He got teleported in his sleep again, didn't he? Izuku examined the wild mess of orange hair that was currently resting on his chest, sleeping oh so peacefully. It was Itsuka. She was mostly naked save for some black underwear that looked really CC. There was even a paw print on the panties that had a hole in it for her long orange tail. Why was she a cat girl? Still, she looked really cute. And he was inside of her room. It was more basic than he would have thought. There was a computer, a dresser with a pile of clean clothes sitting on top of it, a hamper with a worn bra just hanging off to the side like it was no big deal. Honestly, at this point, seeing her bra shouldn't matter too much. He'd seen her in a swimsuit, a cosplay swimsuit, and now he currently had her in basically underwear sleeping on his chest. You are now affected by morning wood. On the one hand, he hated his quirk. On the other hand, his quirk was currently the reason why he was cuddling with Itsuka. Was it wrong that she didn't know that they were currently cuddling? Very much yes. Should he wake her up? Also yes. Did he want to? Not really. If anything, he wanted to kiss her. Itsuka. Izuku nudged her softly. She mewed, grabbing onto his shirt and burying her face into him even more. She took in a long breath, then froze. Her tail shot straight up and began to puff up. She sat up, pressing her hand against his chest, eyes going wide, and the two orange cat ears on her head were perked right up. Her beardis bounced in the loose black bra that had a cat-faced hole in the top that showed off her cleavage. Izuku? Itsuka asked, looking down at him, eyes darting around, before her face went very red. Probably because she realized that she was currently straddling, and also probably because your morning wood has done 1 point of damage to Itsuka Kendo's right thigh. Try increasing your accuracy. Right, because of that. Itsuka scrambled off of him, eyes locked onto the very visible bulge in his pajama pants. It was only getting worse when he looked at her. She had a nice stomach, slender, yet defined. He wanted to touch it. Oh, that's what's that dash, she shook her head. No. What are you doing here, Izuku? Quirk. Quirk. He nodded. Quirk. Itsuka's ears went flat and she turned away from him. She had a really nice but too. F-. My parents are probably already awake and dash. Why are you a cat girl? He asked. Her green eyes flashed back to him, contrasting her rosy cheeks. Her mouth fell open in embarrassment, her agitated tail flicked about helplessly behind her. Disable CC catgirl skin. In an instant Itsuka's clothes shifted. A white button-up blouse with ruffles near the neck was partially covered by a red jacket that extended halfway down her black skirt. The skirt went down to just above her knees and covered most of her black stockings. A black newsboy cap held down her orange hair that was now straight and free from its usual ponytail. With hands on her hips, she glared at him despite her red face. You didn't see anything, got that? She looked adorable. You look really cute, Itsuka. Izuka sat up in her bed, the springs groaning slightly. It wasn't as comfortable as Momo's bed, but it was still better than his. How did he get under the covers? She turned away in a huff, crossing her arms and pouting. Please don't compliment me right after you've seen me practically naked. Again. Sorry? But why do you sleep in that catgirl skin? Itsuka glared at him and he just looked at her. She was kind of cute when she glared, but she was also super scary. It's a good thing she wouldn't actually hurt him unless he really crossed the line. Which he wouldn't do on purpose. She let out a sigh and smiled into the corner. Honestly, it's really comfortable to sleep in, and it lets me get dressed at night, do my hair, and then sleep without ruining everything. It's a life hack. Itsuka? A male voice came from the other side of the room. Is someone there with you? I heard voices. And not the normal ones, the kind that sound like a boy. No dad, I'm just talking to myself is all. Itsuka leaned against the door to her room, panic spreading across her face. Really? Why don't you try talking with me then? You're going out today, aren't you? Please spend some time with your father. Why is your door locked? The door shifted slightly and the color drained from Itsuka's face. Honey, your daughter has started being a rebellious teenager. I'm getting changed, Dad. Itsuka called. Itsuka Kendo, quick, can one of you please do something perverted so that Izuku will be teleported to you? He ended up in my bed last night and my dad will freak out if he found out. Nijire Hato, oh wow, you work fast. Nijire Hato, you sure you're not dating? Momo Yaoyorozu, it's not like that, Nijire. Izuku's quirk has a side effect where it causes him to have perverted encounters randomly. Yaoyorozu, for some reason it really likes to put him in Itsuka's bed. Nijire Hato, oh well I'm in the bath right now. Itsuka swore and she glared at him. She mouthed something at him that he could only vaguely understand. Summoning Izuku Midoriya. He really needed a return home function. Instead of appearing above the water and splashing down like he would have thought, he instead found himself placed directly in the water, face first into something large, round and soft. He didn't even need his eyes to determine exactly where his quirk had landed him. The sensation of melons, while different from girl to girl, was something his body instantly recognized. Well, your quirk really is kind of perverted. Nijire laughed, winking at him from between her BRs. Her long blue hair was somehow contained within a towel wrapped around her head. So if I say that I'm naked, your quirk will teleport you to me? Wait, what if you're naked? Will I get teleported? What if I'm lying? Oh, this is fun. Years of being an awkward teenager kicked in and Izuku went falling backwards in the large public bath he found himself in. Naturally, Nijire wasn't the only girl in here. Indeed, it looked like the room was all but filled naked towel-wrapped girls. There were a lot of them too. And all of them were looking at him, some were confused, others were embarrassed, but a lot of them were glaring at him. A few were even getting ready to use their quirks. Izuku Midoriya, Momo. Help. They're going to kill me. Nijire Hato, ooh yeah, they do look really mad. Reputation with entire female student body of U100. Achievement unlocked. Pervert. You have seen a lot of naked girls all at once. Reward. Pervert title. Only -100? That was pretty good considering some of them wanted to murder him. Per girl. That made more sense. Hey, wait, it's not his fault. Nijire scrambled up to block him from her classmate's assault. His quirk randomly teleports him to people he knows. He got in trouble and teleported to me. Be mad at me, not him, I'm sorry. You're aware he's staring at your butt, right? So. Nijire swished her hips. Half of you have been staring at my melons all morning. Momo Yayorozu. Okay, I think I can do this. 1 second. Izuku Midoriya? Please, I don't know how long Nijire can keep them distracted. Nijire Hato. Oh, with my bigger boobies, it's pretty easy. Momo Yayorozu. Alright. I'm trying on lingerie, maybe that will work? Summoning Izuku Midoriya. He appeared in front of Momo still soaked from the bathwater, his heart pounding from fear, excitement, and arousal. He was in her room, her bed looked like she had just gotten out of it, and her dresser was open. Momo stood there in her pajama pants, her shirt tossed to the ground, and she had one hand in holding onto a bra as she tried to keep it on. The bra was nearly see-through in places and was covered in black frills that showed off every subtle curve of her biceps. While not as large as Nijire, they were still nice, and very artsy. Her face was red and she turned away from him, revealing that the bra wasn't quite on yet. I was, rushing to get you out of there, would you mind hooking me? He nodded and walked towards Momo. He grabbed onto both sides of the bra and looked at them. There were little hooks in them. Did they just latch on? Do I just hook them? Yes. That's it. He brought the sides together and hooked them easily enough. Like that. Momo nodded and stood straight, her shoulder blades moving between the bra straps with ease. There was something so incredibly CC about her current state, the way the pajama pants hugged her hips, the subtle blush on her face, her exposed back, and the way she let her hair drop from her hand. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Izuku. Momo muttered, looking out her window for a moment. She stood there biting her lip and then flashed her eyes to his. How does it look? Oh, it looks great on you. You look great, Momo. Like always, and you're beautiful? Why was she asking him? Oh God, she was turning to him? Did he still have a boner? Damn it. And he was wet, so it was even more noticeable. And here he was hoping for just a normal day of just hanging out with Itsuka and quietly wondering if it was a date. Was it a date? He still didn't know. Thank you. Momo nodded towards him, then she looked down and gasped. Oh my Izuku. Sorry. He covered his junk. You're positively soaked. Here, let me draw a bath for you, then I'll see about getting you some dry clothes. Momo all but sprinted towards her bathroom. This was her chance, right? It was their day off, and Izuku had all but shown up to her doorstep. This morning had been far more exciting than she would have thought after yesterday, but at the same time it wasn't terrible. Her heart was still pounding from Izuku seeing her in just a bra again, and she had even had him help put it on. She could have done so by herself, so why did she make him do it? Oh right, she was crushing on him hard. Him and Itsuka. 18 years old, and she was still discovering new things about herself. Like being bisexual. Momo sighed and placed a hand over her now clothed chest and tried to calm her beating heart. Things only got worse when Izuku said she was beautiful. Seriously, apparently a few kind words and she was blushing up a storm and almost fainting. Izuku, she said softly against her bathroom door. Knowing that Izuku was likely naked behind that door was exciting in the worst possible way for her. Why did she have to have a crush on her two best friends at the same time? It just wasn't fair. And then there was Nijire too. The girl was cute and energetic. Whatever was she going to do? A splashing noise came from beyond the door. Yeah. Am I taking too long? Sorry, I can dash. No. She said that a bit too loudly. No, you're fine. Should she offer to wash his back? I have some clothes for you. I believe they should fit you. They'll be in the changing room when you're ready. Naked. But, Izuku, should she join him? What was the relationship for that? No, it was just a friendly thing to do, right? She already washed both Itsuka's and Nijire's back, so there was nothing strange about washing Izuku's back. That sounds great. Thank you, Momo. Izuku called from the other room. My pleasure. Izuku? Momo asked again. Was wondering if you were doing anything today? There was an order to things. She was going to ask him out before she washed his back. And maybe he could wash hers? If they dated for a year, she could use that as an excuse for an anniversary trip to a hot spring. Oh, unless they found a hot spring dungeon. Oh, I was going to hang out with Itsuka today. Itsuka? She felt her heart drop to her stomach. Why didn't Itsuka say anything to her? Why didn't Izuku? Was there a reason why they didn't use the party chat to discuss this? Oh, do you want to join us? Izuku asked. The sound of water falling on his head punctuated his sentence. We're going to an arcade and then to work out, I think. Oh well, I wouldn't want to oppose. You wouldn't, I think, let's ask her. Izuku Midoriya? Hey, Itsuka, would it be okay if Momo joined us today? Itsuka Kendo? Aya, if she wants, sure? Nijire Hado. Join with what? Nijire Hado. It's secret that I'm busy with classes, but I want to know. Itsuka Kendo. The arcade, you can come if you want, Momo. Her phone buzzed and Momo pulled it out to see a text from Itsuka. Itsuka, please don't come, squinting eyes face. Itsuka, I'm sorry, but I'm planning on asking Izuku out and ya. Sorry. Oh, so that was how it was. Her heart buried itself deep within her stomach. She was right. She had been right all along. Itsuka had feelings for Izuku. And not for her. That meant that she was going to be left behind. Her two best friends were going to leave her behind. She didn't want to be there for that. What was she doing? She should be supportive of her friends. Momo, don't worry. Let me know if you need anything. Itsuka, heart emoji. With a shaking hand she put back her phone and sighed. She felt lightheaded, and she really didn't want to go out today anymore. She wanted to be alone. Her voice cracked before she even spoke. I'm Izuku, sorry, something just came up. I'm afraid I won't be able to join you too. Oh, that's too bad. Maybe next time, Momo. I did say we would try to hang out more together when we could. I'm going to keep that promise. She bit her lip. She wasn't sure if he'd be able to keep that promise. Thank you, Izuku. That means a lot. Now if you'll excuse me. The moment she was out of the changing room she found the nearest private place and addressed the tears in her eyes. She was going to stay out of the way of Itsuka and Izuku's relationship, even if it broke her heart. This was going to be just a funny chapter with Itsuka's date at the end. But then drama happened. Level 15. Level 15. Chapter 15, Level 15. Ryu wins. So, are you sure you're not cheating? Izuku asked, sticking one hand on his hip with the other still holding onto the joystick of the Street Fighter arcade cabinet. Once again Izuku's go-to character of Blanca was laying on the ground while Itsuka's Ryu was in his victory pose. Itsuka stuck her tongue out and placed both hands on her hips. It's not my fault you suck at video games. Do you want me to take it easy on you or something? If I say yes, would you? Nope. Izuku let out an annoyed grunt that sounded more like a frustrated puppy than the awkward teenager that he was. Though, there were some improvements in that department. He was taller at least, just enough for her to notice, and his face, well, everything was still there, his freckles, green eyes, green hair, all of it, but it was just a bit more mature. That, and he didn't look like he was completely swimming in his t-shirt anymore. How much more would he change over the summer? Is something wrong? Izuku asked, taking a step back from her. He really did look good in the clothes Momo had given him. Were they custom-made? She sure was a bit washy with her rule about not making stuff she could just buy when it comes to clothes. Maybe she went out to buy new clothes and then burned them or something? Itsuka? Oh, right, she was staring at Izuku's face. The face of the boy that she hadn't told that this was technically a date. And that she had a crush on him that was a bit more than friendly. She should get on that soon. Huh. She stood straight and smiled at him. Oh, nothing, I just can't help but notice how different you are from the boy I met all those months ago. Have I really changed? Izuku laughed, scratching the back of his head. He smiled so easily now. Well, it'd be thanks to you. Not all might. She teased, poking him in the chest. Wouldn't have met him if I didn't meet you first. Izuku shrugged helplessly, his eyes darting to the floor though he continued to smile. So, I mean, thanks. If it wasn't for you I wouldn't be on the path I am now. I owe you a lot, Itsuka. Izuka Midoriya has gained plus 500 reputation points with you. Your relationship has gone from obvious crush to how are you two not FING dating yet? Nah, you don't owe me anything, I've been having just as much fun as you have, I mean just look at what we've done, I actually learned to cook because of our cooking class. Oh, and I got two of my best friends, you and Momo, and whatever the hell Nijire is. And I got a recommendation to you, eh? That's all because of some green-haired dork. She flicked his nose and turned towards the prize booth. Though, if you really want to make it up for me, you can get me a teddy bear. You sure you wouldn't prefer a cat? She really didn't like that smug look on Izuku's face. Sundara mode activated. Don't be such a JRK. I don't really care for cats. It's just... She felt her cheeks go flush. Really comfortable to sleep like that, okay? I'm not a pervert. If you say so, Itsuka. If you say so. Izuka laughed. She smiled and pressed her elbow into his side. All right then, fine, prepare to get your butt beat at. She looked around the arcade for some random game to humiliate Izuku at. Then she saw it. DDR. She grabbed his hand and pulled him towards it. Come on. Let's see how good you can dance. My quirk says I have a negative bonus to that skill. She smiled back at him and brought him up to the small platform and winked at him. So do I, but that doesn't mean we can't have fun, right? Izuku nodded, his own smile spreading across his face as he stood on the platform next to hers. All right. She stomped on the game and swiped their game pass and nudged Izuku one last time. Winner has to get the other a stuffed animal. Might as well pick your prize now then. You don't have to look so happy about it. Izuku stared at the brown bear Itsuka was currently carrying under her arm. After spending much of the day at the arcade, Itsuka suggested they go for a walk and go get some tea and just walk around for a bit. It was certainly making this whole thing feel more like an actual date than just two friends hanging out. He had seen Itsuka early that morning, but even then he hadn't been quite prepared to see how beautiful she was in her casual outfit. It was like every piece was hand-selected to just make her look as cool, fun, and as beautiful as possible. It really just added to the fact that he was probably hanging out with someone that was way out of his league. You have achieved self-awareness. Plus 1 wisdom. They still had no idea what wisdom actually did. Ooh. Itsuka took a sassy sip of her bubble tea and blinked at him with wide eyes. And why wouldn't I be happy? Not only am I having a lot of fun today, but I'm spending it with you. Okay, this had to be a date, right? And I got to beat you at like, how many games? She nudged him with her elbow and continued to walk with just that extra bit of hop in her step. Her smile really just made her look so much more beautiful. Izuka laughed and took a sip of his own tea. I'm going to go with all of them? Really, how are you so good at them? I'm not that good, you're just bad at them. Itsuka Kendo has dealt 2 damage to your self-confidence. Okay, ouch, that was so uncalled for. Itsuka turned and shrugged at him, her arms spread wide, teddy bear in one hand, drink in the other. He went to mirror her. You dealt 1 damage to Katsuki Bakugo. OF dash. A cold sweat poured down his back as he turned to look at the very angry-looking Katsuki Bakugo. What was he doing here? Not that it mattered, but really? Of all the people to accidentally bump into, it just had to be him. They weren't even near his house. Deku, Katsuki growled, hand now wrapped tightly around Izuku's wrist. It felt like hot fizzy soda was being poured onto wrist. Oh great, he must have found him when he was in a bad mood or something. Katsuki Bakugo, LVL 8. Well, at least he hadn't gained as many levels as Itsuka, or even Momo. But he knew Katsuki's routine. It wasn't as insane as Izuku's current routine with All Might, but still pretty insane. A kaken, sorry about that, I was just a dash. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's drink from out of his hand and then dumped it on top of Izuku's head. Watch where you're going, nerd. All things considered, he was probably getting off light. If he apologized again, Katsuki would just leave and he could keep having fun with Itsuka. Even if it wasn't his fault, it was the easiest way to deal with the situation. But apparently Itsuka had something else in mind. Hey! Itsuka managed to hand Izuka both her drink and her teddy bear, but grab onto Katsuki's arm and push him back. What the F is wrong with you? He said he was sorry. Katsuki just glared at the orange-haired girl. that all things considered could probably kick his butt in 7 different ways. A wild Katsuki Bakugo appeared. Izuka sent out Itsuka Kendo. Fight bag. Harem run. Fing Pokemon now? What was he supposed to do? It wasn't like real life was paused right now while he tried to figure this sheet out. He tried to hit the run button. Itsuka Kendo doesn't want to run away. Of Fing course. I don't give a sheet. Katsuki growled, grabbing onto Itsuka's arm with his spare arm. Now let go, you stupid beach, or else you'll regret it. Hey, don't call her a beach. Izuku walked up beside the two of them. Kaken, sorry I bumped into you. But dash. Off that. You have to have your weak little girlfriend defend dash. Katsuki was silenced when he realized he made a very bad mistake. And that was calling Itsuka weak. It wasn't that she was very prideful, it was just that calling her that was a bit of a dumbass thing to say. Itsuka broke free of Katsuki's grip, grabbed onto his upper arm, and then picked him up like he weighed next to nothing. She wasn't even using her quirk. She could just straight up pick Katsuki up. It was as scary as it was hot. She looked around the populated street and then smiled. What the F dash? Katsuki flailed his legs and struggled to get out of Itsuka's vice-like grip. His hands were sparking. Let go of me, you beach. Itsuka Kendo has taken 0 damage from Katsuki Bakugo's flailing. Itsuka Kendo has taken 0 damage from Katsuki Bakugo's sparklers. Itsuka Kendo has taken 0 damage. Itsuka Kendo has taken 0 damage. Izuka blinked and watching as Itsuka walked over to a trash can and then shoved Katsuki into it like he was a screaming toddler being put down for a long overdue map. Only instead of crying, Katsuki was swearing up a storm. Itsuka Kendo has defeated Katsuki Bakugo plus 1500 EXP. Katsuki's nameplate changed. Katsuki Bakugo, LVL 8 trash. In a show of grace she stuck her tongue out at Katsuki and pulled her eyelid down a bit. Weak my butt. Itsuka Kendo has gained 10 times 10 to the power of 999 reputation points with you and with Redacted. Then marry her already. He kind of agreed with his quirk. Come on, Izuku. Itsuka walked over and hooked her arm into his. Let's go get you dry, and then, why don't we go watch a movie or something? I don't really want today to be over. Do you? He never wanted it to end. Itsuka, that was amazing. He laughed as they continued down the street, only vaguely aware of Katsuki's new home being knocked over in his attempt to escape it. You're amazing. Hee hee, I know, but you can flatter me all you want later. Itsuka laughed, all smiles now. So did you know that guy or something? And why did you call you Deku? Oh, well that was Katsuki, he was my childhood friend. But, he's a bit of a D-dash. He shrugged and handed Itsuka back her drink, the teddy bear still tucked under his arm. Kind of? He literally poured your drink on you for bumping into him. He's an a-hole. Please don't tell me you go to school with him. He sits right in front of me. He was so going to hear about this tomorrow, wasn't he? Maybe I should fake being sick tomorrow, hopefully he'll have calmed down by then. Oh, sorry, Itsuka blushed, scratching her cheek. I probably made things more difficult for you, didn't I? It'll be fine, but besides that it looks like your flex-it-off feet works good. Katsuki's normally pretty strong. For even his quirk to deal 0 damage against Itsuka, even if he wasn't going full power, was pretty impressive. Not as strong as you though. You know it. Itsuka flexed with her free arm, her red jacket hiding the defined muscles completely. But really, you're no slouch yourself, Izuku. Try standing up to him sometime. Besides, he's kinda ugly. Izuku snorted and smiled. He really was lucky to have a friend like Itsuka with him. Oh, hey Izuku. Itsuka's voice went faint, barely more than a whisper as they moved through the street. Her hand sliding down his arm and reaching for his hand. You know how that guy called me your girlfriend? Oh, yeah, but I think dash. What would you say to calling the rest of this a date? Her green eyes met his and he felt his heart skip a beat. Her face looked as red as his felt, her hand squeezed onto his tightly and he could all but feel his heart wanting to explode out of his chest. Like a date. The romantic kind. He squeezed her hand and swallowed all the butterflies in his stomach and looked at her. I'd like that a lot. Her smile outshined every star in the sky. Relationship with Itsuka Kendo has improved. You are now, finally FING dating. Level 16. Level 16. Chapter 16, Level 16. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was easier if she just didn't think about them. Sure, part of her was happy that they were happy together, they were her friends, but at the same time, she couldn't help but want to scream her FANG head off. Momo sighed and tried to tune out those thoughts of Itsuka and Izuku. As long as she was focusing on something, she was less likely to think about it. It wasn't right, it wasn't like either of her friends had known about her feelings. She didn't even tell Itsuka. If she was dating one or the other, how would they feel? Izuku would probably be surprised. Itsuka might be a bit angry, but she doubted the girl would be bothered by it for long. But Momo wasn't like Itsuka, they were both wired differently, so for the month since Itsuka and Izuku had been official, the thought of them being together had consumed her entirely. Her grades slipped, she couldn't make anything, she couldn't focus, she lost a few pounds, and she got like no sleep. Then she kinda snapped. Staff! Alfred called from her side. The soft mat of the recently renovated gym her parents had made were already slick with sweat. Momo spun back from her training partner, who just so happened to be Alfred's niece. Sakura was a woman of average height, with pink hair, petite build, and could pack one hell of a punch. Alfred tossed the pink-haired woman a staff, and Momo responded by making her own. Just in time to parry Sakura's strike. You have parried an attack, you have taken 2 damage. Normally the strikes would deal upwards of 10 damage, hopefully that meant she was at least improving. Momo shifted with the momentum, and tried to slam the opposite end of her staff into her opponent. You have dealt 0 damage to the brick FING wall. This is better than your previous record of 0 damage to the brick wall. Playing with your melons does not count as a strength exercise. Sometimes she hated that quirk. Sword and board. Alfred called again, once again tossing a set of foam-covered objects to Sakura, who caught them with ease, before charging towards Momo. Momo sighed and tossed her staff to the side, having just enough time to create a shield capable of blocking Sakura's sword. Only for a shield to slam into her exposed stomach with the force of a freight train. You have taken 15 damage. You are passing out. So let me get this straight. Shoyuta Aizawa, one of the many pro-hero professors at UA, pinched his nose and let out a long depressing-sounding sigh that sounded like he needed a cute girlfriend. Or boyfriend. Or both. Oh, and they needed to have section. Ooh, that sounded like a good idea. Maybe she should talk to her party? But first, boring stuff. Nijire straightened in her seat. She'd been in the counselor's office a few times before, but this was one of those rare times where she was in trouble. Actually, it was the first time. Yes, sensei? Aizawa-sensei sighed again, his shoulders going slack as he looked at the paper in front of him, then towards her once again. Specifically her chest. You found someone whose quirk made your chest larger. Oh, is that what this is about? Yeah. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Nijire leaned back in her seat, feeling a weight off of her chest. Well, not really, that weight was still there, but that was a fun weight. Yeah, his quirk does a lot of fun stuff. Because of him, I'm a G-cup now. I think they look good on me. What do you dash? We're not here to talk about your BRSs. Heido, Aizawa-sensei growled. Oh, he must be one of those people that didn't like melons. Then why are we here? Aizawa-sensei sighed again. He did that a lot, he must be depressed. Because we have received several complaints from both students and faculty alike. People were complaining about her? That was strange. Most people just thought she was kind of annoying if they didn't like her. Wait, were people just jealous of her melons? She used to be jealous of melons, but not anymore. About my melons? No. Aizawa-sensei's eyes lit up and he glared at her, his weird scarf thing somehow floating around like a snake ready to strike. Weird, how'd he do that? He sighed and ran a hand through his long black hair. Well, actually slightly, you see, we do have something of a dress code here. Of late you've been showing off an excessive amount of cleavage, even customizing your shirts so that you could do so, and you have shown up in several questionable outfits. Oh, those are my skins. I've been looking for them. You want to see this new one I found at the hot springs? It's a towel that won't come undone unless I want it to. Aizawa-sensei's head hit the desk and he tossed her a very large t-shirt. Never mind, just wear this for the rest of the day and stop showing so much cleavage. It was a plain white shirt with the UA logo on it, the kind they gave out at the gym. Nijire just shrugged and put the shirt on. Like this, sensei? Aizawa looked up and glared at her. Then at her chest. How did you do that so fast? Do what? That. He pointed at her chest. Oh, I told you. Izuku's quirk. No, not that kid's perverted quirk. Aizawa-sensei stood and pointed directly at her chest. That. Oh. Nijire looked down and poked at her exposed flesh. My melon's window? Yes. Your melon's dash. Aizawa-sensei looked like a defeated man and sat back down. Your melon's window. You have inflicted 200,000 mental fatigue damage to Shoyuta Aizawa. He will be needing a vacation after this. Or a good SEC buddy. Or a good SEC buddy. Oh, it's a skin. Nijire took off the large shirt and watched as her normal clothes showed the exact same triangular-shaped hole right along her cleavage. The hole was just big enough that she needed to use both hands to cover it. This really useful because it lets me use a super useful feat Izuka got me. Feat? Aizawa asked, now digging through the desk. He pulled out a bottle of booze and a glass. Yeah, it's called Melon Space. Nijire stuck her hand into her cleavage and thought about her notebook. She felt it appear in her hand and she pulled upwards the melon's window, stretching just enough to let her large notebook slide out. Because my melons are so big I can store a lot of stuff in there. I also have a spare hero costume in there, pencils, some food, my wallet, and a baseball bat. She also had booze, but Aizawa-sensei didn't need to know that. Aizawa-sensei just blinked at her. And can you turn off the melon's window? Yeah. It's really easy. Disable melon's window. And just like it was never there, her melon's window vanished and was replaced by her usual clothing like nothing had even happened to it. I see. Aizawa began to pour himself a drink. Unless you're actually using it, try to keep it disabled then? Do that and you're excused. Remembering to turn it off might be tricky. She should ask Izuku if there was a feat that let her switch skins faster. Okay, I'll try, sensei. Oh, and one last thing, Hado. Aizawa took a swig directly from the bottle. Has Midoriya applied here? I think so, same with Itsuka, and Momo. I think they're all getting ready for the entrance exams in a few months. They'd all been pretty busy so far. Well, not really, it was more like there was a fucky love triangle going on with Izuku and Itsuka dating, and Momo wanting to date both of them. Why couldn't they all just be happy to be with each other? Once they move into the dorms, she should do what she could to make things right between them. Oh, if she got with Izuku too, then she could have two super cute girlfriends too. Alright, she was still in the office. Why? Just wondering if I should transfer is all. You know what they say, right? All Might stood in front of him, beaming with pride. There's a difference between something you were born with out of pure luck and something you won after busting your butt for it. Puff out your chest and be proud, my boy. You earned this power fair and square. Izuku could hardly believe it. After nearly a year, all of his hard work was finally about to pay off. Day after day of training, working out, and cleaning a beach, it was over. This was just the beginning. He'd still have to work hard once he got All Might's quirk, maybe even harder. But now he could finally be a hero. Yes, get on with it. The tall, bespectacled man that All Might had showed up with pushed his glasses up and looked down at Izuku with a less than neutral look. With green hair with yellow streaks and a slick white suit, the man's slender form dominated the area in a different way than All Might did. This was All Might's sidekick, Sir Night. We're running out of time. I was getting to it, Mirai. All Might huffed and handed a singular long hair towards Izuku. Now eat this, young Midoriya. Ha! Izuku looked at the hair, then Sir Night, then back at All Might. Ha! Was this a joke? Sir Night made an annoyed grunt. It really doesn't matter how, you just need to consume some of his DNA, and a hair is the least gross way to do so. Oh, alright then. Izuku grabbed the hair and brought it to his mouth. This was not what he was expecting at all. Warning! He tried to ignore his quirk. Warning. 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 Third-party software detected. Warning. 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 What was it? Error. 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 Aurora summon ninjutsu kakendo error. Error 401 unauthorized software is attempting to install itself. Quarantining third-party software. Pain rang through Izuku's head as the error notifications flooded his visions, blinding him and stopping him from so much as even thinking. He couldn't see beyond the screen of errors, couldn't even breath. Was time frozen again? Why weren't they going away? Third-party software has been quarantined. The notifications went away. The only thing louder than the silent ringing that followed was the absence of a hair between his fingers, the lack of tickling in his throat. All Might was looking at him confused, while Sir Night I was looking at Itsuka? Itsuka stood to Izuku's side, hand around her throat as she coughed. Her long orange hair was down, and she looked to be getting ready for the entrance exam until she was summoned here. She looked at the three of them and blinked tears at the edge of her eyes. What did I just swallow? Itsuka Kendo has been affected by doom foretold. Duration 2Y153D11H. Izuku blinked, a lump forming in his stomach. What just happened? Takes deep breath. They bring the hate. Level 17. Level 17. Chapter 17, Level 17. Wait, Itsuka pulled one of her hairs out, flinching slightly at the pain. If all I need to do is have Izuka digest some of my din, then can't I just give him All Might's quirk then? I understand your feelings. Sir Night Eye placed a firm hand between Izuku and Itsuka. But Izuku's quirk rejected one for all once. It would likely do so again and again. Furthermore, consider what would happen if his quirk had access to that kind of power. A borderline malicious being that can already alter reality like a plaything. That doesn't make it right. Itsuka stomped her foot, looking between Izuku and All Might, a few tears in her eyes. Izuku worked hard for this. Every day he was training, trying to become stronger so that he could get this quirk. Not me. Itsuka. Izuku swallowed. Every emotion he was feeling was clashing with each other. He wanted to scream, to cry, to hug Itsuka, to punch Night Eye, to strangle the ever-living sheet out of his quirk. But he couldn't. Numbness was washing over him as his lower jaw began to tremble and vertigo began to wash over him, making his knees weak and the world dimming around the edges. As were you. Night Eye adjusted his glasses and took a step towards Itsuka. I've seen your records. You've been training for much longer than Izuku, powered by your own motivation with no one offering you a prize at the end. One for All has already accepted you as its new host. We don't know what would happen if you were to try and transfer it now. Hold on a second, Mirai. Don't tell me you knew this would happen? All Might sounded said. Beyond said. Steam was billowing off the man in waves from the cold early morning air. I did. Night I didn't so much as flinch when All Might grabbed onto his jacket and pulled him close. Why didn't you tell me? Is this why you were so accepting of me choosing Izuku over Mirio? How long have you known? All Might was shaking, the very earth nearly trembling with him. How long? From the start. Night I placed a single hand on All Might's arm and the trembling seemed to stop. Consider for a moment all of what Izuku's quirk can do. One for All does more than just boost strength, it boosts quirks of the users as well, right? So imagine the chaos that Izuku's quirk could cause with that much power. It can create dungeons filled with monsters. Imagine if it started bringing those dungeons actually into our world, the creatures running y-dash. That doesn't matter. Itsuka shouted. She really was crying now. Izuku earned this. I'm going to give it to him. Night Eye merely adjusted his glasses, silence falling over the beach. Itsuka turned to him, one of her hairs between her fingers. She smiled at him and offered him the hair. Here, Izuku, take it's yours. Warning. Accepting warning quirk from Itsuka. Warning Kendo Itsuka will result in warning. Death of redacted. Itsuka losing warning her quirk. Transference of doom foretold debuff. Additional unforeseen warning possibilities warning. Itsuka's smile vanished and tears appeared in her eyes again. Her hand waved slightly, almost going back towards her as horror filled her eyes. She saw the message too. She bit her lip and stuck her arm out further to him. She was willing to give up being a hero for him. He wasn't sure if it was because she cared about him that much or just because of her incredible sense of justice. Either way, he grabbed Itsuka's hand and pushed it back towards her. He was still sad, he was still sad, he was still so many things. But he was happy that he had someone like Itsuka in his life. You keep it, Itsuka. You're already going to be a great hero, now you can be the best. Besides, he had a feeling that his quirk would just say no again. Itsuka dropped her hair, fists shaking as she looked at him, tears falling down her cheeks. Itsuka lunged forward, wrapping one arm around his back and his shoulder, tilting him backwards before kissing him, long and hard. Did he just get dipped? Did that make the kiss any less awesome? It wasn't their first kiss, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it felt like it might as well have been with how powerful it was. After what felt like a minute of kissing that left his toes curled, Itsuka finally pulled away and made sure that he was able to stand. It was strange, he still kind of felt like shit, but he was also kind of happy now. Wow, having a girlfriend was pretty awesome. Especially one like Itsuka. You have earned 1250 EXP from that kiss. Congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now a LVL 7 harem protagonist. DMN, you're going to be thinking about that one for a while. Probably forever. Well, at least he was level 7 now. Even after his quirk kind of screwed him over. Even if Night Eye had kind of a point. It would have been nice to know about a year ago that he wasn't going to get All Might's quirk. Wait, Itsuka turned to the two adults. What about Izuku's entrance exams? How is he supposed to do the practical portion? Itsuka Kendo, you want to cheat for the written exam? Momo Yaoyorozu, no cheating. Itsuka Kendo, it's not really cheating, we're just taking advantage of a quirk. That's what being a hero is all about, right? Momo Yaoyorozu, still, I must refuse. Itsuka Kendo, look, Momo, Izuku has had a rough morning, we should give him a boost if he wants. Izuku Midoriya, I understand what you're trying to do, Itsuka, but don't worry about it, I'll be fine. Momo Yaoyorozu? Did something happen? Itsuka Kendo, Izuku's quirk decided it didn't want All Might's quirk, so he didn't get it. Nijire Hado, wait. What? I've actually made arrangements already. Night I pulled out a phone and looked at it for a moment, All Might still white-knuckling his collar. I've set up an interview with UA for after the exams. So you'll come with me for the time being. All Might, please bring Itsuka to her exam, and try to give her some passable advice on how to use One for All. Fine. All Might shoved his sidekick back, still glaring at him. He shrunk back down, looking even more terrifying than he had moments ago. We're going to talk about this later, Mirai. Night Eye stood straight and corrected his outfit with a few precise motions. I'll be looking forward to it. Now then, All Might turned to Itsuka and scratched the back of his head. Young Kendo, is that right? Yes, sir. Itsuka took another step towards All Might. She cast Izuku another look before giving All Might her full attention. I know I wasn't who you intended to give this power to, but I promise I'll make you proud. All Might patted Itsuka on the head. I'm sure you will, kid. Now then, we need to get you to UA quickly. Right. Itsuka ran over to Izuku one last time and kissed him on the cheek. Sorry again, Izuku. And, good luck with the a-hole. A-hole? Night Eye actually looked offended for a moment. Itsuka stuck her tongue out at him. All Might did likewise. Night Eye sighed and adjusted his glasses once more. I suppose I should be grateful they didn't punch me at least. That actually sounded like a good idea. Once All Might and Itsuka left, Night Eye turned to Izuku and adjusted his glasses once more. I understand if you're upset with me, just know that I did what I had to. It's not like being mad at you will change anything. My quirk wouldn't have let me have One for All anyways. But if this was going to happen, why didn't you say something sooner? Izuku scratched the back of his head, feeling the fatigue in his arms once again. He'd been so worked up over the whole ordeal he forgot how tired he was. Partially because if I had tried to say something, I would have gotten accused of trying to manipulate All Might again. Night Eye gave a soft sigh and motioned for Izuku to follow him. Additionally, while I do agree that your time could have been better spent elsewhere, I don't believe that you should consider all this time wasted. What do you mean? They stepped into the parking lot, a lone white sports car parked perfectly within the lines. Night Eye pulled out a set of keys and clicked once. Both the driver and passenger side doors opened up. You still wish to become a hero, don't you? Even if you're like me and wish to take on a more support-oriented role, the need for conflict requires that you be physically fit. Your training with All Might has helped you catch up with your peers after years of neglect. Night Eye stepped over to the passenger's side and pulled out a long towel that he placed over the seat before moving towards the driver's side. Get in. Didn't his mother tell him not to get into cars with strangers? Well, he was 18 now, so it should be okay. Probably. But there was another reason why I didn't speak up about this. Night Eye sat behind the wheel and started the car. Izuka sat down. The scratchy towel felt kind of good on his sweat-covered back. Am I going to like this reason? Probably not. Night Eye admitted as the doors closed shut. When I last looked into All Might's future, I saw him being distraught that your friend Miss Yayorozu died that day. But she didn't. I saved Momo. Izuka said, blinking. My quirk even helped me, giving me the option to save her. Precisely. Up until that point, my foresight has always been correct, but your quirk changed that. Your quirk, that you cannot control, that treats reality like a plaything can break fate on a whim. Night Eye made a turn onto the highway, one hand tapping on a keypad on the center console while he kept one on the wheel. It was equal parts scary and impressive. Since then I have been unsure of what to do with you, that is why I have yet to say anything. And you wouldn't have if it wasn't for today? Izuku asked. His quirk could change fate? Wait, your quirk lets you see the future? Correct and correct. Night Eye smiled. However, I've come to a conclusion. What I'm telling you now, you cannot tell anyone else. A deep frown overtook the man's gaunt face. In the future, All Might will be killed, and Itsuka will be killed at the hands of All for One. We're going to use your quirk to change their fate just as you have already changed Miss Yayorozu's fate. Sadly, I don't know when this conflict will take place, so we must be ready as soon as possible. Was that the doom foretold debuff on Itsuka? Was that the countdown? I think I know when. Night Eye slammed onto the brakes, stopping just in front of a crosswalk and looked towards Izuku, eyes wide. You do? How? My quirk, when Itsuka got one for all, it said she got a debuff called Doom Foretold. It has a timer on it for 2 years, 153 days and 10 hours. Night Eye began to type furious onto the keypad now with both hands. Minutes? Seconds? We need to be precise as possible, Izuku. Izuku sat back in his seat and ignored the honking from the car behind them. That's all I have, sorry. No, this is good. Night Eye smiled like a wolf stalking prey. I rarely get such a precise date. Sometimes there's a newspaper or calendar I can use, but this is good. This is doable. 2.5 years to train, that's far longer than I had hoped for. You are to tell me if there is any change out of place. There I have my own countdown in place. I'll be calling you frequently to make sure we match up. Night Eye started driving again, his wheels screeching as he went ever so slightly above the speed limit. Additionally, once there are internships or work-study programs, you will be joining my agency for both. Okay. Izuku leaned back into his seat due to the speed as they rounded a corner just a bit too fast. He grabbed the handlebar above the window and held on for dear life. Why? Call it an apology. Night Eye pushed up his glasses and they came to a sudden stop. We're here. Huh. Izuku looked out the window and saw his apartment complex. Oh. Izuku was alerted to Night Eye leaving the vehicle by the door slamming shut. He was confused. Well, that was normal at this point in his life. Izuku opened the door and joined Night Eye as they walked towards his apartment. Why are you coming with me? Night Eye adjusted his tie and stood straighter. I wish to talk to Inko for a moment. Alright, now he was even more confused. How did Night Eye know his mother? And why did he want to talk to her? What was going on? Maybe he'd wake up and discover that all of this had been a fever dream or something. He pinched his arm. Nope. Very much awake and really sore. He opened the door to his apartment and entered. Mom? I'm home for a bit, I just need to shower and get dressed. And I brought someone to see. You. Okay, dear. His mother hummed from the kitchen. She took a few steps out and dropped the bowl she had been holding. Mirai. Hello, Inko. Night Eye said softly. Long time no dash. Izuku tried not to think too much about the slapping sound he heard when he entered the washroom. Nor did he try to think too much on the laughter that followed soon after. Was Night Eye flirting with his mother? There were some questions he really shouldn't ask. Alright, you must understand that this is not something we normally do. The large white-haired man with two fang-like tusks protruding from his lower lip looked at the documents in front of him. The man, Sekijiro-kun, looked at Izuku with scrutiny in his eyes and then towards Night Eye, who was sitting off to the side of the table. They were in a large office room located at the UA main campus, and Izuku had never been so terrified. But we're making an exception because you have a recommendation not only from All Might but one from Sir Night Eye as well. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Izuku squeaked and looked at the other two interviewers. To Sekijiro's right was a man wearing a chef's uniform with a hat and steel mask that cover his face. To his left was an elderly woman with a syringe stuck in her hair. Neither one of them have introduced themselves beyond their hero names, Lunch Rush and Recovery Girl. Now then, we're here to evaluate your quirk, and we've been informed that all previous information about your quirk should be discarded as it is wildly inaccurate. Sekijiro rolled his shoulders and looked at one of the papers in front of him. It says here your quirk was called Mundane Status, and its abilities were displaying redundant information to yourself? What can it do now? Oh, well. He was so not ready for this. There was so much that his quirk couldn't do on demand. Wait, he had his spatula. I have a magic spatula now. He made his spatula appear out of nowhere. All three of his interviewers looked less than impressed. And? Recovery Girl asked, looking like she wanted to take a nap. Oh, I can also summon my party members. When I'm in danger. The whole perverted timing thing probably wouldn't help him. I can also augment their stats as they increase in level. And get them additional feats and skills, for example, because of my quirk Momo can create some magic items, though they're difficult to make, and I dash. Ah, that's where I recognize your name. Recovery Girl leaned back, folding her hands in her lap. You're the perverted young boy that grew Hado's chest so large. Damn it, Nijire. She's another party member of mine, and she was the one that wanted me to make them so large. Oh, I'm also the one that gave her that feat to store items in her chest. Man, this was not helping his case, was it? It was her idea. This would be so much easier if he could have one of them here. So your quirk can augment the abilities of others? What is this party that you speak of? Is it like a video game? Sekijiro leaned forward, hands folded in front of him. And why a spatula? Well, the spatula helps me cook. When I make food, it has healing properties and other random effects depending on how I cook. Izuku looked at the spatula and sighed. Maybe he should have brought some ingredients or something. Wait, he was level 7 now. Maybe there was a feat that he could. Recommended feat: fast cooking, cook easy or lower meal in the blink of an eye, no stove required. Except? Both options were available to him. It sounded like a good feat, especially because of the not needing a stove. He accepted and didn't feel any different. Now he just needed some ingredients and he could cook. If there's any ingredients, I can prepare you something right now. Lunch Rush made a happy noise and gave him a thumbs up before pulling out a bag with a tomato on it. The strange silent man hummed and placed a bunch of fresh produce onto the table and hummed happily, gesturing for Izuku to use the ingredients. Would you like to use fast cooking? He hit yes again. He could feel his arms moving. He could feel himself cooking on a stove, frying the vegetables and using everything just like he was in a kitchen, but all at once. His muscles burned ever so slightly once he was finished. Vegetable stir-fry of mildly impressive mediocrity. Category: Food, Consumable. Effects: plus 25 horsepower. Plus 50 stamina. Plus 1 spice damage to tongues. Won't make you fat. Reduces joint pain. 50% chance of developing a purple spot. Created by Izuku Midoriya. Lunch Rush began to clap at the show and gave Izuku a thumbs up. That was mildly impressive, Sekjiri nodded to himself. It certainly seems that Lunch Rush was impressed by your ability. Now you said that this food has healing properties? How much does it heal? Well, it says 25 health and 50 stamina, but I'm not sure what those numbers represent. Izuku shrunk in his seat. He didn't think about that. He had no way to show off that his food could actually heal. I stepped forward, grabbing a pen from the table and stabbed himself on the top of his hand hard enough to draw blood and make a noticeable wound. Without another word, he reached for the plate and began to pick out bits of it. After a few bites, he pulled out a cloth and wiped the blood from his hand, revealing a completely wound-free hand. A bit spicy, but is that evidence enough? Oh, yeah. Recovery Girl sunk further in her chair, her arms going straight up. I can retire. Yes, but why is there a giant purple spot on Sir Night-Eye now? Sekijiro asked. Izuku looked over and saw that there was indeed a large purple spot that covered half of Night-Eye's face and his upper right shoulder, showing up on both skin and clothing alike. There are random mildly annoying effects when I cook. They tend to be temporary. In this case, this meal has a chance to give you a purple spot and it will reduce joint pain. Recovery Girl's eyes went wide and she lunged forward onto the table, devouring the plate in a matter of seconds. At the end of the day, he was accepted into UA. Level 18. Level 18. Chapter 18. Level 18. Status: Izuku Midoriya. LVL 7 Harem Protagonist. Strength: if he used his abs to grate cheese, he'd have a block of cheese. Dexterity: can now do more things with one hand besides striptease. Constitution: no longer considers fapping twice as good cardio. Intelligence: figured out that the path to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Wisdom: won't believe that Momo wants a piece of that, but charisma: has a girlfriend that is way out of his league. Status: Itsuka Kendo. LVL 19 Monk Big Butt Fist Style. Strength: World Thumb Wrestling Champion. Dexterity: brick-like, easy to hit, but doing so might end up hurting a lot. Constitution: can put up with Izuku's cooking. Unironically thinks it's good. Intelligence: understands that if a test doesn't have a no mental links clause on the exam, it's not cheating. Wisdom: has Izuku Midoriya as a boyfriend when Momo is like right there. Charisma: you will thank her after she kicks your butt. Status: Momo Yayorozu. LVL 13 Cleric of Creation. Strength: trained by Alfred. Dexterity: still really proud of that one time she caught a pen after dropping it. Constitution: can survive months of gut-ripping torture by watching her two crushes date each other. Intelligence: figured out how to use the microwave. Wisdom: in love with two of the densest objects in the universe, fails to understand she can have both. Charisma: is an absolute treasure and those that make her sad are bound for hell. Status: Nijire Hado. LVL 23 Goddess of Discord and Lesbiamancy. Strength: can single-handedly carry every conversation she's ever been a part of. Dexterity: can balance on her NPL if aroused enough. Constitution: if she had the right partners, could break the world record for most consecutive orgasms before passing out. Intelligence: she has a one-train mind. But that train is multi-track drifting. Wisdom: wants to turn the brewing three-way into a four-way. Charisma: a divine being resides in her cleavage. Feats 3. Purring. Purring? It must have happened again. The question was, were they in his bed or in Itsuka's? Wait, he had Itsuka here in his arms. It didn't matter, at least not until they woke up. Now he needed to figure out where exactly he was touching her. Her head was on his chest, one of her legs was stretched across his, and she had a hand on his stomach, and he was holding onto her shoulder. If he moved slowly, he could probably get a handful of her chest. She was his girlfriend, and they were already touching his sides. They felt really soft, especially in her cat underwear. So it wouldn't be too big of a deal if he just moved ever so slowly, like he was sleeping, and then just cup her softly. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Itsuka slammed both of her hands into his chest, waking him up and leaning over him. Her green eyes sparkling with a predatory gaze that made him very aware of just how beautiful she really is. Her long orange hair fell from her shoulder and landed just to the side of his head, making it feel like his room was just that much more private. She smiled at him with a deep hunger that sent a shiver down his spine. If you're going to grab them, be a man about it. She all but purred, her cat ears twitching as the blanket they had been sharing slipped downward ever so slightly, revealing the loose strap of her cat bra that was falling off her shoulder. Her on top of him, holding him down, her body dressed in little more than shadows that hugged her curves, two large perky breasts swayed well within his reach clad in her cat bra that left little to the imagination. Further down the abs of her stomach and the curve of her waist could be seen before her wide hips and the strings of her cat underwear. He could feel her tail brushing against his leg. It was by far the hottest thing he had ever seen. If only he could save it forever. Izuku Midoriya has sent a photo. Nijire Hado, nice. Momo Yaoyorozu, huh? Momo Yaoyorozu, what on earth are you two? So early. We have school. Itsuka Kendo, this was taken moments before I killed Izuku. Itsuka's face turned dark and she glared at him. Sorry? He gave her the biggest grin he could manage and moved his hands to her waist and slowly moving them upwards. I just thought that you were so beautiful that I wanted to remember it forever. Izuku used smoothness. Somehow it FNG worked. Itsuka is now confused. Itsuka leaned down close, a smile on her lips and a giggle in her breath. Well then, how are you going to make it up to me? Itsuka used really obvious hint. Izuku swallowed and moved his hand up to her beard, sliding his hand under the fabric and grabbing onto her beard, feeling the goosebumps form beneath his fingers as he made his way towards her already hard NPL. She gasped at his touch and then purred. It was super effective. Long orange locks of hair pooled near his head as Itsuka moved downward, her short hot breaths tickling him. Then she struck. Her kiss came hard and fast, hands diving into his hair while her lower body grinded against his, their legs tangled and he found himself grabbing a handful of her firm butt and holding on tight as they continued to kiss. Every action Itsuka took was filled with some kind of passion, the way she held his head, the way she kissed him, the way her body seemed to writhe against him. Hands, BRS, hips, stomach, lips, Itsuka. He wanted more of her. So much more. Itsuka, he groaned between their kisses. Can we? Have you? Itsuka hummed, kissing along his neck. She essayed lightly, before opening her mouth and biting him just enough to make him gasp. He wasn't sure what felt better at the moment. Is that what you want, Izuku? To have a CC? Before school? In your bedroom? Yes. He wasn't sure what she wanted from him at that moment, but he knew what he wanted. Don't you? Maybe. She sat up on his waist, hands roaming across his stomach, while his fell to her hips and thighs. She liked her lips and stared at his chest. I like your muscles, by the way. I like them a lot. She slid downwards again, kissing him softly. But if you want to have a CC, why don't you show me how much you want it? He blinked at her for a few seconds, her cat ears twitching and an oh-so-feline smile on her lips. How was he supposed to pin her against the bed, you idiot? That might actually work. He grabbed onto Itsuka's shoulders, her head tilting in confusion and a wry orange eyebrow rose ever so slightly. Then he was on top of her, the bed squeaking from the sudden motion and her hair still falling into place by the time he kissed her again. She latched onto him, running one hand through his hair and another braced against his back. He fondled her BRST once more, one arm supporting him up. Their legs tangled in the sheets as they both lost themselves to passion. Izuku, Itsuka ummed, green eyes fluttering in anticipation. I do want it. That was all he needed to hear. He made his way down to his underwear where a knock came from his door. Izuku? Are you alright? I thought I heard something. Inko Midoriya has inflicted you with PP block. I'm fine, Mom. I just tripped is all. Izuku shouted at his door. He could still feel his lust, but it was fading hard and fast. Itsuka's hands fell to his bed and her legs slid to the side, an annoyed look crossed her face and the blush vanished from her. Oh well, okay. I'll leave you to it then. His mother's soft voice carried through his room easily enough. Izuku looked down at Itsuka, who could only offer him a shrug. Sorry, she whispered, leaning up to kiss him on the cheek. I think we should wait, at least until we move into the dorms at UA. That way we can have a bit of privacy. She kissed him again, slowly sitting up on his bed. Besides, I'm a little loud when I come. I'll be sure to do my best when that comes. He whispered back, kissing her again. Oh, I'm sure you will. Well, anyways, I should get going before your mom barges in on accident. She stood and stretched slightly, her tail going straight and her cat ears twitching. Every part of her was so long, lean, and CC. And Izuku Midoriya has sent a photo. Nijire Hato, stop. You're making me jealous. Nijire Hato, I still don't have that skin. 1 second. Momo Yaoyorozu, can you two please stop? Itsuka Kendo, sorry. It's not on purpose. Think. Nijire Hato has sent a photo. Nijire Hato, Nijire's photo was of her standing in front of a mirror, hands on her hips, wearing a blue Playboy bunny suit with matching set of fake white bunny ears appearing on Nijire's head. A valley of cleavage was on display, and more than a generous portion of her hips and thighs were on display as well. Nijire Hato, it's not real like your ears and tail, but I have a bunny suit. We should do a photo shoot. Itsuka sighed and kissed him one last time. Disables CC catgirl skin. Itsuka stood in her usual school outfit and placed a foot on his bed, opening up his window. Later. See ya. He waved goodbye and watched Itsuka jump out of his window with ease. He ran towards the window and watched her use her large hand to grab onto a tree branch before landing onto the sidewalk like a ninja. Yeah, he was dating a badass. Less than 2 weeks before he'd move into his dorm and start his life at UA. Oh, my baby is moving out. His mother patted his arms up and down, looking at him again. All of his bags were packed, and he was ready to move into his dorm. I can't believe it. Come on, Mom, I'm not that far away. I can come see you whenever I want. It's not like I'm moving across the country. Izuku laughed. The commute by train was only about half an hour, but UA's dorm program was amazing. He even knew the name of his roommate already, Shoto Todoroki. Hopefully he was a cool guy. I know, sweetie, I know, but it just feels like you've grown up so fast recently. You got yourself some wonderful friends and even a girlfriend like Itsuka. Oh, my baby's all grown up. Inko reached out and hugged him one last time. Just don't come back with a child, my heart couldn't take it. Mom. Izuku whined and pulled away from his mother. That's not going to happen. Not that it would be too bad if Itsuka was the mother. Inko put her hands on her hips. You better marry that girl. Mom. Izuku reached down and grabbed his bags. I gotta go. Love you, bye. He kissed his mother and left his house. Most of his stuff was already at the dorms and what remained was within his bags. It was official, he was moved out. Achievement unlocked. A place of your own. You've finally manned up and moved out on your own. Reward, player wait. What the F dash? Now what was happening with his quirk? Level 19. Level 19. Chapter 19, Level 19. Izuku Midoriya, so have none of you guys noticed anything weird about my quirk? Nijire Hato, weird as in how? It asked me like 3 times this morning if I really wanted to drink this cup of coffee they were passing out at the welcome back party. Itsuka Kendo, you're going to have to be really specific, Izuku. Momo Yaoyorozu, isn't weird being normal for your quirk? Izuku Midoriya, no, I mean like a glitch. I got an achievement for moving out and then it kind of freaked out. Should I be concerned? It said something about a player and then vanished before I could really read it. It also like said wait what the F, and all that other stuff. Itsuka Kendo. Well, at least it's not like what happened with yeah. Izuku Midoriya, yeah. Momo Yaoyorozu, well, I don't know if there's much we can do, but I'll keep an eye out for anything strange. Itsuka Kendo, what if it turned UA into a mega dungeon that we have to fight our way through to get our degrees? That sounds like fun. Nijire Hato, ooh, make it like a hot spring. Momo Yaoyorozu, remember the last dungeon? Please don't give the quirk any ideas. Nijire Hato, dear quirk, Can I have a skin that just makes me naked, please? It would be really useful for going into the bath. Itsuka Kendo, I'm starting to wonder if we're the weird ones. Momo Yayorozu, you're adorable. Momo Yayorozu. Squinting eyes face. Itsuka Kendo, thanks. Izuku rolled his eyes. It was true that he hadn't seen anything else unusual from his quirk since he first stepped out of his house. If anything, it had been rather quiet this morning, all things considered. He didn't even get a damage notification when he bumped into someone a few minutes ago. Or when he tripped and scraped his chin after taking all of 3 steps into UA. Maybe his quirk was busy dealing with something? Which was scary because most of the time his quirk just dealt with things instantly. It would just be so like his quirk for it to stop working on his first day at UA, where he was supposed to start training how to use his quirk. But the egg roll he made earlier did fix his cut well enough, and made his eyes blue, so at least he knew his food still worked along with the party chat. Maybe he should try and make something once he got moved in, just to see. His spatula appeared in his hand and then vanished again. It really felt like everything was working. Izuku looked around the dorms, watching as dozens of students made their way into their own rooms, some talking in a common area, others like him carrying bags and boxes towards their room, towards his new home for a long, long time. He was on the 2nd floor of the building, towards the middle. In room there, he should find his roommate. Why did the name Todoroki sound familiar though? Guess he'd find out once he got into his new dorm and found out. Izuku stopped right in front of the open door to his new room and took in a deep breath. He saw someone sitting one of the beds. It was a boy with half white hair, half red hair, and a scar along his left eye. He had a blank, almost emotionless face, though he did look up from his book for just a second to look at Izuku. Right, first impressions were important. He was going to have friends in college. Hello. He nodded happily to Shoto and started to walk into the room. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I'm going to be your roommate. Nice to meet Dash. He crossed the threshold and felt everything change. His dorm room had been a bit on the cold side all things considered, but now, it was nice and warm, and the smell had changed from freshly cleaned with chemicals to something more homely, a bit like the smell of a kotatsu being used for the first time. It just felt like home. Izuku opened his eyes and saw that the floor and lighting had changed as well. Where UA had a mix of linoleum tile in the halls and a blue patterned carpet for inside the rooms, this was made of tatami mats. The walls looked to be made of large thick logs that weren't like any he had seen living in Japan. A short hallway, with a place for shoes, opened up before it was a large room split into 3 spaces divided in different ways. The first area furthest to his left was a living space. A large flat TV rested against one of the walls, nestled between 2 massive logs that went all the way up to the ceiling. A variety of cushions and blankets rested along a large U-shaped couch with a wooden coffee table taking up the center space. It looked like the perfect place for a movie night or a study session. Next in the center of the room was a large wooden dining table that was flanked on one side by an empty bookshelf and the other by a bar. Beyond that bar was the final area. A fully furnished kitchen where everything looked new and made of stainless steel while blending perfectly with more rustic-feeling wood. It felt like someone had made him a dream home when he didn't even have a dream home, so they just gave him a nice home. A hallway continued along both sides of the large room, making the house both wider and longer than just this one room. Izuku blinked and then looked behind him. There was a wooden pathway flanked by pure black nothingness that extended a few feet until the hallway to his dorm was visible. He could see people walking casually by his open door without so much as glancing at him. Curiosity got the better of him and he walked partially out into the hallway just enough to stick his head out. Instead of being partially stuck in between worlds, once he could touch that hallway, he was pushed forth into the hallway with the home gone. 2 steps in and he was back in the house. Shoto Todoroki watched with mild amusement as his apparent roommate would walk into their dorm room all of 3 steps, then simply blink out of existence like he hadn't even been there, to begin with. Then after a few more steps the cute green-haired boy would appear again looking rather confused only to vanish again. Izuku, that's what he thought his name was, continued to walk in and out, sometimes running, sometimes jumping, sometimes walking backward, but always constantly vanishing once he reached a certain point. Shoto wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not. On the one hand, if he had wanted a private room he could have just gotten one, but on the other hand he still wasn't sure about this living with another person thing that roommates were. So having a roommate that was technically not there was probably a good middle ground. Still, Shoto looked over to the mattress opposite of his. Maybe he'd wait a while before expanding his domain in here, just in case something weird was going to happen. Which, with how Izuku was continuously blinking in and out of existence, was probably rather likely. He'd find out what would happen if he tried to leave then enter the dorm later. Izuku stepped back into his apparent new home and saw Itsuka looking down the hallway. Her long orange hair was in her usual ponytail. She had on a blue tank top and a pair of beige shorts. She was making cute noises when she was confused. Isuka Kendo, I think you unlocked player housing. Momo Yayorozu, pardon? You think? Izuku reached forward and hugged Itsuka from behind. Her shampoo smelled sweet. Itsuka yelped and turned to face him. She was excited again, her green eyes sparkling and, wait, why do you have blue eyes? Food, how is that more important than this? He kept his hands on her hips and looked at her. Screw it, they could totally kiss in here, it was mostly private. It felt like the kind of place that only their party could enter and none of them really cared if they walked in on him kissing Itsuka. Because I like them, she stuck her tongue out before they kissed softly, sending a shiver down his back that pooled just on the other side of his stomach and made him melt for a second. It was over before it really started, Itsuka pressing one hand against his chest and smiling at him. More of this later, but first I really want to explore this place. I'd rather explore you. Itsuka snorted and swatted him on the chest, her face going red. You dork, we'll see about that later, alright? Sounds good. Hooray for confidence. Making Itsuka blush was fun. Having Itsuka as a girlfriend was even funnier. And now they were going to live together because of his quirk. This was almost in the realm of close enough to make up for what it did a few months ago. Except not at all. And now he was annoyed. Come on, let's go. Itsuka grabbed his hand and held onto it tight. I haven't been this excited in a while. She was this excited like 2 weeks ago when they went to the movies. Outside of the large center room, there were several other rooms. A dojo-like training room where there were weights, a treadmill, a large padded area that Itsuka threw him on, and a quick shower area. The next room over was a changing room that had really soft towels that lead into a hot spring. Beyond that, there was an enclosed garden area that was just a good bit of nature flanked on all sides by the building itself. And lastly, there was a large Japanese-style sleeping room. Hey, what about this one? Itsuka called out from near the kitchen. It was a door unlike all other ones in the house. Wooden, more stock-looking and clashing against the log-style wall. Then again, almost everything clashed with everything else, but it also kind of worked. Besides the door that Itsuka was trying to open. It's locked. Really? Izuku walked over to the door and tried to open it as well. It wasn't really locked, just like it wouldn't open. Pulling on it felt like pulling on the wall. Maybe it's something I have to unlock? Unable to enter, level requirement 999. Wait, why didn't it do that in the first place? Maybe his quirk was still being weird after this morning. Well, weirder than normal and was just lagging a bit. It says I need to get to level 999 to unlock whatever is in there. I bet it's like a really awesome toilet. Nijire stood next to them dressed in her bunny girl outfit while eating a bag of chips. There were a whole lot of things on display right there, her wide hips, powerful thighs, and truly epic cleavage. What? It seems like the kind of reward your quirk would give you. I mean, you unlocked this for moving out, right? She has a point. Itsuka patted Izuku on the shoulder then looked towards Nijire. Why are you wearing that now, besides the fact that you like to? Nijire shrugged, causing her to bounce slightly, and a smile spread across her face. So I went to my room after my workout to get my school clothes and I ended up in here, and I didn't feel like sitting around in my sweaty workout clothes. Besides, this is super comfy. So, you can't get into your room? Itsuka asked, looking just a bit concerned. I guess we got a bit too excited and didn't think of the downsides. Nah, it's cool. I texted my roommate I was moving into a magical house this semester that won't let me enter my room, and after she asked me if I was on drags she told me she'd gather my stuff in a bit. Nijire shrugged and ate another chip. But isn't this awesome? We're all going to be living together. I get to have 3 super cute roommates. And I get to have more of Izuku's super good cooking. And I get super good cell reception here. The sounds of bags hitting the ground alerted them to Momo entering the room. Her long black hair was tied into a braid that fell onto her over her right shoulder. Her white dual button-up top was tucked into her modest high-waisted red skirt. She looked like a young CC librarian. Or, rather, a terrified librarian. "Hey Momo," Itsuka took a step towards her. "Is everything all right?" Momo shook her head and took a breath. "So, if I heard this right, we can't enter our own dorms? And we'll be staying here? Together? Because of Izuku's quirk?" "Yeah." Itsuka moved to touch Momo on the shoulder. "Isn't that a good thing? We're all friends here and dash." Momo pushed Itsuka's hand away and stumbled back, hands tight in front of her chest. "I'm sorry I can't do that. I can't live with both of you. Am I dash?" Momo let out a whimper and ran out the door. "Hey! Wait!" Itsuka shouted and chased after her. Izuka followed suit, but when he emerged back into the hallway he found both of the girls gone. Damn it. Of course, it would send them to where they came from. Hopefully, Itsuka was near Momo. Level 20. Level 20. Chapter 20. Level 20. See the end of the chapter for notes. She should have been better than this. She should have been ready for this. What was all that work for if the moment she saw the two of them together she'd run away crying? Of course, Izuku's quirk would do something like this. Why wouldn't it? The idea of living with those two, probably sleeping in the same room as her. It was just too much to bear. She could barely deal with these feelings when she interacted with them every single day. There was no way she could deal with Izuku and Itsuka while they lived together. Even if it did sound like fun. Like a lot of fun. Living with all of her friends, studying with them, laughing with them, eating Izuku's food and laughing at whatever weird effect it might have despite how good it tasted. And the house looked amazing as well. But she couldn't live with how jealous she got just by seeing how Itsuka looked at Izuku, or how he said her name, or how they just mingled so well. She always felt like an outsider. Why should college be any different? Because it was college and now she had friends. Momo sighed, sinking down against the wall and looked around the storage room she had thrown herself in while running away crying. Just what I needed, being known as the girl that broke down crying before college even started. Just great. Maybe she should transfer. But even then she'd still be in Izuku's party. No doubt his quirk would summon her the first time him and Itsuka have a see because it's perverted and cruel at random times. She needed to find a way out of his party, for her own sanity. She couldn't keep living this jealous. It wasn't healthy. The door opened and it was one of the two worst people to find her, Itsuka. The girl's breathing was hard and she looked around the room until she saw Momo sitting there back against the wall, tears still streaming down her cheeks. God, she must just look hideous right now. Itsuka walked over to her and sat down. Silence drifted between them as a sure sign that there was no way that Momo was going to get out of this. "I don't want to talk about it," Momo mumbled, bringing her knees to her chest and feeling the tears begin to swell up again. Why did she have to fall in love with both Izuku and Itsuka? Why did she have to be jealous? Why was she still in love with them? Why? Itsuka's arm wrapped around Momo's shoulder and brought peace to Momo's thoughts for a few moments, like a blanket to shelter her from a storm. When Itsuka took her hand she couldn't help but smile despite choking on her tears. "I don't think that's an option, but I'll stay with you until you do. That's part of the problem." Momo stared at where their hands were touching, noticing the difference between them. Despite her own calluses, Itsuka's hands were that much rougher. There was so much strength in those hands, but they were so caring too. So loving. "You're so nice to me." Itsuka just stared at her, those green eyes trying to coax her into continuing. But Momo couldn't. If she said too much more, she'd say too much. She should run away again. Just leave them. It would be easier. "So the problem is that I'm too nice to you? Last I checked that wasn't a problem." Momo leaned her head onto Itsuka's shoulder, embracing the woman's warmth and just letting herself feel like they were the ones that were dating for just a few moments. Itsuka's heartbeat was music to her ears. Part of her wondered what exactly Izuku would be doing if he had found her instead. Would he be holding her like this? It makes me feel bad about being jealous. Momo muttered, eyes still locked onto their hands. Part of her realized what she just admitted, and that part was growing, powered by fear as panic began to set in again. Jealous of what? Itsuka almost laughed, squeezing Momo's hand tighter. Momo, you're one of the most amazing people in the world. You're smart, funny, kind, beautiful, and determined. You have nothing to be jealous of. Oh right, she was in love with two of the densest people in the whole world. You and Izuku. But Itsuka looked so confused and so adorable for a second. God, was she just so adorable when she was confused. It wasn't that Itsuka was an idiot, just that she was rather stubborn when it came to feelings, and apparently that was something that Momo was attracted to. Oh! Itsuka gasped. At least she was quicker than Izuku. You're jealous of me being with Izuku? Momo stood, letting go of Itsuka's hand and trying not to look at her crush. Was it still a crush if she'd had it for nearly a year now? What was she supposed to say now? She already said too much, saying more wouldn't fix anything. I'm sorry, Momo, I didn't know you liked Izuku too. I shouldn't have asked you to back off, I'm sorry. Itsuka said from behind her. It was so easy to picture Itsuka's face twisted in concern, one hand touching her arm like she had been wounded and just looking like she needed a hug. It's not just you. Momo swallowed and pushed a tear from her eye. I'm jealous of you too. But I want you two to be happy, so I can't say anything. That's why I should just leave and then dash. Itsuka's firm hand on her shoulder spun her around and forced her to look at Itsuka face to face. 2 as in the number, or 2 as in as well? As well? Momo asked, eyes going wide as she felt how close Itsuka was. How did she end up pinned against the wall, Itsuka's gaze trapping her more than the girl's strong arm against the wall? So you like both me and Izuku? Itsuka had a single eyebrow raised. She was leaning in closer, the scent of her shampoo creamy orange, mixed with the coffee still on Itsuka's breath. Was it wrong that Momo was both incredibly turned on and having a mild panic attack right now? Like, romantically? Momo squirmed. She wasn't sure if she was gathering the courage to blurt it out or fighting against the urge. In the end, the truth won. Yes. I love you. I love Izuku. I love both of you. Every time I see you two together, I get so bent out of shape. I don't know what to do. Every time I think about it, I want to scream. Kiss me, Itsuka said firmly. Waff? Momo asked, pushing herself up against the wall as all panic left her, replaced by some extreme confusion that would linger even after clarification. Kiss me. You like both me and Izuku, right? So kissing me should be something you want, right? Itsuka was leaning in. Momo felt her body go rigid, then it shattered and she leaned in to do just that. Summoning Izuku Midoriya. Stupid Quirk. Oof. Izuku landed onto the hard floor of some random room, his arm banging against a stack of something as his quirk summoned him to someplace new. Why did he always get teleported sideways? He had been standing a few seconds ago, so why did he get teleported 2 feet into the air flat on his stomach? He pressed up off the ground and looked around. He was in a storage room, and then there were 2 sets of legs, very familiar legs. One pair belonged to Itsuka, the other belonged to Momo. They were close and his really hot girlfriend was currently making out with their very beautiful girlfriend. On the one hand, it was really hot. On the other hand, was this considered cheating? He should ask. What's going on? He stood dusting himself off and looking at the 2 blushing beauties. Momo's eyes were still red and Itsuka looked rather pleased with herself as she wiped her lips. Momo's a bias XL mess and has had a crush on both of us for a long time, and that's why she ran away. Itsuka nodded her head, hands on her hips and looking rather proud of herself. Momo looked mortified. And now he was seriously wondering if his quirk was actually controlling their feelings. He had a hard enough time believing that Itsuka liked him, but Momo too? Wait, but Momo was jealous, right? His quirk said she wouldn't. Great, this totally wasn't going to keep him up at night. So why were you two making out then? Izuku asked, a lump forming in his stomach. Was this the part where they broke up and Itsuka and Momo became the hottest couple on campus? Stupid imagination. Oh, well that is, Momo stammered fingers in front of her lips as she poked about nervously. Itsuka asked me too and I'm a dash. Izuku. Itsuka stepped forward and pulled him into one hell of a kiss. It was short, sweet, powerful, and left his spine a pile of goo. I still like you a whole lot. You make me beyond happy. He was sensing a but. And so does Momo. So I know this sounds crazy, but what do you think about Momo? Me. Momo squeaked, hands covering her face as she squatted down trying to hide herself. Itsuka. What are you dash? I'm trying to make everyone happy. Itsuka shouted, and grabbed Izuku's hand and Momo's hand, yanking the two of them together. I don't know if this will work, but it's better than nothing. I don't want to lose either of you. And I don't want Momo to suffer while we're happy, and I don't want to stop dating you either. So this is my idea. We all start dating each other. So please, Izuku, tell us what you think about Momo. Well, I've always considered myself lucky that Momo even wanted to be friends with me. I mean, she's smart, beautiful, kind, funny, and just one of the most amazing people in the world. I'm not really sure what to say, but dash. Itsuka clapped him on the back and pushed him towards Momo. Just kiss her, you SCK at confessions. Wait, doesn't this feel forced? What about Momo? Does she even dash? Izuku's words died in his throat as he felt Momo grab onto his face and pull him towards her. Kissing Momo was a lot like kissing Itsuka, but there were subtle differences. Where Itsuka was firm and energetic, Momo was soft and timid, begging him to take the lead. He felt that same tingle he did when he kissed Itsuka, but it was different in ways that he couldn't quite explain. Partway through the kiss, he realized that he had her hands on her hips and that he really liked kissing Momo. Pushed back, blushing slightly with a dopey smile on her face. Well, that was dash. FNG hot. Itsuka pulled both of them into a hug, a great big smile on her face. Seriously, I didn't expect any of this today, but I'm glad it happened. So what do you say, Izuku? Do you want Momo to be our girlfriend? Are you okay with that, Momo? I've been in a constant state of bisexual panic since I met the two of you. It will be nice not to worry about it for once. Momo's smile was only highlighted by her blush. Alright then, I guess we're all dating then. Izuku laughed, still not quite sure how to wrap his head around all of this. He now had two girlfriends that were so far out of his league he couldn't even get tickets to their game. But here he was, dating both of them, and living with both of them. How were they going to explain this to Nijire? Congratulations, Izuku, you officially have a harem. Itsuka laughed, kissing him on the cheek. Well, not really a harem. I believe the proper term is since's polyamorous relationship, as we're all dating each other. Momo stated, her cheeks red. Though, I believe we should keep this a secret and keep our affection to within our home. Holy FNG sheet, you actually have a harem. You are now a level 10 harem protagonist. Better put the points in Constitution. Achievement unlocked, harem. Technically it's a since's polyamorous relationship, but strange women that are wetter than a pond are no basis for defing a relationship. Reward, Midnight Kimono Skin Pack. Oh, I just got a new skin. Itsuka mumbled. Same, Momo nodded. Though I feel it may be best if we were to try them on in private. Oh, you found her. Did something good happen? You all look pretty happy. Nijire hummed, looking up from the TV, some animated movie playing. She was still wearing her bunny girl skin and her long hair was draped over the back of the couch. She jumped up to greet them, her chest bouncing with each step. So, this might seem a bit strange. Itsuka stepped forward, her smile finally dying down for a brief moment. She just looked so happy to Izuku, and that just made all of this so much better. And then there was Momo, who was all but pressing into him. But we're in a three-way now, so I hope you don't mind. Momo leaned over and whispered in Izuku's ear, her hot breath sending a chill down his spine. Do you think we can take a bath together later? Just the three of us? This place does have a bath, right? I'll give you a tour later. Izuka felt his face grow red hot as Momo grabbed his hand, forcing his arm between her BRSS and just touching him. But yes, we have a bath. I think you'll like it. You have been affected by an Irkton. A bit late on that one, Quirk. A three-way? Nijire tapped on her chin and snapped her fingers. Oh, no. We're a fursum. Huh. Izuku wasn't sure which one of them said that. Probably all three. Think about it. CC teacher skin. Nijire shifted into a very professional-looking outfit, complete with tights, high heels, black pencil skirt, a too-tight blouse that was just translucent enough that the design of Nijire's lingerie could be seen, and a tight blazer that just made her look even sexier than normal. She even had one of those thin metal pointers. If I'm a part of this, I get to have a super cute boyfriend and 2 super cute girlfriends. It's going to be awesome. Nijire, look, I can understand why you want this. I think. Itsuka took a step forward and held her hands out in front of her, trying to calm Nijire down. But we need some time to see how this is going to work, so just give a bit of time before dash. Without warning, Nijire grabbed onto Itsuka's face and pulled the girl into one hell of a kiss that ended with Nijire dipping Itsuka. When Nijire let go of Itsuka, the orange-haired girl fell to the ground. Nijire Hado has used lesbimancy on Itsuka Kendo. It worked good. Real good. Itsuka's hand shot up from the ground. You make a very good point. But just give us a week or something. Okay, I can wait, but I've been waiting a while to join in on the fun, so don't make it too long, okay? Nijire hummed and turned back to the TV. Momo was making happy bimess noises and Itsuka was still staring at the ceiling, looking like she was contemplating life at the moment. Izuku, however, had a very different problem on his mind. How was he supposed to have 3 girlfriends? He only had 2 hands. Also, why was everyone kissing Itsuka today? That was it, she wasn't going outside until tomorrow. Happy by noises. Level 21. Level 21. Chapter 21. Level 21. See the end of the chapter for notes. His arms were still asleep. But it was really hard to complain about why they were asleep. On his left was his girlfriend of 8 months, Itsuka Kendo, curled into his side, a pair of orange cat ears on top of her head, her lips curled into a cute smile as she slept with her long thin cat tail curled around her waist. An all but shining sky blue kimono that shimmered like the sea was draped around her body, exposing her shoulders and the tops of her biceps to him. To his right at eye level were Momo's large, full, and all-around spectacular biceps, barely contained by a midnight black kimono with highlights of red. Her shoulders were exposed and one of her long slender legs had fallen over his waist and was touching Itsuka. On top of Momo's head sat a pair of black dog ears that twitched at every single sound, and a wide smile was on her sleeping face. And then her thick bushy black dog tail began to thwack the bedside beside her. Momo! The tail stopped. Are you awake? The tail started again. Yeah. Momo sat up, yawning, stretching, and moving around. The kimono skin she had on was always just a single pull from coming undone, yet always managed to stay on unless removed. The skin itself was as much a blessing for him as it was for the girls. Momo placed one hand on her tail to try and stop it from wagging. Having a tail is certainly an experience. More of an experience than having a boyfriend and a girlfriend? At the same time. Izuku asked, moving to nudge onto Itsuka. Part of him wasn't sure if he preferred her catgirl kimono or her cat lingerie, but either way Itsuka was downright CC and adorable no matter what she wore. Also, apparently he now had a thing for girls with slight animal features. No, it's just troublesome. Momo muttered, letting of her tail and letting it wag. It does that whenever I'm happy. Oh. Nijire came in from the bathroom fully dressed for school with a toothbrush in her mouth and looking way too chipper in the morning. Did she just have one energy level which she was just always at? What would happen if he gave her coffee? Something like that might get in the way if you try doggy style. Nijire. Itsuka flailed her arms and legs, scrambling up to glare at the blue-haired girl. Itsuka, as on her hands and knees, her tail straight up and her face was flushed red. Can you please not say something so perverted in the morning? Nijire smiled, toothbrush still in her mouth. Hey, Izuku, nice pages. Izuku looked down and saw that his morning wood had worked its way out of his boxers. Clever comeback system. Thanks, I grew it myself. Hey, Nijire, nice melons. I bet it would feel great between your melons. Really? It was too early in the morning for something like this. Wait, what time was it anyways? Thanks, I grew it myself. Itsuka said and moved to cover it. Heh, Nijire hummed and went about her morning ritual. Oh, by the way, it's the first day of classes, so we should probably hurry and get ready. You two only have 15 minutes before freshman hero training begins. Gak. Itsuka stood and flung her hands about randomly, her barely on kimono somehow staying on as she freaked out. Okay, wait, disable midnight kimono skin. Itsuka changed into her usual casual clothes she had on yesterday. Her hair was a mess and she didn't look ready for her first day of college at all. She reached over and grabbed onto Momo. Come on. We actually need to get ready for once. Crap. Wait. Momo shouted, half pawing towards Izuku as Itsuka all but carried the woman. Are they normally that big? I need to know. Seriously, Nijire pointed her toothbrush at him. Did you put any points into charisma for that thing? Izuku looked down and gulped. Was it that special? Nope. Nice, it looks like it'd feel good. Nijire headed towards the bathroom humming to herself. I'll be sure to stuck you later. Great, now he was going to be even more of a high-strung nervous wreck than usual. You have been targeted by Nijire Hado's gaze of Stuckton. Your virginity is in grave danger. How the F? Are you still a virgin? That's what he wanted to know. To say Izuku's course was unique was to say that he was actually taking classes. Sure, the college did call them classes, but not only was he the only student in them, he was also getting paid for 2 of them, which was normally the opposite of how colleges worked. His first class was a 4-hour shift that covered the breakfast and lunch at the cafeteria, where his class role was to learn and absorb all that lunch rush had to teach him. The first lesson was learning to understand lunch rush. It wasn't that the hero was mute or anything, he just didn't like to talk at all. Had it not been for a buff that appeared, Izuku might have been worried about the situation. Pro guidance, the hero lunch rush is supervising you. Complete tasks to improve your cooking skill. His guidance can help you gain more advanced ranks and recipes in the cooking skill. Current progress 25,100 to next skill up. Current progress 5,375 to next rank up. It made sense that if he studied under a world-renowned chef that he would pick up on the skills of the chef. He even had an accurate list of tasks to complete that allowed him to work faster than ever before. The curry is done. Izuku slammed the large bubbling cauldron of thick meaty sauce down onto the counter, its contents nearly sloshing over. His hands were already burning from the 3 meals he had helped prepare so far. All of the recipes that Lunch Rush had given him were in the yellow to red difficulty, meaning he couldn't use his feet to get the job done quicker. But that did mean more experience. He was also told not to use his magic spatula. He didn't quite understand why, but he didn't want to annoy his new teachers so quick. Lunch Rush looked up from his own cooking and clapped his hand briefly and gave Izuku a thumbs up. It was simple, but the praise was more than enough, especially as Lunch Rush made happy noises when sampling the food. Curry of moderate recovery. Category: Food, Consumable. Effects: plus 10 horsepower. Plus 200 stamina. Will wake you the F up. Plus 1 to a random stat for 1 hour. Creator's skill level low, random effects may be added. Created by Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked around for his noteboard and moved through the kitchen to grab it. He scribbled down the effects as fast as he could without the lines blurring into random shapes that only kinda looked like words and letters. It boosts stamina by a lot and will wake people up. There might be other effects. Hopefully nothing too bad. And a plus 1 stat shouldn't matter too much. Lunch Rush gave him another thumbs up and pointed towards the small second of the front counter dedicated towards Izuku's food. All the food was technically paid for by UA for the students, but his section had a sign that read something like, "Student cooking, eat at own risk." It was red and Izuku wasn't sure if he should be proud or concerned by that sign. Izuku grabbed the pot once more and moved it into the neat-looking hole right next to the rice he had prepared earlier. Would mixing his cooking be bad? Would it make a new food item? Hopefully not. Really, he should test it, but there was so much to do. He grabbed one of the display cards and labeled the curry as Recovery Curry, should restore energy. So, how does this work? a blonde, posh-looking female student that could have been considered beautiful, at least when not compared to Itsuka, Momo, or Nijire, asked him, one hand on her hip and a single nearly invisible eyebrow raised in pure sassiness. Great, he was being judged by people now. Like, how's it supposed to, restore energy? Doesn't food normally do that? It's probably just a shitty sign to make us take his food. Clearly he's just some RETD that wasn't good enough to get a scholarship, so he has to work his way through this sheethole. Another girl, this one with long maroon hair, tan skin and holding a flute with a face that literally screamed that she was a beach sneered taking a plate of curry. You're lucky I like curry, shitface. Izuka blinked and watched as the two girls moved over to a table, completely forgetting about him. Apparently, there were beaches in college too. It really didn't sting as much as it used to, considering how both of his official girlfriends and his unofficial girlfriend were about 10 times hotter than those two. Still, hopefully they enjoy his food. Now let's see what's next. Some soba. Izuku hummed to himself and turned to start on his next dish. Like what the hell? One of the girls shrieked. My melons just grew. What? No way, you're fucking holy shit. So did mine. That other girl swore. It's that fucking curry. Of course his quirk would choose to give a charisma boost. At least it was only for an hour. Still, they did sell out of curry really quickly. Shoto Todoroki looked at the menu and frowned. There wasn't any soba. He wanted soba. Well, he always wanted soba. Maybe if he asked they could make him soba? What was his roommate doing in the back of the kitchen? Oh, it looked like he was waving goodbye to lunch rush. That was strange. Did his roommate work here? That was unusual. Oh wait, there was soba. In the student section. Did his roommate make it? He had a roommate that could make soba? That was a good thing. Maybe it was good. Shoto moved down the line and grabbed a good portion of soba and piled it onto his plate. His stomach growling for all the energy he had expended during training today. Maybe he could sleep during math or English. Shoto sniffed the soba and smiled. It smelled good. A bit sour but still good. With his plate in front of him, he sat down and began to eat. Everyone was talking about the curry for some reason. The soba tasted wonderful. It was better than curry just by being soba, but this soba was better than most soba he tasted. It might even be better than Fuyumi's soba. His red hair fell in front of his face. It wasn't long enough to do that. Taking another bite, Shoto pushed his hair to the side and realized that he felt smaller and different, and that there was something on his chest now. He blinked and stopped eating soba for a second to examine himself. His hair was really long now, almost as long as his mother's was. And his clothes felt loose. And on his chest were BRs? He blinked and moved his legs a bit. But he wasn't a he anymore. He took another bite of the soba and looked back towards the kitchen and at the red warning sign. Random effects are temporary and don't last more than 2 hours. That was good. At least he could still enjoy the soba for a bit. Love, thanks for 1k kudos. Level 22. Level 22. Chapter 22, Level 22. For a sweet little old grandma that gave people gummies and kissed their boo-boos to make it all better, Recovery Girl was actually mildly terrifying. So, she sat in her desk chair, a cold look in her beady eyes as she glared at him, a fresh stir-fry by her side to reduce joint pain. She frowned, moving her lips to taste the food, and then popped her neck. You're telling me that you have no medical knowledge to speak of? Izuku sat opposite her, wondering what the hell happened to that excited old woman that was thrilled that she might be able to retire soon? Or the one that lunged for the joint pain food? He missed that one. Not this serious medical professional that was grilling him for not knowing what bone went where. Not really, ma'am. She sighed. That sigh sounded so disappointed that his ancestors were probably going to disown him if he didn't try to make things better as soon as possible. I guess it wasn't needed with a quirk like yours. I thought so too when I was your age. Guess I'll try to shove 8 years of medical knowledge into your head. But why? His answer was a swift whack to the head by a cane. Because, even if your quirk lets you be lazy and heal people easily, medical knowledge is still important. We don't even know if your food has a downside like my own quirk does. Recovery Girl growled and then let out a long sigh that had her looking older by the second. Listen, relying on just your quirk can be a major danger, especially when you barely understand how it works. I'm trying to not let you make the same mistakes I did. Did something happen, ma'am? Izuku asked, seeing the sad glint in her eye. Recovery Girl stared at him for a moment. My quirk can kill. It drains people's stamina to heal them. I made the mistake of using my quirk on someone's injury when their body was already drained from other treatments. That's why you're going to learn medicine so you can be spared that fate, boy. Izuku swallowed. Alright, where do we start? Achievement unlocked. Your Asian parents must be proud. True to the stereotypes, you have started on the path to becoming a doctor, dentist, robotics. Reward, your mother's approval. Thanks, Quirk. Much like with Lunch Rush, his quirk changed, indicating that he was going to be getting skills and ranks from working with Recovery Girl. Apparently, doctor was a skill. Was there more that he could do with it, like cooking? Was there a way to combine the two? Maybe. First things first, you're going to be my assistant. That means I need to understand your quirk. Recovery Girl tapped her cane on the ground. So, let's start with your food because that's easy to understand. So, tell me, those numbers you mentioned, what exactly do they do? It wasn't really that easy. The numbers really didn't mean a whole lot. 4M injuries, 25 horsepower can remove sore throats, small cuts, and bruises. I can make something that restores 50 horsepower, but we haven't really tested it on anything more. Guess that's why you'll be cooking with Lunch Rush then. What about stamina? Right now that's probably the most useful thing for you here, especially if what it recovers and what my quirk drains are actually the same thing. She took another bite of his food, humming to herself. Furthermore, what exactly are the requirements for the activation? I felt better after a single bite of your food. I'm not exactly sure, but it starts after the first bite if you intend to eat most of it as a meal. Izuku scratched the back of his head, remembering the French toast Itsuka ate over a year ago. She only took a bite of it but got the full duration only to stop. You might only need to take a single bite of it, but I don't think you get an extra effect from the same meal. It can be shared though. But for stamina he really didn't know. It just seemed kind of vague. For stamina, if I had to guess, maybe 25 points was like an hour rest? Better than nothing. If anything, the placebo should help. She tapped her cane again. For now I have a few thermoses prepared in my fridge. She pointed to the mini fridge located near one of the patient beds. I keep yogurt, nuts, and cheese in there to give people an extra boost of energy. For now I want you to make the highest stamina recovery soup you can. And write down the effects. Right? I'll ask Lunch Rush Sensei what would be the best. The door slammed open, revealing a very distraught-looking Itsuka. Her gym uniform looked like it had exploded off of her right arm, leaving on her sports bra in place. The arm looked red and bruised. She was carrying an severely injured redhead boy that looked, well, Dr. Check succeeded. He looks effed up. That's not supposed to bend that way. Help! Itsuka shouted, looking down at the boy she was carrying. He's hurt really bad. Itsuka? Izuku stood and moved to help her with the boy. What happened? Izuku? What a dash! She shook her head and started walking for a bed in the back. Never mind, we were doing combat training and he asked me to hit him as hard as I could. Did you? Izuku asked as he placed the boy onto the bed, making certain he was out of Recovery Girl's way. He noticed a chunk of concrete in the boy's spiky red hair. It looks like you sent him into a wall. No. Itsuka's ears went red, almost matching the color of her arm. I didn't go all out, that would have probably made my arm explode. And I didn't send him through a wall. She paused and looked really guilty while holding onto her injured arm, wincing at the pain. It was 3. Boy, you better stop flirting and start helping. Recovery Girl moved over the boy and frowned. Kirishima, right? Right. His quirk is hardening. And Itsuka was cut off. Yes, I saw his records. Izuku, make a stamina soup for him and get your girlfriend something for her arm. There's ingredients in the fridge, fresh from the student garden if that matters. Recovery Girl began working on Kirishima's form, her lips extending to kiss the boy. Right, 1 second, Itsuka. It's fine, not like I'm in excruciating pain or anything. Itsuka huffed, rolling her shoulder and wincing at the pain. If using one for all did that to her, then maybe it was a good thing that he didn't actually get it. Who knows what the hell would happen with his quirk? Salad in a cup. It's salad in a cup. Category: salad, cup. Effects: plus 42 horsepower. Plus 12 stamina. Plus 1 rabbit food. Won't make her fat. Do tomatoes make people horny, or are those strawberries? Created by Izuku Midoriya. Vegetable soup of stamina. Why are you at soup? Category: food, liquid, energy drink, Mountain Dew. Effects: plus 10 horsepower. Plus 100 stamina. Made out of all the healthy things in the world, somehow tastes like Mountain Dew. 33.33333% chance of having a strong aftertaste of Doritos. Created by Izuku Midoriya. Here. He handed the salad in a cup to Itsuka and stumbled for a second. Wow, back-to-back foods like that with his quick cooking feat was rough. But he managed to do it, and the soup was even one with a huge stamina bonus. But why was it fizzing? Itsuka poured the salad into her mouth and chewed on it slowly, looking like a squirrel with overstuffed cheeks. Her teal eyes locked onto him as he moved to give Kirishima the Mountain Dew. Why's it fizzing? Recovery Girl asked, glaring at his concoction. Did you just pour soda into a bowl? No, sorry, my food is just really random sometimes. Izuku moved towards Kirishima's mouth. Itsuka moved over, her arm now healed, and lifted up the boy's head just so that Izuku could start pouring the fizzing hot liquid down the boy's throat. It's true, one time he made a sandwich that tasted like a steak. Itsuka sounded hungry. Maybe she was dropping a hint on what he should make for dinner. Wait, Itsuka always sounded hungry. Now he was hungry. Kirishima's eyes opened and he coughed on the soup while sitting up. He blinked with tears in his eyes, still coughing, and then swallowed. He liked his lips and shuddered. Why do I taste Doritos and Mountain Dew? Izuku shrugged and poured what remained of the soup down the drain. Sorry, my quirk is weird. How are you feeling, young man? Recovery Girl moved over to him and tapped on the arm that had been bent in places that weren't supposed to bend. You just had a dozen broken bones and ribs fixed. What? Really? Kirishima jumped onto the floor and flexed. I feel great. Like I just got out of the hot springs. What even happened to me? My girlfriend punched you through 3 walls. Izuku poked Itsuka in the arm and stuck his tongue out at her. Watching her blush was worth any trouble he'd get in later. Itsuka Kendo, weren't we going to keep our relationship kinda secret? Momo Yayorozu, I believe so? Why are people talking about us? Izuku Midoriya, sorry, just wanted to show off. Nijire Hato, did Izuku assert dominance by kissing Itsuka in front of someone? Itsuka Kendo, what? Nothing like that. Whoa man, Kirishima looked at them with wide eyes, smiling at them. Your girlfriend is really freaking awesome, by the way. And hey, did you help heal me? That's so manly. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, by the way. Nice to meet you. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku took Ijiro's hand and nodded. I'm going to be helping with Recovery Girl and Lunch Rush, and I'll be taking some hero classes in the evening. Achievement unlocked. First friend that isn't a girl. Wow, it took you 18 years to find someone dumb enough to want to be your friend. Don't worry, I won't touch him. Shoto on the other hand. Reward, ingredient bag. Whoa man, that's awesome, I dash. A cane to Izuku's head silenced Kirishima. Alright, that's enough out of you. Clearly you're both feeling good enough to get back to class, so get. Alright. Ijiro started to march out of the room. Catch you later, Izuku. Yeah, Itsuka leaned in and kissed Izuku on the cheek. See ya later. Izuku smiled as he watched his girlfriend leave the room. Is that girl really your girlfriend? Recovery Girl asked, looking up at him with one eyebrow raised. Izuku just smiled. That smile didn't last long, as Recovery Girl proved to be a SLV driver. There was steak in the kitchen. Momo stared up at the ceiling of the room she was sharing with Izuku, Itsuka, and Nijire. It was only the second night in college and it already felt amazing. She had done better than she thought she would have during the combat training Aizawa-sensei had them do. Itsuka had punched a man through 3 walls. Izuku was happy with his own classes, and Nijire was Nijire. All in all, it had been amazing. And to top it all off, Izuku had made the most mouth-watering steak she had ever eaten. At the time she had felt so full. But ever since she had gotten to bed and put on her midnight kimono skin, it had been all she could think about. That big, thick, juicy D-weight steak. She wanted the steak. Okay, she was also horny. But she was mostly hungry. And she knew that she needed to go to bed because of classes in the morning. The first 2 days were brutal, but hopefully the weekend things would calm down enough for them to relax and do all that fun relationship stuff. She only got 3 kisses from Izuku today. She needed at least 6. And she wanted to cuddle with Itsuka. And she really wanted that steak. Her tail thwacked against the ground and she let out a whine. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Momo pulled herself off of Izuku and glared in the direction of the kitchen. She was going to eat that steak and hate herself in the morning when she weighed herself. Stepping over Nijire, who was spread out like a starfish, her large bare just begging to be fondled, Momo made her way towards the kitchen. She was the only one that hadn't kissed Nijire, right? That wasn't really fair, was it? And was Nijire actually in their love pile? It felt mean for Itsuka to tell her to wait. Could she kiss Nijire too? She should ask Izuku. After steak. The kitchen light was even on. And the fridge was open? And there was noise? But everyone else was still asleep. It was dark. The sounds of a savage beast devouring her steak echoed throughout the kitchen. The soft slops, the crunching of bones and the ems of satisfaction echoed throughout the room and sent a chill down Momo's spine. What was she supposed to do? Should she scream? Was there a dungeon monster here? What could even be in here? Was this the Quirk's doing? What should she do? It sounded wild. She looked past the kitchen and saw that the locked door was open. Momo took a short, sharp breath and stepped around the fridge door. A plate fell, her partially devoured steak bouncing onto the floor, its juices splattering about like blood. The fingers of the creature that had been eating it were stained in red steak sauce, her mouth smeared by it, and she was wearing a large, oversized shirt that Izuku had thought he lost. She was small, hunched over with long purple hair with a thong of blue. The girl screamed. And Momo screamed back. The girl scrambled back and bolted towards the door where it slammed shut. Momo! Izuku scrambled out of the bedroom, Itsuka soon after, and Nijire yawned after her. What happened? Itsuka asked. Oh no, you dropped the steak. Nijire mumbled, yawning and leaning against Itsuka. Momo swallowed and pointed towards the door, her mind still trying to process what the F just happened. There was a person. A short girl went into that door. No, there wasn't. Momo Yaoyorozu is delusionally horny and is seeing things. Try doggy style. Level 23. Level 23. Chapter 23. Level 23. There were 3 possible reasons for what had just happened. Either someone or something had hijacked his quirk, unlikely considering how they only used it to give themselves a single room in a large house and were eating leftovers out of their fridge. His quirk was protecting some creature it created but couldn't fully control, seemed equally unlikely because it had never done something like that before. And it wouldn't be trying so desperately to hide something like that, it would just like he didn't know, delete it or just hide it somewhere less important. His quirk didn't really do things in advance. At least not like that. It almost felt like it was just making shit up as it went along. Besides, his quirk had been acting strange recently. It started when it created this place, when he got player housing by moving out. It acted strange, almost like it was surprised. Then again, when they first explored this place and found one locked door. A locked door that was delayed in saying when it could be opened. And now it was trying to distract them by saying that Momo was so horny she was seeing things. There was no way that she was that horny. Maybe. Probably. Why hadn't they had SEC yet? Oh right, college SEKS away free time and they'd all be busy with all the extra stuff. All of that led him to a singular realization. I think that was my quirk. Huh. Nijire yawned from her spot on the countertop. She raised a periwinkle eyebrow at him and crossed her bare legs at him. If she didn't look so sleepy, he might think she was trying to stuck him. Well, she probably was doing that anyways. Why did Itsuka make her wait again? That's silly, Izuku. Quirks aren't people. Quirks also don't make houses out of nowhere and give people animal ears for fun. Itsuka tugged on one of her orange cat ears, her tail straightening as a result. She looked down to the ground for a second, biting her lip before she looked towards the door. Still, I know this sounds crazy, but I've been wondering if Izuku's quirk was at least kind of alive for a while. I mean, it has a personality, and sometimes I even gained rep with someone whose name I couldn't read. So I think Izuku is right. That girl Momo saw, it has to be Izuku's quirk. Damn it. Would you? Gah. A thud came from beyond the closed door. Momo blinked her dog ears, perking up at the sudden noise. Well, I think that confirmed it. She sounds frustrated. Well, why don't we try asking it to come out? Nijire hopped off the countertop, swinging her arms as she half fluttered over to the door. Let's see here, what's a good name for her? Little Miss Quirk? Do you have a name? Why no. I'll just call you Menu-chan. I like it. Itsuka muttered from his side. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her ears were flat and she kept her eyes locked onto his. I know that you have a lot of mixed feelings about your quirk, but... He placed his hand on top of hers and sighed. Now that he thought about it, his quirk having a physical form meant that he could do something he wanted to do since he was a kid. Punch it. Relax, I'm not going to do anything mean to it. Liar. You want to punch me? You didn't put something in that steak, did you? Momo asked, placing a hand on her stomach. This is actually happening? Nijire knocked on the door. Menu-chan, can you please come out? I want to see how cute you are. And I want to ask if you can give me some cool skins. Like one with ears and a tail. That'd be fun. Oh, what kind of ears do I want? But come out. I want to hug you. I'm not cute, I'm not coming out and I'll think about it. Duh, but why? We know you're in there. Nijire knocked on the door again. I won't stop knocking until you open up. I can do this longer than you can. How is she so cute, beautiful, CC, and annoying all at the same time? Itsuka whined before shaking her. Probably not the time to be having a massive girl crush. No, you need to keep having them. Also, put more points in charisma. I'm starting to wonder if my quirk actually likes melons more than I do. Izuku scratched the back of his head, now wondering what Itsuka would look like with Nijire-sized Biarthus. It would be hot, but he liked Itsuka at her current size. They were just so nice. Wait, no, his quirk liked melons just as much as he did. With a sigh, Izuku stepped forward and knocked on the door. He didn't know why. His quirk could easily hear them through the door, if not hear his every thought. Look, Menu-chan, if you come out I won't hit you. I just want to talk. Yell. You want to yell at me? Unlike you, I'm not a dumbass. Right, saw that coming. It was already late, and he doubted his quirk was going to come out of the closet, and that just sounded so wrong in his head. Why was his quirk like this? That was basically the story of his life, wasn't it? Not only did his quirk make his life a living hell at times, but it was also just so sassy. He looked down at the doorknob and blinked. What were the odds she forgot to lock it? The door opened. Or maybe I am a FNG dumbass too. The room was dark, with its primary feature being a nest of pillows and blankets in the corner and an empty desk. The girl, his quirk, Menu-chan, stood in the center of the room wearing one of his larger shirts that covered her all the way to her knees. She was short, perhaps barely touching the 5-foot mark, with messy purple hair that stuck out in random angles. Her mouth was formed into a frown that might as well be as much a feature on her face as her nose. He stared at her for a moment, her dark gray eyes glaring right back up him. There really only was one thing to say. You're a beach. And you're a whiny CNT. Can you two please get along? Itsuka asked, trying to step between them. I know there's a lot of tension between you two, so can we please just talk about this? Man, why did his quirk have to be a girl? A short, weak-looking one at that? Even if she was a complete and utter beach, he couldn't hit someone that looked like they'd break if Itsuka looked at them the wrong way. He really did want to just punch her. The girl jumped and darted to hide behind Itsuka, clutching at her kimono like a child hiding behind its mother at the marketplace. It was almost cute. Itsuka, save me. He wants to hit me. Well, you kind of deserve it, you know. Itsuka laughed, holding her hands out in front of her. You do tend to be rather rude. It's not my fault. I'm just like that. Can I at least explain myself before I get my butt kicked? Well, this should be good for a laugh if nothing else. Fine. Why have you been tormenting me my whole life? The purple-haired girl let go of Itsuka's kimono and straightened herself for a moment, her eyes squinting up at him. She let out a raspy cough, and for once he thought he was going to hear her actual voice. But all she did was take a deep breath. Despite what you think, I don't hate you. I think you're a stupid, mean, arrogant Jarko that doesn't deserve Itsuka, let alone Momo and Nijire too. But I've lived with you almost as much as Mama Inko has. You whine constantly. You complain constantly. There isn't a single day that doesn't go by where you don't call me useless, beach, or something in your head. I hear those thoughts. So? I'm only like that because you constantly called me a weakling. If you had a problem with that, you could have just said something instead of just insulting me constantly. Izuku balled his fist and his quirk flinched, preparing for a strike he really wanted to give her. It was different now that there was a person in front of him. You called me a weakling. Every time I looked at my stats you were being mean to me. You never helped me, you never dash. You never helped yourself. You want to know why you were a weakling? Because you were. You were weak. You kept being weak because you didn't try. I can't make you strong. His quirk was breathing hard, her eyes going wide and the color was draining from her face. But she stood firm and gestured towards herself. And I haven't always been like this. This isn't even all of me. There's still so much more of me that's still asleep and locked away that I can't get into. Do you really think that I'd want to be a weak little girl like this? Do you really think that if I could choose things that you'd be such a weak whiny a-hole? I'm still your FNG quirk, jackass. She pointed a shaky finger at him, glaring up a storm. You don't remember it? When I woke up for the first time and you were a level 1 crybaby. You cried and cried and cried. But then you got mad at me for calling you a crybaby, so you stopped crying for a whole week. Then you became a weakling. But then why did you keep leveling up Kaken? It seemed like every time I was supposed to level up he did. Izuku stepped forward, glaring at her. Why didn't you tell me all the things you tell me now? Like how to rank skills up. Actually let me grow strong? Why? Why the f would I help Kaken? He's a jackass. It was just a coincidence that every time he bumped into you he was actually stronger. Maybe because he was actually applying himself? I know I'm not perfect, I'm still learning what I can do, but you were zero help. It was only once Itsuka started to hang around you that I finally start to learn what a video game was. Nijire stepped between them, placing one hand on his quirk's shoulders and holding her softly. It really does sound like you're both terrible people. But can you stop yelling at each other? It's not helping anyone. Besides, my head is starting to hurt. Menu-chan's thoughts are really, really loud. Sorry. I've just been wanting to say this for a long time. Menu-chan looked down to the ground. She sniffled once, her entire body shaking. I couldn't until now. Why did she have to look so pathetic? Izuku sighed. He wasn't sure if he was holding on to his anger or letting it go. He still wasn't sure what to think about all of this. His quirk, the thing that he was convinced hated him for so long, was now standing in front of him as a little girl, shaking and on the verge of crying. I've been wanting to say a lot of stuff to you for a long time too. I know. You've pretty much already said it. She took in a deep, shaky breath and pawed at the tears in her eyes. So. He scratched the back of his head and groaned. He was way too tired to properly deal with this right. I just have one question. She looked up at him, tilting her head to the side. Why didn't I let you take All Might's quirk? Yeah. Right, she could technically read his mind. You knew how much that meant to me. How much I wanted to become a hero. And how much work I put into getting it. But you took that away from me. I know. I know how much that meant to you. And I wasn't going to stop you. I might not have wanted you to use another quirk besides me. So, I'm sorry. He stepped forward, Nijire stepping to the side and Itsuka squeezing his hand lightly. Then why? Menu-chan's eyes went up towards Itsuka. She choked once and tears fell from her gray eyes. That quirk isn't what you think it is. It's already eaten Itsuka's quirk. Huh? Itsuka asked, making her hand grow to roughly the size of her own body before shrinking it back down. But I can still use my quirk. What do you mean by, it isn't what we think it is? Izuku asked, now raising an eyebrow. An eaten? What did that mean? That thing. It isn't just one quirk. It's not even two quirks. It's a bunch of quirks all fused together. All it cares about is getting more power so it can beat someone. When I saw what it was, I got scared. I didn't want to lose myself to it. It wanted to eat me. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to fuse with it. I didn't know what would happen. So I put it in Itsuka. And now her quirk is a part of it. Menu-chan was actually crying now, her entire body shaking as she bit her lip looking up at Itsuka. I'm so sorry. I don't really get it, well, kind of. Itsuka muttered, looking at her enlarged hand. But I can understand why you would be so afraid of something like that. Looking at it from a quirk's point of view, that is. I mean, can you imagine a person like that, Izuku? It reminds me of a zombie or something. Momo admitted, now standing by his side and grabbing his other hand. Izuku, I won't tell you what to feel. But just be calm. I think Menu-chan wants to help you. She just can't do it on her own. After all, she did help you save my life, right? She had a point. Izuku sighed. I just have one more question. No, you have two. But go ahead and ask them. Even when she was crying, his quirk still sounded like a beach. Have you ever messed with how Itsuka, Momo, or Nijire have felt about me? He asked, looking at all three of the girls. Well, 4. Why were there 4 now? That was twice as many as he had hands. Not that he actually wanted to touch one of them. If I could control minds and free will like that, do you really think that you would still be such a beach? She has a point. Itsuka winced and held on to him tighter, a wide smile appearing on her face. Izuku rolled his eyes. Fine, one last question. Do you think you can be nicer to me? Menu-chan just shrugged, smiling for the first time even as more tears poured down her face. He thought not. Okay. Nijire pepped up and grabbed onto Menu-chan. You 3 go to bed. I'm going to take Menu-chan and help her get cleaned, in some proper clothes, and make her not look like a complete gremlin. I am not a gremlin. You were caught eating steak out of the fridge with your bare hands in the middle of the night and growled at Momo. You are a level 1 gremlin. Nijire hummed to herself, pushing Menu-chan along towards the bath. Izuku blinked and sighed. I kind of hope that I wake up and realize tonight is all a dream. If it was a dream, I think there would be more SEC involved. Momo yawned and tugged on his arm, her tail swishing happily back and forth. She has a point, Itsuka hummed alongside her, but I guess we're technically adults and technically need to be responsible. Look, as impossibly CC as you two are, I just found out that my quirk is like a person now or something. For some reason, I don't think having SEC right now is a good idea. Momo looked at Itsuka, and the 2 girls nodded. We know, Itsuka said before kissing him on the cheek. But that doesn't mean we can't tease you about it. Momo joined in, kissing him on the cheek. Once again, Izuku was reminded that it was really hard to sleep when he had apnea. Level 24. Level 24. Chapter 24, Level 24. Nijire, that hurts. It only hurts because you're squirming now. Settle down. His quirk was a living, breathing, human? Saying she was a person didn't really help his brain not hurt. With a sigh, Izuku stepped out into the living room and saw Nijire holding a struggling. He guessed her name was Menu-chan, wasn't it? Sitting in her lap while Nijire attempted to run a comb through the tangled mess of purple hair that made up most of his quirk's head. She was still basically swimming in one of his oversized shirts, with the only new exception being a pair of sweats. Stop treating me like a child. I am a quirk. Then quit acting like one. Nijire actually looked annoyed for once and looked up at him, smiling. She was already fully dressed and somehow looked like she had gotten more sleep than Momo or Itsuka did. Good morning. Oh right. Itsuka mumbled, yawning her way over to the kitchen. I kind of thought Izuku's quirk being a person was a dream. Momo nodded in agreement. She grabbed an empty coffee pot and frowned. Izuku. Coffee. Itsuka joined in the whining. With the power of his feet, he made them coffee in no time flat. With his 2 girlfriends temporarily placated, he scratched his head and approached his soon-to-be 3rd girlfriend and his quirk. That was a sentence he never thought he'd have to think. Actually, he'd been thinking a lot of new sentences recently. Such as, why the hell was his quirk a little girl? I'm not little, I'm just short. And I don't know why I'm a girl. You're also so cute and grumpy. Nijire pinched Menu-chan's cheeks. Oh, and she's AC dash. Menu spun around and clapped both hands over Nijire's mouth. He doesn't need to know that. Nijire just shrugged and kept on smiling. Oh, I want a date. Huh. Itsuka looked at Nijire trying to figure out what she was talking about. A date? Yeah. You and Itsuka have had lots, and you even had a few with Momo before we were all official, but you haven't gone on a date with me. So I call dibs. It can happen after I'm officially in the love pile, but I want to go on a date with you. Nijire spoke softly, now going back to combing Menu's hair and looking rather pleased with herself. You know, I bet that you thought I was just going along for the ride. And I kind of have been, but why wouldn't I be? It's been awesome so far. But I am honestly interested in you. Nijire turned around and looked over at Itsuka and Momo. And you too. He looked over at his two official girlfriends to see what they had to say about all this. Momo's tail was wagging and she was nodding her head in approval. Itsuka looked at her hand and made it to roughly the size of a large bear before she slammed it down onto the table in a giant thumbs up. Apparently, he had permission. Sure, that sounds fun, Nijire. And don't worry, I'll come up with something fun all four of us can do later. Nijire blinked and tapped on her cheek. Well, besides SEC, that is. Oh, Menu, can you dash? But you didn't dash. Fine. Nijire pouted and started combing again. You're such a tsundere, I can't stay upset at you. Yeah, that was one way to put it. Minus the whole not being upset with her part. And did Nijire really have to ask him out now? Not that he was mad about it, it just felt like a weird time with his quirk just appearing. But at least he was finally going to get some more answers out of her. He met her gray eyes and he took in a steady breath. So, why was I stuck as a level 2 weakling for so long, even when I leveled up? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Menu shrugged, which earned her more harsh combing from Nijire. I don't really know. It would have been funny seeing you run around as a level 20 or something weakling, but I guess it was just capped at 2? Same reason why Crybaby could only get to level, okay, so can you tell me exactly what you can and can't do? Izuku sighed, running his hand through his hair. And sitting on the ground in front of the two girls. He could make it up to lunch rush if he was late. I mean, it would help me a lot if you had an instruction manual. If we find one, I get to read it first. Pretty much everything you guys know, I know. Sorry, I'm kind of useless. But I do know 2 things that might help. Menu kicked her legs as Nijire pulled the comb through a long, thick stretch of hair. The reason why Momo can't make another magic item is because you weren't high enough level. For some reason, it's tied to you and you should be able to make another one. I can do that pause thing anytime you want, but it messes me up big time, so don't overuse it. Oh, and I can teleport you to any of the girls or vice versa. Oh, well, that's actually useful, thanks. Still a bit weird how the living manifestation of his quirk couldn't tell him more about his quirk. At least they wouldn't have to be doing something lewd too, but there's really nothing else? Menu gave a sigh, her entire body going laxed as though she was physically exhausted from answering his questions. There really isn't. I'm trying to figure myself out as much as you can. But like so much stuff is just automatic. It's a bit like how your heart beats without thinking, or how you digest food. Take this house we're in right now. Technically, this house is just as much a part of me as this body is. Menu snapped her finger and the lighting changed from early morning to sunset. She snapped again and it skipped to dark, again and it was morning again. She pointed at the couch and it changed to a rich purple color. I don't even know how we get cable and internet in here. Or power. And that stove is gas. Like what the F dash? I don't even know how this sheet works normally, and I'm making it and it's here and it works. And don't even get me started on dungeons. Nijire kicked her leg a bit, now holding onto Menu's head with a bare grip and pulling the comb through girl's rough hair. How come you can make melons bigger so easily? Menu just blinked and shrugged. When Izuku was 13, he found a comic of an elf that had her charisma going up and it made her BRSTS bigger. So I guess that's what I assumed charisma did. Or maybe that's just how it's always been, I don't really know. But we like melons, so it works out. I like the first reason. And the last one you said. Nijire hummed and patted Menu on the head. Thank you for being just perverted enough to be interesting, Izuku. Right, well, as interesting as finding out why Izuku's quirk can make chests bigger. Itsuka walked over fully dressed in her school clothes and looking absolutely stunning as always, Momo looking just as beautiful with her own flair and poise. Seriously, he was dating supermodels or something. We need to get to class. Today's our first day of practical training, right? Oh right. He was actually in that class. But there was just one last thing. You three go on ahead, I want to ask my quirk something. Besides, the boys' dorm is closer to that class. Right. Momo slumped a soft pout on her face. I forgot we don't all exit at the same place. I was hoping to walk with Izuku today. I understand, but we might need to work on our public image. Itsuka said as they headed for the door. I mean, one of our classmates knows that I'm Izuku's girlfriend, so do we want people to know that we're all in the same relationship? What are you two talking about? Nijire hoped between the two of them. We should just be open about it. But Izuku should marry Momo officially. Why me? You're loaded. Nijire, do you have a filter? Nope. The girls stepped through the threshold and vanished without a sound, transported back to wherever their dorms were. Izuku sighed and looked at his quirk. It was still so strange that this girl that was barely 5 feet tall and was wearing sweats was the literal manifestation of the thing that he had hated for years. Part of him was still bitter about that. Just like with Kaken. But they weren't bad people. Just JRKS. What's doom foretold? Menu's face fell and she looked down at her hands, finger twitching like she was trying to get the feeling back in them. She took a breath and opened her mouth. Nothing came out, then she tried again. Her voice was soft, underspoken, and just a bit raspy. I don't know. When I forced Itsuka to take one for all, that came with it. I think that it's still linked with what created it in the first place. It wants to fight, it can feel the intent. And that's when something is going to happen. But Menu took a small breath, her entire body shaking. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how to get ready. But I do know that something is coming. Part of him was hoping for something more. Especially since she was using her own voice to speak. But he guessed that just like he was useless, so was his quirk. If you find anything out, let me know. Sure, but when do you want to tell them? About this? Menu asked, biting her lip and looking towards the door. I mean, they're a part of this too. I don't even know if I can remove them from the party, or if that would even help. I know. I was kind of hoping for more information about it. But I'll tell them soon. He stood and popped his neck. So what are you going to do while we're gone? Menu just shrugged. I don't know, think of new ways to tease you, watch TV, starve at some point. It's not like I can leave this place. Entity, sysadmin aka Menu-chan, has been awarded the title of NET Weeb Sheet. Menu looked up and growled. See, it's not just you, apparently I do that to everyone. I'm not even in the party. Oh, and what was it that you had planned for Shoto? Izuku asked. I mean, I haven't even really talked to him. Menu shrugged again, a wide smile growing across her face that made him feel like she was up to something. Which, knowing his quirk, it probably was. Weird how something that was so powerful was equally just as useless and also so very crafty. And probably reading his thoughts right now. I try to ignore most of that, but yeah. With a cough, Menu hopped off the couch and pushed his hip. Now get out there. And ask Momo if she can make me a computer and some game systems. I need to study too, you know. Okay, I'm going. Try not to burn the house down. He laughed, making his way out of the player housing and towards his next class. Level 25. Level 25. Chapter 25. Level 25. As a teacher, playing favorites is something that is heavily discouraged. Which was why Shota Aizawa hated all of his students right off the bat. Initially, he despised all of his students at the same level. Actually, knowing their name meant that he probably hated that student a bit more than the others, or perhaps he tolerated them a bit more, Both of these students were few and far between. But there was one name that Shota Aizawa knew before he had even met the student. Hell, he could even say he had an instant and immediate dislike for this child. Izuku Midoriya. The name struck a nerve as he remembered Nijire mentioning him and his quirk quite a few times. Both from her seemingly constant stream of inappropriate outfits, to her endless supply of items she kept in her chest. Another reason that annoyed him was that everyone else was playing favorites with Izuku. Nizu allowed him in after a brief interview because his quirk seemed interesting, most of the faculty liked him, and a few of his new students were quite fond of him as well. He also had a custom schedule that was frustrating to deal with. The kid was barely a student and was actively working on campus, infecting the cafeteria with strange food and healing other students with stranger foods. Izuku Midoriya stood out like a sore thumb, largely because he had a punchable face. All of that could have been ignored or forgiven, but there was just one small problem. Izuku's quirk wasn't being controlled at all. Or if it was being controlled, Izuku was a jackass. And worse, Shota couldn't erase Izuku's quirk. So not only did Izuku have a quirk that he could barely use, but even Shota couldn't even control it by erasing it when it acted up. Aizawa-sensei? Itsuka Kendo, one of the more promising students from this year with her DS-bin, past in martial arts and fantastic work ethic, coupled with a quirk that was twofold in terms of strength. Her large hands alone would have been enough to make her a decent hero, but the great amount of strength that she was still learning to control without injuring herself made her just all the more formidable. If he was to play favorites, then Itsuka would certainly be up there. Were it not for her relationship with Izuku. Yes, Itsuka? Shota asked with a sigh. Could you please stop trying to send us into another group? Being teleported so many times is making me nauseous. She placed a single hand on her stomach and looked up at him, making a disgruntled face. She might be exaggerating, but he knew from first-hand experience that being teleported was a bit hard on his body. And she had been teleported at least 7 times in the last 10 minutes. Momo Yaoyorozu had likewise been teleported about. Besides, I'd prefer to work with Izuku and Momo. Shota wanted to bash his head against the wall. Part of the reason why he had divided the teams up randomly was so that he could avoid friends getting too comfortable. More often than not, who heroes ended up working with wasn't by choice. Today's exercise was supposed to be about adapting to working with strangers without knowing their skill set. Izuku, can you stop teleporting your fellow classmates so we can get started? Shota glared at the green-haired young man. He really had a punchable face. Izuku held up his hands in defense and gave a nervous chuckle. I would, but my quirk is a bit stubborn. Besides, Itsuka and Momo are already in my party, so we dash. There was that word again. Party. Nijire mentioned it. She was in the party too. Still, with a quirk that allowed him to summon others to his side at will, Izuku would rarely, if ever, need to work with someone unfamiliar. But at this point it was pride and stubbornness that kept Shota from agreeing to the request. Why can't I erase your quirk? He growled, glaring at Izuku. Izuku just shrugged. Unlike the other students who had their costumes already, Izuku was simply wearing the gym uniform. My quirk says to tell you that you're not going to make her go to sleep. She's warm and has a pot of coffee, so bring it. His eye twitched. Shota let out a groan. So your quirk can talk to you now? Aizawa-sensei, the other promising girl Momo Yaoyorozu, who like Itsuka, would have been a perfect hero candidate were it not for her connection with Izuku, took a step forward. Izuku's quirk is rather unique, and we've tried to ask Menu-chan to stop teleporting us about, but she's rather stubborn and doesn't like you. The feeling is mutual. Shota rolled his shoulders. In theory, there was a lot he could learn from a quirk that could talk, such as what his quirk actually did. From what little he gathered, he didn't actually erase them, but simply put the quirks to sleep. That made a lot of sense. But as it stood, that revelation was coming from someone he disliked a great deal, so he chose to ignore it. Additionally, I believe that dash. Fine. Shota cut Momo off and turned towards the other groups. You 3 can be a group. I don't feel like arguing today. That was a lie. But he wasn't getting paid to argue with a child. And his even more childlike quirk. But sensei, Itsuka stepped forward carefully, no doubt picking up on his foul mood. Aren't we supposed to be in groups of 5? That's right. But I'm sure your teamwork will allow you to make up for your lack of members. Izuku Midoriya, did you have to make the teacher mad at me before class even started? Sysadmin, blame Nijire, he already hated you because of her melon's window abuse. Sysadmin, besides, we don't need to worry about being outnumbered. We have an Itsuka. And Momo is no slouch either. Itsuka Kendo, oh yeah, that's right, you haven't seen Momo in action yet, have you? Momo Yaoyorozu, please stop, you're going to make me blush. Itsuka Kendo, that really doesn't take much. Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku Midoriya, did Momo get better at fighting or something? Sysadmin, yep. She used her depression about her 2 crushes dating each other in a positive way and turned herself into a fighting machine. I should see if I can change her class name. Izuku Midoriya, I think you two are about to break Momo. Izuku looked at the red-colored flag that they were supposed to be protecting. It was just like playing capture the flag during P, only instead of there being an open field they were instead inside a long industrial complex comprised of multiple buildings. They knew where the other team's flag was and vice versa. Worse still was who they were up against. A smug-looking blonde guy that Itsuka hated. Ejiro Kirishima, his friend. Some guy that did a manly flex handshake with Kirishima when they were put on the same team. Shoto Todoroki, his more or less roommate and menus would be plaything. And lastly there was Katsuki Bakugo who, Deku, you demon shrub. LVL-10 trash has entered the fight. Who apparently was going to charge right at them the moment the test started. Right? First things, first take out Kaken and then plan. That crazy Bakugo guy had just charged in the moment the exam began. While charging in first thing was manly as hell, doing so without the rest of the team was not so manly, especially since they hadn't even had a chance to finish Nido Monoma's plan. Not that it was much of a plan all things considered. Just trying to use their numbers advantage in the best way possible. Something Ijiro wasn't too certain of considering his first-hand experience with Itsuka's strength. Her giant fists were hard enough to deal with as is, but that combined with her fighting skill, ability to shake of a hit like she was the one with the hardening quirk, and all the extra power she had in her just made him not entirely certain that victory against her was possible. If only because she could easily pick him up and then throw his butt all the way into Tokyo Bay. But at least he had a bit of backup in the form of Tetsu, someone with a quirk like his but steel instead of just hardening. Even with that, he wasn't sure if they could take Itsuka. And that Momo chick. Something just felt off about her. She seemed way too happy, and during the first day of classes she had apparently beat someone so thoroughly they dropped out. All with a polite smile on her face. He was getting some serious Yandra vibes from her. Partially because of her black hair. Really, the only one that Ijiro felt any kind of confidence in beating was Izuku. But that just felt moot because Izuku was a support hero and beating one of those just felt like it was less manly or something. Hey, Tetsu nodded around the corner. They were taking the lower path to the enemy flag. Nido's thought was that the enemy would try to take advantage of this section by sneaking either of their strongest through the tunnel to try and steal the flag quickly while the other two attempted to hold them off. It made sense. Someone's up ahead. Ijiro looked around the corner. This was the most open part of the building, a large room that was at least twice as wide as their classrooms were with row after row of stone columns. Really it felt like the kind of place where the final battle of some action movie would happen. Standing at the far end of the room bathed in the gentle light that filtered in was the other girl. Her hero costume was different than he remembered. Instead of the red getup she had before, hers was now a black armored-looking top that covered her chest leaving her stomach and upper arms exposed. Her shorts looked to be made of something similar, with black boots that went up to her mid-calf. It was a lot of skin exposed, which might have something to do with her quirk. A mask or something was sitting on the top of her head. It's not that Itsuka chick, is it? Tetsu asked, taking another oh-so-obvious glance down the corridor. No. Itsuka took the upper path. You two aren't very good at being sneaky. I'm Momo, by the way. Momo held out her arm and conjured a long black staff, its tip igniting with a spark of electricity. I'm sorry, but I can't let you two pass. Look. Tetsu took a step forward, his arms spread wide. I don't want to hurt you, so dash. Oh, that's sweet. Momo smiled at them and grabbed her stomach and pulled out a rope. A lot of rope. That explained the exposed skin. She tossed the rope into the middle of the room and pointed at it. If you two could just tie yourselves up, that would be great. Nijire laughed, smiling despite the situation he found himself in. I don't think she's going to just surrender. That's so manly. Right? She's tough. All right, Red Riot. Let's do this. Tetsu shined and turned into steel, banging his fists in front of his body to show off how tough he was. Nijire mirrored the motion when he used his hardening quirk. Right, let's go, real steel. Momo kept smiling and pulled down her mask. She twirled her staff and charged at them. A thick black smoke poured from her body that grew to consume the entire room in a matter of moments, leaving only the dull blue glow of her staff and the glowing green eyes of her mask for just a few moments before darkness came over them. Shoto Todoroki looked at his foe. It was the one with orange hair. Itsuka Kendo. The one that one of his teammates had warned him about. She was apparently super strong. Which was good, he needed to beat All Might, so he needed to go up against super strong people. Still, the girl wasn't Izuku. Which was a shame. Shoto had been craving Izuku's soba for a while. He wanted to see if he would make him more soba. I want soba. He muttered to himself, place a hand on his stomach before looking up at Itsuka. She had orange hair, and her outfit was a sleeveless turquoise cheapao that went to her knees and a pair of gray boots, leaving her arms and legs mostly exposed. She also had on a black mask that didn't really hide anything. She looked like a martial artist. He was good against close-ranged fighters. Itsuka smiled and placed a hand on her hip. You're Shoto, right? You know, if you ask Izuku, he'd probably make you some soba later. Though it might do something weird. Shoto blinked. Like turn me into a girl? Yeah, is that what it did last time? Shoto nodded. Itsuka scratched the back of her head. Right, sorry about that, Izuku's quirk kind of has a mind of its own. Well, if I beat you, then I'll be able to ask him for soba sooner. It was simple logic, but now he had more motivation. Sorry. He held up his hand and unleashed a blast of ice that cracked some of the concrete walls they were fighting amongst. Some of the pillars were even caught up and dragged into the blast. It all happened too fast for her to dodge, and when he pulled his hand down, he saw Itsuka frozen in the center of his blast. She had managed to enlarge her hands and attempt to block it, but there was little she could do. He should probably unfreeze her before it did too much damage to her. He took a single step. And his glacier broke. Itsuka stood in the center of the falling ice, her fists enlarged and a wide, confident smile on her face. She dropped into a fighting stance, one knee raised and her green eyes all but glowing. At that moment, Shoto felt several unique emotions. The first was awe, something he had only ever felt at seeing All Might before. The second was fear. It wasn't that Shoto hadn't felt fear, but this was the first time in a long time. The last was surprising. It was attraction, something he had only felt a few times before, and only towards other men. Is that all you got? Itsuka taunted him. Well, this was a new emotion too. He didn't want to lose to her. He held out his hand and unleashed another blast of cold towards her. Nito was concerned. From his vantage point, he could see much of the battlefield. There was smoke coming from where he sent the two hardheads, and Shoto been launching blast after blast of ice only for it to be shattered a moment later. And there was still no sign of Katsuki. That DMN idiot talked a lot of game but couldn't even get out alive after a 3 versus 1? His plan would be working so much better if Katsuki had just waited. He could have gone to steal the flag and beat up that Izuku guy while the two girls were distracted. Still, he hadn't expected Itsuka to be able to hold off Shoto like that. He had bet that it would be Itsuka going down that tunnel which would have allowed Shoto to just overpower the other two. But it appeared that whatever plan his enemy had come up with perfectly countered his. Worse was that he was out of time with Shoto's quirk. Still, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Maybe he should. He stopped to look down and saw someone entering their flag room. It was the boy of the group. Izuku Midoriya, dressed in nothing but a gym uniform. He had tried to gather just a bit of info from everyone else's quirk in previous classes, but this was his first time seeing Izuku outside of the cafeteria. Nijire honestly thought he was just more staff. Still, Nijire had said it was a healing-based quirk that allowed him to make items. A quirkless fighter was a frustrating foe. Stop! Nijire jumped down in front of Izuku, barely managing to land without hurting himself. Okay, so jumping had been a bad idea. What happened to Katsuki? Izuku blinked at him and shrugged. We knocked him out. Well, not so much we as much as Itsuka did. We tied him up. But he might not wake up for a while. Demon fool. It's to be expected. Still, you must have some nerve to leave your flag behind like that. Unguarded. You must be aware of just how outnumbered and outmatched you are. I mean, you're in the support course, aren't you? I doubt that there's anything that you can do to even stop Dash. Izuku took the bait and charged. He was faster than Nito expected, but that was nothing to be concerned about. All he had to do was touch Izuku and see what exactly his quirk was so that he could beat Izuku at his own game. If it was a healing quirk, then that was fine. It would mean that they would be evenly matched in a prolonged battle. It was even worth being thrown onto the ground so easily. Maybe he was at a bit of a disadvantage. Ha! Nito laughed as much as he wheezed, and waved his hand in front of Izuku's face. I touched you. So? Izuku raised an eyebrow. I touched you too. Fool. You don't know what my quirk is. You see, I can copy the quirks of those I dash. Installing quirk. What? Nito looked at the odd screen that appeared in front of him. It was a text box, like when he would attempt to install a new software only mildly opaque. Oh, Izuku let go of his arm and took a step back. I'm so sorry. Installing file 1 of 265-34670-324563452256345255256310.1% complete. Another box appeared. And another and another and another, flooding his vision with warnings and progress bars as his entire brain felt like it was being overloaded from whatever the hell was currently being poured into him. It felt like when he attempted to do an all-night study session right before an exam. Like he absorbed too much but knew so little. Warning, file size too large, installation time estimated at 142 years 241 days 3 hours 11 minutes and 53 seconds. Shutting down non-vital systems until installation is complete. As the darkness grew around him, he saw but one final message. Well, you're FING dumbass. Izuku looked down at the strange blonde guy that had bragged about touching him and copying his quirk, an event that Izuku was partially curious to see what would happen. As it turned out, copying his quirk was a bad idea given how the boy promptly passed out. Izuku Midoriya? Menu-chan? Is he going to be alright? Sysadmin, GUH? Maybe. Please don't let him touch you again. It feels weird being inside his head even a little bit. But from what I can gather, the whole copying thing has a pretty short time limit. Izuku Midoriya, alright then. How are things going for you two? A scream echoed from where Momo should have been. The smoke floating up from the area gave him about as much concern as the giant wall of ice where Itsuka was. A moment later, Izuku managed to catch a glimpse of someone fleeing out of the combat area and onto the streets. It was a boy with silver hair, screaming. A few minutes later, Nijire emerged, not screaming but running out just as fast. Okay, so maybe Momo was a bit more terrifying than the happy bye mess that he dealt with on a daily basis. When she said that she could handle whatever came at her, he was a bit reluctant to agree. Momo Yaoyorozu? What were the rules if they ran out of bounds again? Itsuka Kendo, I think they lose. Did you get the flag, Izuku? Oh, and I took care of Shoto. Izuku walked a few feet back and grabbed the flag. Izuku Midoriya? Yep, so I guess we win? Sysadmin, I'm not surprised, but honestly I feel a little let down. Level 26. Level 26. Chapter 26, Level 26. Itsuka had a problem. Well, she had several problems. But there were two very important ones that were stuck in her mind. The first was that she was horny. This wasn't the biggest deal in the world as she knew how to please herself. She was pretty good at it, and part of her was excited to see if that could be applied to Momo or Nijire, though the latter would probably show Itsuka a few things about her own body in exchange. But that wasn't how she wanted to relieve herself. It was partially spawned by Nijire demanding that she be allowed to take Izuku on a date this weekend, which Itsuka was trying really hard to be okay with. She was, in theory, so far being in a three-way with Momo had been great, and she was now comfortable with her inner lesbian driving her sexuality for a bit. Still, part of her was looking forward to adding Nijire to the cuddle pile. Which was Itsuka's second problem. Izuku was her boyfriend first. She was his first friend, she was his first girlfriend, and he was her first boyfriend. Sure, she was fine with sharing, but that was because she was first. And she felt a bit guilty that she was the first one to kiss Momo, without talking to Izuku first, and the first one that Nijire kissed. Nijire was the first one to kiss Izuku in the first place back during that dungeon last year. Sure, they weren't dating at the time, but that still counted. Well, not really. Point being, Itsuka was horny and wanted her boyfriend to be the one to finally effed her senseless. They had been dating for over half a year now. She had wanted to do it a few times when they randomly got teleported to each other while sleeping. But every time someone interrupted them or it was just a bad time. So now that she had slept, all but naked next to Izuku several times in a row now, she had woken up hornier and hornier ever since. And she could tell Momo was feeling the same. And Nijire was probably ready to jump on that D, the moment Itsuka said go. So Itsuka's main problems were that she was horny, and she wanted Izuku to be the one to satisfy her. Alone. Which was problematic because Momo had just about the same schedule as Itsuka did while also actually living with the girl, meaning her private time with Izuku was incredibly limited. Sysadmin. Give me a couple hours and I'll see what I can do. Sysadmin. Oh, and don't worry about me watching. Even if I'm not there, I'll know everything anyways. Oh, by the way, he likes it when... Itsuka found it really hard to concentrate in class while Menu-chan listed a bunch of lewd acts that Izuku had thought about doing with Itsuka. And she had to admit, a few of them sounded good. Her horniness mixed with her eagerness and almost made her run out of class to find Izuku. Izuku, the blonde-haired boy that had apparently tried to copy his quirk during yesterday's exercise, walked up to Izuku with a concerned look on his face. Might I have a word with you? Izuku blinked and looked at the boy, and then at the nameplate that was hovering above his head. Yeah, sure, Nito, right? That is correct. Nito looked from side to side, making sure that they were as alone as could be in the hallways between class. Nito nudged him down a largely empty hallway and spoke in a hushed tone. I just have one question. Well, concern really. As you know, my quirk allows me to copy other quirks for a limited time. Yeah, and when you tried to copy mine you passed out for that full 5 minutes. Izuku blinked. Wait, did something happen? Izuku Midoriya, menu. What did you do? Correct, normally there's no lasting effects, but when it comes to your quirk, I believe that something lingered. Nito blushed and looked away for a moment. Oh god. What on earth did his quirk do? Well, what is it? Nito sighed and gathered himself for a moment. The blush lingered. Please tell him his quirk didn't make Nito gay. Well, you see, whenever I get an and erkten. Izuku Midoriya, you really? Sysadmin, Angel. Shush, this is going to be great. I get notification saying I have a BNR. Sysadmin, Ameo. I'm so happy that worked. Help. I'm laughing too much. I can't breathe. Izuku sighed and pinched his nose. Why was he not surprised? Sorry, but you'll get used to it. Oh, Nito's shoulders slumped and he gave a small shudder. So it's permanent? More than likely, I think if you tried to copy my quirk again, she would just try to install something else into you and not actually try to remove it. Izuku laughed. Still, it was probably a good deterrent from Nito trying to copy it again. Come to think of it, why was his quirk so competitive when it came to other things messing with her? Sysadmin, because it's like someone trying to poke you all the time. Like your sensei's quirk is just rude. It makes the room cold and it tries to just put me to sleep. That's not cool. And Nito's quirk is just weird. I think he was trying to pirate me. He deserves the malware I installed him in. That really didn't answer anything. I see. Well, thank you, Izuku. I'll add yours to the list of quirks I shouldn't bother with. Really, it was foolish of me to try and copy your quirk without more knowledge. Nito bowed, straightened his clothing and made his way towards his next class. Izuku sighed and scratched the back of his head. Well, that was strange. Then again, pretty much everything had been strange after that exercise. Aizawa-sensei had growled at him and then gave them all an A for the day. Then there was what Momo did to Ijiro and Tetsu. Apparently she had filled the room with smoke, confusing the two boys into hitting each other while she prodded them with her staff. Apparently, Momo had developed a mildly sadistic side and had learned to love fighting. The moment they were somewhere private, she had pinned Izuku against the wall and kissed him deeply. Then she did the same to Itsuka and Nijire. Fighting also made her ever so slightly horny, which was hot and worrying, largely because of how drastic it felt compared to her usual more reserved self. Apparently, it was a coping mechanism when she was dealing with heartbreak for the months that he and Itsuka were dating without her. It didn't sound healthy. Maybe he should see what she was up to and talk to her? His phone went off, vibrating in his pocket, and he saw he had a message from Itsuka. It wasn't uncommon for messages to be sent by phone, but they were more specific and private than their usual Quirk-based chat function. He wondered what she wanted. Ducking back into the nook that Nito had dragged him, Izuku pulled out his phone. Itsuka, come to the room. Momo and Nijire are out. There was a lot to unpack there. Itsuka wanted him alone. Momo and Nijire were out. And she wasn't using his quirk. Izuku, why? He didn't want to get his hopes up. He didn't want to get his hopes up. He didn't want to get his hopes up. His hopes were up. Congratulations, you have an Urkton. Damn it. Itsuka, section. I'm getting ready. Excellent. Now he was thinking with his D-dash. This was good. This was really good. But wait, why wasn't his quirk teleporting him? That sounded like a great reason to be teleported to Itsuka. Sysadmin, if I did that, Momo and Nijire would know. Besides, you're pretty close, just walk. Really? The one time he was actually going to get laid, his quirk decided to not teleport him. That was actually kind of typical. Izuku looked around and started to walk quickly towards his dorms. He was there in less than 5 minutes. Nothing was going to stop him. He was almost there, he just needed to pass into his dorm room and Shoto Todoroki stood in his way. Izuku. Shoto said with a dry tone and a drier voice, just staring at him. His arms were crossed. I have a request. And Izuku had a bnur. What is it? Izuku asked, trying not to annoy his roommate too much. And he was Menu's target prey victim whatever. I was hoping you could make me some soba again. Shoto admitted with a light blush on his face. The kind that turns me into a girl. Sure. Izuku flailed his hands, opened the ingredient bag and made some soba in a matter of seconds and handed it to Shoto. But why? Shoto took a single bite and the transformation was instant. The boy's face went from slightly plain to cute in a heartbeat, and his hair fell down to past his shoulders while he slowly slurped soba. He shrunk a couple inches in height while his chest swelled just a bit against his sweater and his hips flared out. Shoto gave him one of the smallest, purest smiles Izuku had ever seen. Well, I really like your soba. And what about being a girl? Izuku asked, looking at the strange sight with mild concern. Doesn't that make you feel weird? Shoto stopped eating the soba and looked at her body for a moment. She then shrugged and smiled even brighter at him. At first I didn't really mind it, but I actually kind of like it. Well, I can make you soba anytime you want. Thanks. Holy crap, her smile was as pure and heartwarming as Momo's. I'll be looking forward to it. XXXX smut XXXX. The house felt oddly empty this time. He half expected Itsuka to grab him and push him up against the wall and kiss the hell out of him while they hastily tried to take each other's clothes off. But that wasn't the only thing missing. There was no Momo, Nijire, or Menu-chan. It was a bit odd. That oddity vanished when he heard a soft coming from the bedroom. The scent of SEC wafted into his nose and flooded his senses, reminding him of just how turned on he had been prior to running into Shoto and making him that much more eager to find the source of that and see what she was doing. Itsuka was naked, spread across the cushions and mats that made up their bed. Itsuka was completely naked, her back arched, one hand grabbing at her firm birsi while the other was furiously fingering at her vagina. She was soaked in sweat, parts of her body were furiously shaking as Itsuka worked at her own orgasm. Izuku swallowed, This was hotter than he thought it would be. When he first discovered Itsuka's high MSTRBTN skill, he had fantasized about just how well she could do it. Once they started dating, he had several less than proud faps about walking in on his girlfriend furiously masturbating. Itsuka ummed, her teal eyes finally locking onto him. Her muscles were spasming as she caught her breath. The light blush on her cheeks grew just the slightest bit as she looked at him, her strong body moving over to crawl towards him. Her raspy voice was hot and full of desire. "Sorry," she spoke softly, her hips swaying as she crawled towards him, her bees swaying side to side. She could make out all of her glorious back muscles and even the splendid shape of her butt. "I got started without you. Holy shit, that was hot. Let me catch you up." Itsuka reached for his pants and pulled them down past his knees. The hardness of his erkton surprised even him. Sure, he had felt it growing in his pants, but it just felt far harder than he had ever been before. Itsuka gave a small gasp, her teal eyes going wide as she entered a staring contest with his D-dash. "Seeing it up close like this makes you look really big." Itsuka I-dash, whatever he was going to say was murdered by the that escaped him. Itsuka had liked the top of his D, and began to slide it softly with her hands. He looked down to see her looking up at him. Her teal eyes were steady on his as she began to slowly work on his D-dash. "I've never done this before," she admitted softly, still stroking his D as she looked up at him. "So, if you feel good, be sure to tell me, all right?" He nodded, mind still trying to process how he went from making soba to getting his first blowjob in less than 5 minutes. Itsuka was so beautiful, and she was doing amazing things with her tongue, mouth, and hand. "You're doing great." Itsuka redoubled her efforts, a smile spreading across her face as she started to too. Why was she miming? Oh, she was also masturbating while giving him a blowjob. That was really freaking hot. He wanted more than a blowjob. "Itsuka!" he gasped, miming with pleasure. Can I put it in?" Itsuka continued to slide him and smiled. She crawled back over to their bedding and laid down, her legs spread wide and beckoned him towards her. "Come on, Izuku." An urge to strip as fast as possible overcame Izuku, and he tossed his shirt to the side and stepped out of his pants as he hurried over to his smoking hot girlfriend. He placed a hand by her side and leaned over her and kissed her. She returned that kiss eagerly, one of her hands tangled in his hair and lulling him further and further into that pleasure. One of her firm BRs all but melted in his hand, earning or two out of Itsuka. She dragged him down onto the bed with him, their limbs tangling as they continued to kiss and explore each other's naked bodies. They tumbled, kissed, groped, and laughed about on the ground for what felt like minutes. Then Itsuka pulled away, both of her hands pressed down onto his chest, and she smiled at him, a bit of slobber on her lip. She laughed and wiped her mouth with her arm. "Izuku, I want to be on top, is that okay?" "That sounds hot," he said to her BRSDS and abs. Then he looked up to her eyes and repeated himself. "That sounds hot." I had a feeling you'd say that." Itsuka reached between her legs and grabbed onto his D, angling it around before wiggling her hips. Her face lit up and her eyes went wide as she lowered herself down upon him. A wide, goofy smile appeared on Itsuka's face when she finally took all of him in. She ummed, running her hands along her body, starting from her hips and trailing upwards, and paused at her full perky BRs. "You feel better than I thought you would, Izuku." "Yeah," was the only word he could really say. Being inside a girl was different. Really, really different. She was squeezing him tight and holding on to him every time she moved. He could feel her twitch, watching as her smile shifted each time. She was enjoying this a lot, and that made him want to make her enjoy it all the more. He bit his lip and grabbed onto her hips before moving upwards into her. Itsuka gasped, a smile spreading across her face as her hips began to move in rhythm with his. Each and every move caused Itsuka to make a short gasp of pleasure that was growing more and more high-pitched. He watched her stomach roil with pleasure as she kept making cute noises. F-dash! Itsuka screamed, leaning down onto him. She placed both hands on his arms, pinning him to the bed, and kissed him deeply. Her hips were going faster now, much faster now. He couldn't match the pace, so he stopped and she kept going faster. Every move felt tighter than the last as her entire body began to spasm around him. His D felt like it was going to explode at any moment while Itsuka worked him furiously. She shot back up, screaming his name, hands in her hair destroying her ponytail. She was bathed in a glorious light. She gave a soft laugh and looked down at him with a big goofy smile on her face as she continued to move slowly. She kissed him again, now resting her entire body on top of him. Congrats, you just made your girlfriend come hard. So that's what that was. Do we stop? He asked, matching her slower movements down there despite his desire to move harder. He was close. Really close. Itsuka laughed in his ear. But you're still hard. And I want you to come inside me. Well, that was the hottest thing he heard all day. Let's switch then. He held onto her and rolled Itsuka onto her back. She looked up at him with a goofy smile as he slowly adjusted himself to enter her once more. Her breaths were long, her boobs somehow maintaining their shape while on her back, and she gripped the sheets while fluttering her eyes at him. Itsuka looked like a true goddess in those moments. He re-entered her, that familiar sensation flooding through him as he grabbed onto one of her bursts again and began to move his hips. Slowly at first, then faster. Itsuka commanded, eyes closed, lip bitten, back arched, her hips moving to match his moves. He did so, spurred on by her ens, and the sensation of being inside of her. He could feel a pressure inside of him. He was getting close. He was going to come soon. Faster. Itsuka hummed. Faster. He was going as fast as he could, when her hips wrapped around his legs and he had both hands on either side of her head to support him. He was so close, he was getting there, and Itsuka, I'm going to dash. Coming. Itsuka shouted, moving up to grab onto him and pulled him into another kiss, her second orgasm tearing through her body just as he came into her long and hard. All of his energy drained from him and Izuku fell on top of Itsuka, only for her to grab onto him and kiss him deeply, laughter on her breath as they both enjoyed the afterglow of having SEC for the first time. Really, nothing could ruin this moment. Achievement unlocked. You had SEC. And the girl was not only awake for it but also came twice. That's impressive. Reward. Minima. Level up. Level up. Congratulations, you are now a level 12 harem protagonist. Nope, not even that. So, Itsuka laughed, cuddling up with him and holding him tight. You want to go wash off and get dirty again in the shower? He stared up at the ceiling, then looked at her. Yeah, sure.